Feeling stuck in the same place, waiting for the perfect moment that never comes? The truth is, transformation doesn't wait for motivation, it demands action, especially when it feels impossible. What if you could break free from hesitation and unlock unstoppable momentum by simply forcing yourself to move forward? This isn't about luck or talent, it's about mastering the mindset that turns resistance into power. In this video, you'll discover how to push past doubt, crush excuses, and rewrite your reality by taking control of your actions, because real change starts when you refuse to wait any longer. 1. The moment you decide enough is enough. Every meaningful transformation begins with a decision, and more specifically, a breaking point. This paragraph captures a universal truth. People rarely change their lives when things are comfortable, even if they're dissatisfied. The real catalyst is the moment discomfort becomes unbearable, when the pain of staying the same finally outweighs the fear of change. Psychologists call this an emotional tipping point, and it's often the spark that ignites a major shift in behavior, habits, and identity. The opening line, "Every major transformation begins with a breaking point," isn't just an observation, it's supported by behavioral science. Studies on habit change, such as those by Dr. Prochaska and Dr. DiClemente in their Stages of Change model, show that people only move from contemplation to action when they experience a moment of decisive clarity or emotional intensity. This enough is enough moment strips away rationalizations and forces you to acknowledge the gap between where you are and where you want to be. Without that emotional jolt, many stay stuck in the earlier stages, thinking about change but never committing to it. The paragraph points out that most people never reach this breaking point because they've learned to tolerate discomfort. This is a concept known in psychology as learned helplessness, originally studied by Martin Seligman. When individuals repeatedly experience undesirable situations, they feel powerless to change. They eventually stop trying, even when opportunities to escape or improve arise. They normalize the discomfort. They convince themselves that this is just how life is, which becomes a mental prison. Over time, this resignation erodes ambition and self-belief, locking them into cycles that drain energy, motivation, and hope. The line about settling into routines that slowly drain them speaks to how human beings adapt to almost any environment, even one that's unhealthy. This is called hedonic adaptation. We get used to our circumstances, good or bad, until they feel normal. Someone can be in a job that bores them, a relationship that limits them, or a lifestyle that harms them physically and emotionally, yet still remain, because the pain is gradual, not immediate. Gradual discomfort is dangerous because it's easier to justify and harder to break free from. It lacks the urgency that sudden crises create. That's why the next part of the paragraph is so important. Change doesn't happen when conditions are perfect. It happens when you force yourself to confront the brutal truth. This is backed by real-world evidence. Waiting for perfect conditions is a form of procrastination disguised as planning. In business, in personal growth, in fitness, there is rarely a moment where all factors align perfectly. The people who change their lives are not those who waited for the right time. They are the ones who acted when the timing felt uncomfortable but necessary. This is consistent with the action bias phenomenon, where taking decisive steps often creates momentum that waiting never will. The brutal truth referenced here, "If you keep doing what you're doing, nothing will improve," is an example of what psychologists call future pacing. By projecting the current trajectory forward, you can visualize exactly where your present habits will lead. This technique is used in coaching and therapy to help people see the inevitable consequences of inaction. Often seeing that future clearly is enough to trigger the breaking point. For example, someone in poor health might suddenly decide to overhaul their lifestyle when they visualize the long-term medical consequences of continuing their current habits. The sentence, "That discomfort you feel," that's not a sign to retreat, it's a signal to act, flips the common instinct people have toward discomfort. Most are taught to avoid it, yet discomfort is one of the most reliable indicators of growth potential. Neuroscience research on neuroplasticity shows that when we engage in difficult, uncomfortable actions, the brain rewires itself to adapt and become more capable. In short, discomfort is often evidence that you are approaching a threshold of growth. Avoid it, and you avoid progress. We can also look at this from a performance psychology perspective. Elite athletes, entrepreneurs, and leaders often have a defining moment where they decide mediocrity is unacceptable. That's their enough is enough point. Michael Jordan being cut from his high school varsity team, Oprah Winfrey being told she wasn't fit for television, or J.K. Rowling facing rejection from a dozen publishers. All of these moments could have been accepted as reality. Instead, they became the emotional ignition that drove relentless effort. Without that inner line in the sand, none of their stories would have unfolded the way they did. The reason this moment is so powerful is because it collapses excuses. Before the breaking point, people can justify their inaction. Not enough time, not enough money, not enough skill. After the breaking point, those excuses don't matter because the cost of staying the same has become too high. The mind shifts from "can I do this" to "I must do this." That shift from optional to non-negotiable is often the difference between abandoning a goal and achieving it. For your audience, this paragraph is a call to examine their own tolerance for discomfort. It's asking them, have you been normalizing a reality that is draining you? Have you been telling yourself that this is just how it is when deep down you know it's not sustainable? Are you waiting for the perfect moment to change, knowing that moment will likely never come? If so, the discomfort you feel right now might be the exact signal you need, not to step back but to step forward. Ultimately, the moment you decide enough is about reclaiming agency. It's about realizing that no one is coming to make the change for you. There is no perfect rescue, no ideal set of conditions. The turning point will not appear until you create it. And the creation of that turning point almost always begins with a personal declaration. This ends now. I will not live this way anymore. Once that decision is made, everything changes. Not because the external world shifts instantly, but because you do. Your mindset changes. Your actions align with your intentions. Your tolerance for the things that drain you disappears. And that's when transformation truly begins. Not at some random point in the future, but in the exact moment you decide you will no longer accept anything less than the life you are capable of living. 2. Your reality is a mirror. Let's start with the metaphor itself. A mirror doesn't lie, it doesn't distort, it reflects. If you don't like the image you see, breaking the mirror won't change the reflection, changing yourself will. The paragraph uses this image to highlight a common psychological defense: externalizing responsibility. Many people find it easier to blame external forces, bad luck, unfair systems, other people, because it removes the discomfort of self-examination. But psychology and behavioral science show that individuals who accept a high level of personal responsibility consistently report higher levels of life satisfaction and achievement. This is linked to what psychologist Julian Rotter called locus of control. People with an internal locus of control believe they influence their own outcomes, while those with an external locus believe their life is dictated by outside forces. Research shows that an internal locus correlates with greater motivation, persistence, and resilience. The line, "if you don't like what you see, the mirror isn't the problem, you are," is blunt but necessary. It pushes past ego protection and forces acknowledgement of personal agency. While it's true that external circumstances, economic shifts, family background, unforeseen events can affect your reality, the majority of your long-term results come from how you respond to these factors. Two people can face the same challenge and produce entirely different outcomes based on their mindset, decisions, and persistence. This is why ownership is so powerful. It gives you influence over the direction of your life, even if you can't control every single event. The paragraph is careful to state, this isn't about blame, it's about ownership. That's an important distinction. Blame is backward-focused, it locks you in guilt or resentment. Ownership is forward-focused, it asks, what can I do now to change this? This is the same principle used in cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, where clients are encouraged to take responsibility for their thoughts and behaviors not as a form of self-punishment, but as the gateway to change. When you accept that your daily actions created your current results, you also accept that new actions can create better results. When you claim full responsibility for where you are, you take back control of where you can go. This is a direct rejection of victim mentality. Victim mentality says, life happens to me. Ownership says, life happens through me. The difference is profound. Victim mentality keeps you powerless because the cause of your dissatisfaction is always outside of you. Ownership returns the power to you by making you the cause and therefore the solution. Neuroscience supports this mindset shift. When people believe they can influence outcomes, their brain's prefrontal cortex, the part responsible for planning and decision-making, activates more efficiently, leading to better problem-solving. The paragraph notes that most people will resist this truth because it's easier to point fingers. This is true both psychologically and socially. From a psychological perspective, taking responsibility threatens the ego. It forces you to admit your own flaws, laziness, or poor decisions. From a social perspective, blaming external forces is often reinforced by others who may empathize with your complaints but unintentionally encourage inaction. That's why breaking out of this mindset often requires both self-awareness and a willingness to stand apart from the crowd. The moment you admit that your actions, habits, and choices built this reality, you unlock the power to rebuild it. This statement aligns with the principle of cause and effect. Your life today is the effect of choices you made over time. These include the obvious career decisions, financial habits, and the subtle, the people you spend time with, the content you consume, how you spend your spare hours. Once you acknowledge that these accumulated into your current reality, the next logical conclusion is that you can alter your future reality by altering your present causes. In habit formation research, such as the work of James Clear in Atomic Habits, the concept is simple. Small changes in behavior applied consistently compound into significant results over time. Finally, the mirror will always show you exactly what you've been doing, serves as a reminder that reality is feedback. If your relationships are strained, your body is unhealthy, your finances are unstable, or your environment is chaotic, these are not mysteries. They are reflections of your priorities, boundaries, and actions. This isn't meant to be harsh, it's meant to be liberating. Because if you can see the connection between cause and effect, you can start making intentional changes that shift the reflection. For your audience, this paragraph is an invitation to stop arguing with the mirror. Instead of wishing your reflection looked different while repeating the same actions, they can start asking, what choices brought me here? Which of those need to change? What standards have I been accepting that I know I should raise? That level of honesty is uncomfortable, but it's also the birthplace of transformation. When you stop breaking the mirror and start changing the person in it, you stop being trapped by your current circumstances, you start designing them. And when you live with that level of ownership, the reflection always gets better because it's no longer accidental, it's intentional. 3. Destroying the comfort trap. The line, "the enemy of transformation is not struggle, it's comfort," aligns perfectly with what we know about human behavior. Struggle is often the catalyst for change because it creates tension between your current reality and your desired reality. In psychology, this tension is called cognitive dissonance. When the gap becomes uncomfortable enough, you're motivated to close it through action. But in comfort, there's no urgency, just enough satisfaction to tolerate dissatisfaction. That's why comfort is the perfect trap. It doesn't feel like a trap, it feels safe. Comfort convinces you that it's not the right time to change. This is a powerful point because it addresses one of the most common rationalizations for inaction: waiting for the perfect conditions. Research on procrastination, such as that by Dr. Piers Steele, shows that people often delay important actions not because they are lazy, but because they overestimate how much easier or better it will be to start later. This illusion is fueled by comfort. The truth is, there will never be a perfect time to change. Waiting for that moment is like waiting for the wind to blow in exactly the right direction before you start walking. You end up standing still forever. This lesson goes on to say, and every time you listen, you cement yourself deeper into the same life you claim to want to escape. This is the compounding effect of inaction. Every decision not to act reinforces your current patterns. Neuroscience calls this myelination. The more you repeat a behavior, whether it's taking action or avoiding it, the stronger the neural pathways become. That's why habits, good or bad, feel automatic over time. If you keep choosing comfort over progress, you're training your brain to default to comfort even when you consciously want something different. Forcing yourself to change your reality means actively making decisions that disrupt your comfort. This is a critical distinction. Transformation is not just about making different choices, it's about making choices that are deliberately uncomfortable. Waking up earlier when your bed is warm, speaking up in a meeting when you'd rather stay quiet, ending a relationship that no longer aligns with your values, even if it's familiar. These actions feel uncomfortable because they challenge the brain's natural preference for stability and predictability, a phenomenon known as homeostasis. The brain loves balance, even if that balance is keeping you stuck in a life you no longer want. The examples in the paragraph, waking up earlier, having hard conversations, choosing discipline over indulgence, are concrete because they show the mechanics of disrupting comfort. Each of these choices requires delayed gratification, the ability to forego immediate pleasure for a greater long-term reward. This skill has been studied extensively, most famously in Walter Mischel's Stanford marshmallow experiment, which found that children who could delay gratification tended to have better life outcomes decades later. In adulthood, delayed gratification is the foundation of sustained success in health, finances, relationships, and personal development. Comfort is seductive, but it kills more dreams than failure ever will. This line is a sobering truth. Failure has a clear effect. It forces you to face reality and adjust your approach. Comfort, however, can keep you in a holding pattern indefinitely. It offers just enough satisfaction to prevent you from risking something greater. This is why so many people look back after years and realize they've been living the same year on repeat. Comfort didn't destroy them, it just kept them from ever truly living. From a biological standpoint, our tendency to seek comfort is an evolutionary survival mechanism. In prehistoric times, conserving energy was essential because food and resources were scarce. The brain evolved to avoid unnecessary risk and exertion. But in modern life, where survival is not the primary challenge, this same mechanism works against us. Comfort seeking keeps us safe from physical danger, but it also keeps us safe from emotional growth. It shields us from failure, rejection, and uncertainty, the very experiences that lead to progress. For your audience, this paragraph is an urgent call to examine the role of comfort in their lives. It's not saying comfort is always bad. Rest and recovery are essential. But when comfort becomes the default state, it becomes a slow-acting toxin. The question isn't whether you deserve a break, it's whether that break has become an excuse. Destroying the comfort trap means developing a bias toward discomfort, not recklessly but intentionally. It means scanning your life for the areas where comfort is keeping you from growth and making small, deliberate choices that push against it. Over time, these small disruptions compound into a new baseline, one where action feels more natural than avoidance, where discipline feels more rewarding than indulgence, and where progress feels more satisfying than safety. Comfort will always be there waiting for you, but so will your potential. The choice between them isn't made once, it's made every day. And if you keep choosing comfort, you may never face the pain of failure, but you'll face something worse, the quiet regret of never knowing what you were truly capable of becoming. 4. Reprogramming the mind. The human mind is an extraordinary system, but it's also deeply conservative in how it operates. Its primary function is not to make you successful, it's to keep you alive. That's why it instinctively resists change. From a neurological standpoint, the brain prefers familiar patterns, even if those patterns are harmful, because familiarity signals safety. This is tied to the amygdala, the part of the brain that processes fear and threat. When you attempt to step into something unknown, whether it's starting a business, changing careers, or ending a toxic relationship, the amygdala triggers a fear response. It whispers that you're not ready, that this could fail, that staying where you are is smarter. These warnings feel real, but they're often outdated survival instincts, not objective truth. Research in neuroscience shows that the brain is essentially a prediction machine. It constantly references past experiences to decide how to respond to present situations. If your past is filled with playing it safe, avoiding risks, and sticking to what you know, your brain will keep predicting that change equals danger. This is why many people feel stuck, not because they're incapable of change, but because their brain is recycling old programs. Those mental programs operate like computer code. If the code says avoid risk, your actions will reflect that, regardless of your conscious intentions. Overwriting these patterns requires intentional reprogramming, and that starts with changing inputs. The paragraph's point about feeding the mind with new inputs, books, people, environments, challenges, is grounded in the concept of neuroplasticity. Neuroplasticity is the brain's ability to reorganize itself by forming new neural connections throughout life. The more consistently you expose yourself to new ideas, skills, and experiences, the more you weaken the old circuits and strengthen the new ones. For example, reading books that challenge your thinking activates different neural networks than passively consuming entertainment. Spending time with people who inspire and push you creates new mental associations about what's possible. Environment plays a critical role in this process. Studies in behavioral psychology show that environment often shapes behavior more powerfully than willpower. If you are surrounded by people who settle for mediocrity, your brain normalizes mediocrity. If you immerse yourself in spaces where ambition, discipline, and growth are the norm, your brain begins to treat those as the baseline. This is why deliberate environmental design, choosing where you spend time, what you expose yourself to, and who you engage with, is a powerful tool for mental reprogramming. Challenges are also essential inputs. They provide the friction that forces adaptation. From a biological perspective, growth happens in response to stress, but not all stress is harmful. Psychologists refer to eustress as positive stress, challenges that push you out of your comfort zone without overwhelming you. When you take on challenges, you force your brain to create new problem-solving pathways. Over time, these pathways become the new default responses, replacing fear-driven avoidance with action-driven confidence. The mind truly functions like a machine. It runs whatever program you install. If your current mental operating system is based on fear, self-doubt, and limitation, you can't expect it to produce bold action or transformation. But if you consciously install programs of discipline, curiosity, resilience, and opportunity seeking, those become your default processing patterns. This isn't wishful thinking, it's the logical outcome of consistent input and repetition. The same way an athlete's muscle memory is built through repeated physical practice, mental memory is built through repeated cognitive and emotional practice. One of the most effective ways to speed up mental reprogramming is through deliberate self-talk and visualization. Cognitive behavioral therapy, CBT, has repeatedly shown that thoughts influence feelings, which influence actions. If you constantly tell yourself, "I'm not ready," your actions will align with hesitation. If you train yourself to think, "I'm becoming ready," or "I can figure this out," your brain starts searching for supporting evidence, altering both perception and behavior. Visualization works in a similar way. When you repeatedly imagine yourself succeeding at a task, your brain activates the same neural pathways it would use if you were actually performing it, making it more familiar and less intimidating over time. It's also important to understand that reprogramming isn't an instant process. The brain's old patterns are often deeply entrenched, sometimes built over decades. Breaking them requires consistent exposure to the new patterns until they become stronger than the old ones. This is why occasional bursts of motivation are less effective than sustained, small changes in daily habits. Just as software updates happen line by line, mental updates happen choice by choice, input by input. Once the default thinking aligns with the life you want, not the life you're trying to escape, you stop sabotaging yourself. Fear may still appear, but it no longer controls your decisions. Doubt may whisper, but it doesn't override your actions. The new program takes over, guiding you toward choices that match your vision. At that point, your brain isn't pulling you back to old patterns, it's pulling you forward toward your desired reality. Reprogramming the mind is ultimately about reclaiming authorship over your mental code. It's refusing to run outdated survival scripts that keep you trapped and choosing to write new ones that are aligned with growth, purpose, and possibility. The inputs you choose today become the outputs you live tomorrow. Change the inputs, and over time, the entire operating system changes with them. When that happens, the life you once thought was impossible starts to feel inevitable, because your mind is no longer working against you, it's working for you. 5. Ruthless self-assessment. Stripping away excuses and looking directly at the facts is one of the most confronting and liberating actions a person can take. It forces you to see yourself and your life without distortion, without the protective layers of justification, selective memory, or wishful thinking. This is uncomfortable because the human mind is wired to avoid psychological pain. We use self-deception and cognitive biases, such as the self-serving bias, to maintain a positive self-image, even if it means staying blind to the behaviors that keep us stagnant. But true transformation begins where denial ends, and that's why ruthless self-assessment is a non-negotiable first step. The reason most people avoid asking, "Where do I actually stand?" is because the answer demands accountability. If you acknowledge that your health is poor, you must also acknowledge the habits that caused it. If your finances are unstable, you must confront your spending patterns or lack of income strategies. Facing these facts often threatens the ego, which is why avoidance feels safer. However, avoidance doesn't remove the consequences, it only delays them. This is why many remain in what psychologists call vague dissatisfaction. They sense something is wrong but never define it clearly enough to force change. The act of writing things down, your income, your physical condition, your skills, your relationships, your mental health, is powerful for both psychological and neurological reasons. Writing externalizes your internal reality, moving it from a subjective feeling into an objective record. Studies on self-monitoring show that people who track specific aspects of their lives, such as food intake, exercise, spending, or time use, are more likely to improve in those areas simply because awareness disrupts autopilot behavior. The brain, when presented with concrete data, can no longer hide behind vague impressions. In behavioral science, this is connected to the principle, what gets measured gets managed. If you don't quantify a problem, it's nearly impossible to solve it effectively. For example, someone who vaguely feels broke might not realize that unnecessary subscriptions, frequent takeout, and impulse purchases are consuming hundreds of dollars each month until they see the numbers in black and white. Similarly, someone who feels out of shape might not grasp the extent of their inactivity until they log their daily movement and see that they average only a few hundred steps outside of work. Sugarcoating is one of the biggest enemies of progress because it distorts reality just enough to make inaction feel justified. People soften the truth by saying things like, "I'm just big-boned," instead of acknowledging unhealthy habits, or "I'm not good with money," instead of admitting they avoid financial education. This self-protective language might shield self-esteem in the short term, but it erodes growth in the long term. By contrast, a ruthless self-assessment replaces emotional excuses with factual clarity. It's not about labeling yourself as good or bad. It's about understanding exactly where you are so you can chart a precise course forward. The sting of seeing the truth is often the exact catalyst needed for change. Discomfort creates urgency. When you look at a spreadsheet and realize you're living beyond your means, it forces a decision: keep repeating the pattern or take immediate corrective action. When you track your time and see that you spend more hours scrolling on a phone than building skills, the illusion of not having enough time collapses. That moment of undeniable truth is where transformation begins, because it closes the gap between perception and reality. From a practical standpoint, the process of ruthless self-assessment works best when it's comprehensive. That means looking at every key area of life: finances, health, skills, relationships, mental state, because weaknesses in one area often bleed into others. Financial stress can impact mental health. Poor physical health can reduce energy for career growth. Lack of skills can limit earning potential. Relationships can either support or sabotage your progress. By assessing all areas, you uncover not just isolated problems but systemic patterns that hold you back. Psychologically, there's another reason this process works: the contrast effect. When you establish a clear baseline, any improvement feels more tangible. For example, if you document that you can currently run only half a mile without stopping, running a full mile a month later is undeniable progress. Without the baseline, that improvement might go unnoticed and uncelebrated, which reduces motivation. Of course, there's a difference between ruthless self-assessment and self-criticism. The goal isn't to shame yourself, it's to equip yourself. Facts are neutral until you attach meaning to them. If your income is low, that's simply a number, not a definition of your worth. If your relationships are strained, that's a status update, not a permanent condition. By keeping the tone objective, you avoid triggering the defensive reactions that can lead to further avoidance. The ultimate power of ruthless self-assessment lies in the shift it creates in decision-making. When you have accurate data about your life, you stop making guesses and start making informed moves. You stop relying on hope as a strategy and start designing specific actions. Over time, this precision compounds into meaningful change because your progress is based on reality, not illusion. The starting point for every lasting transformation is the moment you face the facts without distortion. That's when you stop living in a fantasy version of your life and start engaging with the actual one. The facts might sting, but they're not your enemy. They're your roadmap. They show you exactly where you are so you can decide exactly where you want to go. And the sooner you take that inventory, the sooner you can begin building the version of yourself and your life that you truly want. 6. The pain of change versus the pain of regret. Every significant decision in life involves some form of discomfort, and this truth is unavoidable. You can experience the short-term discomfort of changing your habits, confronting your fears, and stepping into uncertainty, or you can experience the long-term ache of looking back on wasted potential. These two types of pain operate differently in both psychology and life trajectory. The pain of change is acute and temporary. It exists because you are forcing your mind and body to adapt to something unfamiliar. The pain of regret is chronic and permanent. It exists because you avoided adaptation and stayed in a state of decline. Change feels uncomfortable because it disrupts the brain's preference for stability, a phenomenon known as homeostasis. Your mind and body are designed to conserve energy, avoid risk, and stick to familiar patterns. This is why starting a new workout routine feels exhausting, learning a skill feels frustrating, and ending a toxic relationship feels frightening. even when you logically know these changes are good for you. Your brain interprets unfamiliar effort as a potential threat, triggering resistance in the form of procrastination, self-doubt, or anxiety. But when you persist through this discomfort, the body and mind recalibrate. What was once hard becomes normal, and the pain fades. Regret, however, follows a different path. It's not an immediate, sharp sensation. It's a lingering awareness that opportunities were lost and cannot be recovered. Studies in psychology, particularly the work of Dr. Neil Rose on regret, show that people's most enduring regrets come not from actions they took, but from inactions, the things they never attempted, the risks they didn't take, the dreams they postponed until it was too late. While the pain of change tends to lessen over time, the pain of regret often intensifies because as life moves forward, the gap between what is and what could have been becomes harder to ignore. When you refuse to force yourself out of your current reality, you aren't choosing comfort, you're choosing regret in slow motion. The years pass and the window to take certain chances closes. The career you could have pursued, the business you could have built, the relationships you could have deepened, all of them become hypothetical scenarios instead of lived experiences. Neuroscience even shows that the brain replays regrets more vividly than successes, because the emotional weight of loss imprints more deeply than the satisfaction of achievement. The distinction between the pain of change and the pain of regret can be thought of as the difference between investment and debt. The pain of change is like making an upfront investment. It requires effort and resources now, but it yields returns in the form of growth, opportunity, and fulfillment. The pain of regret is like accumulating debt. It may feel easier in the moment to avoid payment, but over time the cost compounds until it becomes crushing. The lesson points out that the pain of change comes with growth. This is supported by the concept of eustress or positive stress, which challenges you without overwhelming you. When you take on a challenge that pushes you outside your comfort zone, your mind and body adapt to meet the demand. This is why physical training builds strength, why learning difficult skills builds competence, and why having hard conversations builds deeper relationships. The discomfort you feel is the signal that growth is happening. It's the friction required to move you forward. By contrast, the pain of regret comes with decay. Decay in this sense is not just physical, it's mental, emotional, and even spiritual. When you stop challenging yourself, your skills stagnate. When you stop taking risks, your opportunities shrink. When you stop making meaningful efforts in relationships, they deteriorate. Over time, the life you have narrows into something smaller than the life you could have had, and that shrinking produces a kind of quiet suffering. It's not loud like the immediate strain of change, it's a dull, persistent weight that grows heavier with each passing year. The most important takeaway is in the final line. If you have to suffer either way, why not choose the kind of pain that builds you? This reframes the choice entirely. You can't escape discomfort, you can only choose its form. Pain from growth is purposeful. It transforms you into someone stronger, more capable, and more aligned with your potential. Pain from regret is purposeless. It keeps you locked in memories and hypothetical scenarios you can never act on again. One makes your future larger, the other makes your past heavier. For someone standing at a decision point, this distinction is crucial. The resistance you feel toward change is temporary. It will fade as your new actions become habits. But if you let that resistance win, the regret that follows will not fade. It will grow sharper every time you think about what might have been. This is why some of the most successful people are those who decided early on to lean into the short-term discomfort of change rather than protect themselves from it. They understood that the cost of inaction would be far greater in the long run. Life does not offer a no-pain option. It only offers a choice between the pain that shapes you and the pain that diminishes you. Choosing the former requires courage, but it's the only way to ensure that when you look back decades from now, you feel gratitude for the chances you took, instead of grief for the ones you avoided. When faced with that choice in any area of life, health, career, relationships, personal growth, the question is simple: will you endure a temporary challenge now, or will you carry a permanent question mark for the rest of your life? 7. Shattering old identity. Changing your life often requires changing far more than your actions. It requires dismantling the self-image you've been carrying, sometimes for decades. Identities are powerful because they act as the blueprint for your behavior. If you see yourself as the shy one, you will unconsciously make decisions that align with shyness, avoiding social opportunities, keeping your opinions quiet, and sidestepping situations where you might be noticed. If you view yourself as the broke one, you may not even attempt to learn financial skills or pursue higher income opportunities because in your mind they don't fit who you are. These identities feel safe not because they are good for you, but because they are familiar. Familiarity gives the illusion of safety, even when it's a prison. From a psychological perspective, this is tied to self-concept, the set of beliefs you hold about yourself. Self-concept influences behavior through a phenomenon called self-verification theory, which suggests that people seek confirmation of their existing self-views, even if those views are negative. For example, someone who believes they're unreliable might unconsciously make choices that lead to missed deadlines, not because they want to fail, but because the outcome matches their internal identity. This creates a feedback loop. Your identity shapes your actions reinforce your identity, and the cycle continues. The challenge is that these identities are often built on outdated information. Many are formed in childhood or adolescence, when external labels from parents, teachers, or peers become internalized. Being called shy as a child might have simply meant you were more observant or cautious, but over time the label calcified into a defining trait. Similarly, struggling financially in your early 20s might have been a temporary circumstance, but repeating "I'm just bad with money" solidifies it into part of your self-definition. Without questioning these identities, you can end up living under limitations that no longer have any basis in your current reality. Breaking these old identities requires what psychologists call self-reappraisal, actively challenging and reframing the beliefs you hold about yourself. The first step is awareness. You must notice the moments when you speak or think in ways that reinforce the old identity, such as saying, "I can't stick to anything," or "I'm just not good at that." Every statement you make about yourself is like a micro-investment into that version of you. If you want a new reality, you have to stop investing in the old one. The lesson's advice to bury the old identity without ceremony is crucial. Many people hesitate to release an identity because they treat it as part of their core personality, fearing that letting go will make them lose a sense of self. But identity is not fixed, it is malleable, and it can evolve to serve your goals instead of trapping you. In fact, research on identity-based habits, as discussed by James Clear, shows that long-lasting change happens when you adopt a new identity first and then align your habits to match it. Instead of trying to act like a disciplined person while still thinking of yourself as lazy, you declare "I am a disciplined person" and begin making choices consistent with that belief. Over time, the identity becomes self-sustaining. Language plays a critical role in this transformation. Words are not just descriptions, they are instructions to your subconscious mind. Neuroscience has shown that the brain responds to self-talk as if it were a direct command. When you say "that's just how I am," you're telling your brain to preserve the current state indefinitely. This is why affirmations, when used correctly, can be powerful. They are intentional statements that program your mind toward a desired identity rather than an outdated one. Of course, shattering an old identity doesn't happen overnight. Your brain has built neural pathways that correspond to that identity, and those pathways don't disappear immediately, but they weaken with disuse. Every time you act in a way that contradicts the old identity, you break the chain a little more. A shy person might speak up in a meeting, a broke person might take a financial literacy course, a quitter might commit to finishing one small project, no matter how insignificant it seems. Each of these actions sends a signal to the brain: we are not who we used to be. There's also an emotional component to this process. Old identities can be comforting even when they're painful because they absolve you from responsibility. If you're just bad at relationships, you don't have to do the hard work of self-awareness and communication. If you're just unlucky, you don't have to take risks. Letting go of these labels means accepting full ownership of your future, and ownership is uncomfortable because it removes excuses. The moment you stop speaking about yourself in ways that reinforce the life you no longer want, you create space for a new identity to take root. This is not about pretending to be someone you're not. It's about removing the mental barriers that prevent you from becoming who you could be. Your identity is not a life sentence. It's a choice you make every day through your thoughts, words, and actions. When those three elements align with your desired self, the old identity loses its grip, and your behavior naturally shifts to match the new one. Ultimately, the cage is not made of steel, it's made of stories. And the most dangerous story is the one that begins with "that's just how I am." Shattering old identities means rewriting that story, replacing it with one that expands your possibilities instead of shrinking them. Once you do that, your actions follow, your opportunities multiply, and the life you once thought was out of reach becomes the only one you can imagine living. 8. Building relentless habits. The life you experience right now is the direct outcome of the behaviors you repeat on a daily basis. Habits are the invisible architecture of your reality. They either quietly construct the life you want or silently dismantle it. Wishing, visualizing, and setting intentions have their place, but without consistent constructive routines to back them up, they produce little tangible change. This is because outcomes are not determined by what you occasionally do in moments of inspiration. They are shaped by what you repeatedly do when no one is watching, especially on the days when you don't feel like it. From a behavioral science perspective, habits operate on the principle of automaticity. The brain is designed to conserve energy, so it converts repeated behaviors into automatic responses. This means that once a habit is formed, it requires far less mental effort to perform, freeing up cognitive resources for other tasks. The challenge is that this process works for both beneficial and destructive behaviors. If you habitually procrastinate, overspend, or avoid challenges, your brain will automate those responses just as readily as it automates exercise, saving, or learning. The emphasis on consistency over motivation is crucial. Motivation is a fluctuating emotional state, heavily influenced by mood, environment, and external events. Research from Dr. B.J. Fogg and other behavioral scientists shows that relying on motivation is unreliable for long-term change. By contrast, habits remove the need for constant willpower because the action becomes part of your identity and daily rhythm. When you identify as someone who works out rather than someone trying to work out, the action is no longer a decision, it's an expectation. Building relentless habits requires overcoming the brain's natural resistance to effort. This is where the concept of identity-based habits, popularized by James Clear in Atomic Habits, becomes essential. Instead of focusing solely on results, you focus on becoming the type of person who naturally produces those results. For example, rather than aiming to save $10,000, you adopt the identity of a person who always manages money wisely. The repeated actions that reinforce that identity, tracking expenses, automating savings, avoiding impulse purchases, then occur almost without negotiation. The lessons examples: exercising when tired, saving when tempted to spend, studying when you'd rather relax, capture the defining trait of relentless habits. They persist in the absence of ideal conditions. This aligns with the psychological concept of implementation intentions, which are pre-decided plans for how you will act in specific situations. By deciding in advance, when I finish work, I will go to the gym no matter how tired I am, you reduce the mental friction that leads to skipped actions. Over time, the behavior becomes so ingrained that it feels unnatural not to follow through. It's also important to understand the compound effect of habits. Each individual action may seem small, one workout, $1 saved, one page read, but when compounded over months and years, the impact is transformative. This compounding can work for or against you. Consistently eating 200 extra calories per day might not show for weeks, but over a year it can add 20 pounds. Conversely, consistently writing 500 words a day could result in an entire book in less than a year. Your habits are the silent forces moving you closer to your goals or pulling you further away from them. To build habits that truly last, the design of the environment matters as much as willpower. Behavioral economists and psychologists emphasize choice architecture, the idea that you can structure your surroundings to make desired actions easier and undesired actions harder. Keeping healthy food in plain sight and removing junk food from your home reduces the need for constant self-control. Setting up an automatic transfer to savings ensures that money is put away before you have the chance to spend it impulsively. The easier a habit is to perform, the more likely it is to stick. There's also a neurological reward system at play. The brain releases dopamine not just when you achieve a goal, but when you anticipate the reward from a habitual action. This means that over time, the act of engaging in the habit, such as putting on running shoes or opening a book, can trigger satisfaction before the full reward is even experienced. This reinforcement loop helps solidify the behavior. However, destructive habits exploit the same system, which is why breaking them requires replacing them with alternatives that offer a similar sense of reward. The statement, "You are not your intentions, you are your repeated actions," is more than motivational, it's a psychological fact. Intentions are predictions about what you think you will do. Actions are the measurable reality of what you actually do. Research consistently shows a significant gap between intention and behavior, known as the intention-behavior gap. Closing that gap requires systems and structures that ensure action happens whether or not you feel like it in the moment. Relentless habits don't just change your schedule, they change your self-perception. Each time you follow through, you cast a vote for the type of person you believe yourself to be. Over weeks and months, those votes accumulate until the identity becomes unshakable. At that point, your habits stop feeling like discipline and start feeling like self-expression. You don't exercise to stay on track, you exercise because you see yourself as someone who values health. You don't save money because you have to, you save because you see yourself as financially capable. Your future is hidden in your daily routine. If you want to change your life, you must change what you repeatedly do, not once in a while but every day, regardless of mood or circumstance. The transformation doesn't come from one grand act of willpower, it comes from hundreds of small, consistent acts that over time become who you are. When your habits are relentless, your results become inevitable. 9. Redefining your environment. Lasting personal transformation is nearly impossible if you remain in the same environment that created the very patterns you are trying to break. Environment is not neutral, it is either actively supporting your growth or silently anchoring you to your past. Every detail in your surroundings, people, spaces, conversations, routines, works like a constant feedback loop, reinforcing the habits, beliefs, and emotional states that dominate your daily life. If those conditions were part of the old reality you want to leave behind, continuing to live in them is like trying to grow a new tree in soil that's already depleted. Behavioral science has consistently shown that human behavior is deeply shaped by environmental cues. The theory of situational influence explains that our surroundings often dictate our actions more than conscious intention. If your kitchen is stocked with processed snacks, your likelihood of eating them is dramatically higher, regardless of your nutritional goals. If your friends regularly engage in negative or unproductive conversations, your own mindset is likely to mirror theirs through emotional contagion, the unconscious transmission of moods and attitudes. Even subtle aspects such as lighting, noise levels, or the organization of your workspace can alter your focus, energy, and decision-making. The idea that the strongest will in the world will struggle to thrive in toxic soil is not metaphorical, it is supported by decades of research on willpower and self-control. Studies by psychologist Roy Baumeister have shown that willpower is a finite resource. When you constantly have to resist environmental temptations or battle negative influences, you deplete that resource faster, leaving less energy for pursuing your goals. In contrast, an environment that aligns with your intentions reduces the need for constant self-control, allowing your energy to go toward constructive action rather than defense. Redefining your environment requires deliberate and sometimes uncomfortable choices. One of the most impactful is reassessing the people you spend the most time with. According to social psychologist Dr. David McClelland, the people in your immediate circle can account for as much as 95% of your success or failure in life outcomes because they shape your standards, normalize your habits, and either expand or limit your vision of what's possible. Cutting ties with draining relationships is not about cruelty, it's about removing persistent sources of resistance to your growth. The people you surround yourself with should challenge you, inspire you, and hold you to a higher standard, not anchor you to old versions of yourself. Physical space is another powerful lever. The layout, cleanliness, and functionality of your home or workspace can either accelerate your progress or quietly sabotage it. For example, if you want to read more, keeping books visible and within reach increases the likelihood you'll pick one up. If you want to exercise regularly, placing your workout gear where you see it daily reduces the friction to getting started. Environmental design is about making the desired action the path of least resistance while making undesired actions more difficult. Your conversational environment is equally important. The topics you regularly discuss, whether with friends, colleagues, or online communities, affect your mindset and priorities. If the majority of your conversations revolve around gossip, complaints, or nostalgia for the way things were, you'll find it harder to stay future-focused. Conversely, spending time in spaces where discussions center on problem-solving opportunities and growth-oriented ideas keeps your mental environment aligned with your goals. One of the most underestimated aspects of environmental influence is place-based association. The brain forms strong links between certain locations and the behaviors that typically occur there. If you've always procrastinated in a particular room, just being in that room can trigger the mental state associated with avoidance. Changing your environment, whether by rearranging furniture, working in new locations, or even moving to a different city, can disrupt these associations and create space for new patterns to take root. Redefining your environment is not about perfection, it's about alignment. Even small adjustments can have outsized effects. Decluttering a workspace can improve focus. Curating your social media feed to follow inspiring, educational, or goal-oriented accounts can shift your daily mental inputs. Joining a gym, co-working space, or mastermind group can physically place you among people whose habits and values match the future you want to create. These shifts may seem minor in isolation, but collectively, they reshape the default settings of your life. The reason environmental change is so effective is that it operates continuously without requiring your conscious attention. While motivation fluctuates and willpower drains, your environment is always present, always sending signals, always shaping behavior. When you design it intentionally, it becomes a silent partner in your transformation, reinforcing your desired identity every day without the constant battle of resisting the old. Thriving in toxic soil is nearly impossible, no matter how disciplined or determined you are, but plant yourself in fertile ground, surround yourself with people, spaces, and ideas that challenge and nourish you, and growth becomes the natural outcome. The future you want is not just a product of who you are, but where you allow yourself to exist. When your environment is aligned with your potential, you don't have to fight for every inch of progress, you can grow into it. 10. Refusing to return to the old reality. Change is a process that extends far beyond merely reaching a new milestone or achieving a fresh level in life. True transformation is not simply about arriving at a different place or adopting new habits temporarily. It is about permanently altering one's mindset and emotional framework so profoundly that returning to the previous state becomes an impossibility. This kind of irreversible change demands an intentional and often difficult severing of ties with the past, mentally, emotionally, and behaviorally. When someone undergoes a significant change, there is often a lingering attachment to the old reality. This attachment can manifest as old habits, thought patterns, environments, or relationships that serve as mental safety nets. They act as just-in-case plans, subtle doors left ajar in the mind that allow a fallback option. Even if these old elements are not actively engaged with, their mere presence in one's life keeps the past accessible. During moments of difficulty, stress, or uncertainty, the mind naturally gravitates toward familiar territories as a coping mechanism. It seeks comfort in what is known, even if that familiarity was once harmful or limiting. This phenomenon can be understood through the lens of neuroscience and psychology. Human brains are wired to conserve energy and minimize risk by relying on established neural pathways, habits, and thought processes that have been reinforced over time. These pathways form what can be described as mental highways that the brain travels on autopilot. When change attempts to redirect the brain onto new paths, the old routes remain easier and more accessible and less deliberately blocked or burned. To solidify new ways of thinking and living, one must effectively burn the bridges to the old routes so the brain no longer has the option to revert during times of stress or temptation. Emotionally, this process is equally demanding. Letting go of the old reality involves grieving what was lost, the comfort of the familiar, the identity previously held, the relationships or roles that defined one's life. It requires accepting uncertainty and vulnerability, because the new reality often comes without guarantees. It might be less comfortable at first or even frightening, but it holds the promise of growth and fulfillment. Emotional commitment to the new reality means investing deeply in this uncertain future and consciously rejecting the fallback on old patterns. Practically, refusing to return to the old reality involves removing or transforming environmental cues that trigger previous habits or mindsets. This could mean changing social circles, altering daily routines, or redesigning one's physical space to support new behaviors. Behavioral science shows that environmental cues heavily influence habits. By changing these cues, it becomes harder to slip back into the old ways unconsciously. In essence, the external world must reflect and reinforce the internal commitment to change. Sustained commitment also requires a mindset of no compromise. The moment a person allows even a small possibility of going back, it opens a door that the mind will inevitably try to walk through when challenges arise. Change is rarely a linear or smooth journey. Setbacks, doubts, and struggles are natural. Without firm resolve and the closure of these mental and emotional exit routes, the risk of relapse is high. The old reality, with its familiar comfort and predictability, exerts a powerful gravitational pull that must be consciously countered. Real-life examples of this concept can be seen in recovery processes, whether from addiction, toxic relationships, or destructive habits. Successful recovery often involves creating an environment where old triggers and temptations are removed or avoided entirely. This is why support groups emphasize changing routines, avoiding certain people or places, and making new commitments that don't leave space for the old behaviors to sneak back in. Similarly, career or personal reinvention requires a similar all-in approach, where one's identity is reshaped so thoroughly that reverting is not viable. This approach aligns with findings in behavioral change research. Studies indicate that willpower alone is insufficient for lasting change. Instead, restructuring one's life to eliminate fallback options leads to higher success rates. Commitment must be holistic, cognitive, emotional, and environmental to make the new reality the only accessible path forward. In short, refusing to return to the old reality means making a definitive and irreversible choice to move forward. It demands burning the mental and emotional bridges that link to past ways of living, eliminating any just-in-case contingencies that allow retreat. Only when these pathways are fully closed does change become permanent. The new life becomes the sole option because the old life can no longer reach or influence the individual. This level of commitment transforms change from a tentative experiment into a permanent evolution of self. Everywhere you look, people are closed off, closed to opportunities, closed to experiences, closed to growth. They build invisible walls around themselves, walls made of fear, doubt, and routine. They cling to the familiar, thinking it keeps them safe. But in truth, it keeps them small. The moment you close yourself off, you stop living, you begin surviving, drifting, repeating the same patterns over and over again. Life becomes narrow, predictable, and suffocating. But here is the secret most people never discover. When you open up to life, when you embrace it without fear or resistance, you invite opportunities, connections, and experiences that you could never have imagined. Doors that were once locked suddenly swing wide open. Paths that seemed impossible begin to reveal themselves. This is not magic, it is alignment. It is the universal principle that life responds to your willingness to receive it. The more open you are, the more life gives you. People stay closed for one reason: fear. Fear of rejection, fear of failure, fear of being hurt. And so they shrink back. They reject invitations, avoid risks, hide their true selves. They become like a traveler who refuses to leave the inn, terrified of the storm outside, yet never realizing that the real adventure, the real treasure, lies beyond the door they refuse to open. Closed people live half lives. They wake up each day, hoping for change, but their actions betray them. They say they want love, but their hearts are guarded. They say they want success, but they never try. They say they want adventure, but they never step beyond their comfort zones. And so the doors of life remain locked, not because the world is cruel, but because they have lost the courage to knock. To open up to life does not mean throwing yourself recklessly into chaos. It means choosing trust over fear. It means saying yes to opportunities, even when uncertainty whispers in your ear. It means stepping out from the shadows of hesitation and into the light of possibility. Think of a flower. It does not bloom halfway. It opens fully, revealing its beauty to the world, trusting that the sun will shine, that the bees will come, that life will meet its openness with abundance. So too must you. To open up means allowing yourself to be seen, to be vulnerable, to experience joy and pain without hiding behind walls. It means engaging with the world rather than retreating from it. Consider this: the greatest moments of your life, the friendships you cherish, the opportunities you seized, the love you discovered, did not come from playing it safe. They came because at some point you opened yourself up. You said yes. You leaned into possibility instead of fear. And the opposite is also true. Think of the opportunities you missed, the words you left unsaid, the chances you let slip away. They did not escape you because life was unfair. They escaped because you closed yourself off. Life rewards the open heart, the curious mind, the willing soul. The more open you are, the more doors appear before you. The first step to opening up is awareness. You must first recognize where you have been closed. Ask yourself, where am I resisting life? What opportunities have I ignored because of fear? Which parts of myself have I hidden from the world? When you bring awareness to your walls, they begin to crumble. You start to see how often fear has disguised itself as caution, how often comfort has robbed you of growth, how often your silence has denied you connection. Awareness is the key that unlocks the first door, and once you open it, you will see that the walls you thought were protecting you were really holding you prisoner. Imagine living without walls. Imagine waking each day with openness, with the willingness to say yes, to try, to trust. How many more experiences would life offer you? How many new people would enter your circle? How many dreams would finally find the space to breathe? This is the promise of openness, that every door you feared to touch will begin to open, one by one, as you open yourself. Life does not reward the closed, it rewards the courageous. It rewards those who step into the unknown with trust, with faith, with the belief that even if they stumble, they will grow. So ask yourself, are you ready to open up? Are you ready to stop hiding behind the walls of fear and step into the vastness of life? Because here is the truth. When you open up to life, life opens up to you. Every door you thought was locked will reveal itself to have been waiting for you all along. This is the beginning. This is where the journey starts. Part 1 of 11. The first lesson. Openness is the master key. Use it, and watch as the world responds. Most people live their entire lives chasing certainty. They want guarantees, predictable outcomes, and step-by-step assurances that nothing will go wrong. They plan endlessly, calculate every risk, and hesitate to act until they feel completely secure. But here is the truth, that so few dare to accept certainty as an illusion. Life is not designed to be predictable. It is not meant to unfold in neat, tidy patterns. It is wild, dynamic, and forever changing. The moment you cling to certainty, you close yourself off to possibility. Think of all the times you waited until the right moment to start something. You waited until you felt ready. You waited until you had more experience, more confidence, more resources. But how many of those moments never arrived? How many opportunities slipped past while you were standing still, waiting for a green light that never came? This is the cost of demanding certainty. You trade growth for stagnation, potential for comfort, freedom for a false sense of control. Openness requires a different approach. It demands that you embrace uncertainty, not fear it. It means stepping into situations without knowing every outcome, trusting yourself to adapt, to learn, to grow as you go. Life does not reward the one who waits until conditions are perfect. It rewards the one who moves, who risks, who dares to begin even in the face of the unknown. Imagine standing before two doors. One door is marked safe. Behind it lies routine, predictability, and a future that looks exactly like your past. The other door is marked unknown. Behind it could be setbacks, challenges, or even failure, but it could also hold opportunities that change your life forever. Most people choose the first door, not because it leads anywhere extraordinary, but because it feels safe. Yet safety is an illusion. The job you think is secure can vanish. The relationship you cling to can end. The plans you've carefully built can crumble in a moment. The truth is, the so-called safe door locks you into mediocrity, while the unknown door is the only one that leads to growth. The greatest transformations in your life will never come from what is familiar. They will always come from what is uncertain. The friendships that reshape your worldview, the career shifts that unlock your potential, the experiences that expand your soul, they are born from moments when you dared to step into the unknown. Consider a traveler setting out on a journey. If they demand to know every road, every turn, every obstacle before taking the first step, they will never leave home. But the one who trusts the path, who accepts that the road will twist and surprise them, eventually reaches places the cautious traveler will never see. Your life is no different. The resistance you feel toward uncertainty is not weakness, it is conditioning. Society trains you to fear the unknown. From a young age you're taught to seek stability, to follow predictable paths, to avoid risks. Security is praised, conformity rewarded, predictability celebrated. But if you look closely at the people you admire most, the leaders, creators, innovators, explorers, you'll notice a pattern. They all walked willingly into uncertainty. They chose the path that had no map, and because of this they discovered doors others never knew exist. Opening yourself to life means shifting your relationship with uncertainty. Instead of seeing it as danger, see it as possibility. Instead of resisting it, lean into it. Every time you step into the unknown, you expand your capacity for courage, for creativity, for growth. You stop needing everything to be clear before you move forward. You begin to trust that clarity will come after you take the step, not before. Think about the last time you faced a decision and hesitated because you couldn't see the entire path. Did clarity eventually come once you act? Did the next step reveal itself after you committed to the first? This is how life works. It does not hand you a complete map. It gives you one piece at a time, rewarding your faith with guidance. Each step opens the next door, but only if you are willing to walk forward without guarantee. Failure, too, is part of uncertainty, and it is where most people retreat. They assume that if they fail, the unknown has betrayed them. But failure is not betrayal. It is instruction. It is data. It is life teaching you the skills, the resilience, the insight you need to continue. Every failure you face within the unknown is preparing you for greater success later. If you never risk uncertainty, you never gather the lessons that allow you to grow. Openness to life is openness to uncertainty. You cannot have one without the other. To open your heart, your mind, your path, you must be willing to walk into the fog, trusting that what lies ahead will shape you into someone stronger. This trust is not naive. It is powerful. It is the force that has built every meaningful achievement in human history. Ask yourself, how many doors have you left unopened because you demanded certainty? How many times have you silenced your intuition because it led you towards something unpredictable? How often have you stayed in places,
jobs or relationships, not because they fulfilled you but because they felt familiar. What would your life look like if you chose differently, if you chose openness over fear, trust over control, uncertainty over stagnation? This is the second lesson. To open up to life, you must open up to the unknown. Stop waiting for everything to make sense before you act. Stop waiting for perfect timing, perfect conditions, perfect confidence. They will never arrive. Begin now. Step forward now. Trust that each move you make creates a ripple, unlocking doors you cannot yet see, because when you embrace uncertainty, you unleash possibility, and life meets you with opportunities you never imagined.
Most people carry around invisible locks on their hearts and minds. They want life to bring them love, opportunities, and breakthroughs, but they approach it with hesitation, suspicion, and guardedness. They wonder why nothing changes, why the doors remain closed, yet they never stop to see how tightly they are holding themselves shut. Openness is not just about taking chances, it is about allowing yourself to be vulnerable, to connect, to feel deeply. Without vulnerability, you cannot truly open to life, because life is not experienced in half measures. It is felt fully or not at all. Think about the relationships that have meant the most to you. They were not built on perfect appearances or flawless control. They were built on honesty, on sharing your real self with another person, even at the risk of being misunderstood or hurt. Vulnerability is what creates intimacy. It is the bridge between one soul and another. Without it, connections remain shallow, surface level, and easily broken. With it, doors to trust, love, and belonging swing wide open. The fear of vulnerability runs deep. Most people equate it with weakness, believing that to show their true emotions, to reveal their struggles, to admit their uncertainties, is to hand others power over them. They armor themselves with silence, with masks, with rehearsed versions of who they think the world wants them to be. But in doing so, they deny themselves the richness of life. They may appear safe, but they are suffocating. The truth is, real strength is found in openness. Real strength is the courage to stand unshielded and say, "This is me. I may be flawed, I may be imperfect, but I am real." Imagine two people in conflict. One hides behind pride, refusing to admit fault, closing themselves off from resolution. The other speaks honestly, admits their mistake, expresses how they feel, even though it is uncomfortable. Which one unlocks the door to reconciliation? Which one has the power to transform the relationship? Vulnerability is not about being powerless. It is about being willing to engage with life authentically, and authenticity is magnetic. It draws in opportunities, people, and experiences aligned with your true self. Life responds to honesty. When you hide who you are, you may think you are protecting yourself, but you are actually blocking the very things you desire. The love you want cannot find you if you hide your heart. The opportunities you seek cannot connect with you if you never reveal your passion. The friendships you crave cannot deepen if you always wear a mask. Every time you shield yourself, you reinforce the very walls that keep you trapped. But when you open up, when you allow yourself to be vulnerable, you signal to life that you are ready to receive. Consider the story of an artist who hides their work because they fear criticism. They dream of recognition, of impact, of inspiring others, but they keep their paintings locked in a room. No one ever sees them, no one ever feels their message, no doors open for them. Contrast this with the artist who shares their creations, even if imperfect. Some may criticize, some may ignore, but others will connect, support, and elevate them. The act of openness creates momentum. The willingness to be vulnerable unlocks the very doors that fear keeps sealed. The same principle applies to growth. To learn, you must be willing to fail. To succeed, you must be willing to risk rejection. To evolve, you must be willing to shed old identities and step into new ones that feel uncertain. Vulnerability is not just about relationships with others. It is about your relationship with yourself. Are you willing to admit when you are wrong? Are you willing to face your fears instead of burying them? Are you willing to confront the truth about what you really want from life? Each act of vulnerability opens another door. Each time you choose honesty over pretense, you step further into freedom. The strongest individuals are not the ones who never cry, never falter,
never stumble. They are the ones who allow themselves to feel everything but are not destroyed by it. They know that to be human is to be open, to risk, to love, to lose and to rise again. Their strength lies in their openness, and because of this, they connect more deeply, create more boldly, and live more fully than those who hide behind walls. Ask yourself, how often do you withhold your truth out of fear of judgment? How many times have you wanted to speak, to share, to express, but instead stayed silent? How many chances for connection slipped away because you were too guarded? Each of those moments was a closed door, and each of those doors could have opened if you had chosen vulnerability. Opening up to life means opening your heart to the possibility of pain, but also to the possibility of joy so profound that it reshapes your existence. Pain and joy are two sides of the same door. You cannot access one without risking the other, but the reward is always worth it, because the fullness of life cannot be tasted from behind walls. So here is the challenge. Stop hiding, stop pretending, stop armoring yourself against the world. Let yourself be seen, flaws and all. Say what you feel, pursue what you love, share what you create. Be vulnerable enough to risk rejection, because only then will you experience connection. Be vulnerable enough to risk failure, because only then will you discover success. Be vulnerable enough to live openly, because only then will the doors of life swing wide for you. This is the third lesson. Vulnerability is not weakness. It is the ultimate form of courage. It is the master key that unlocks connection, growth and the more you practice it, the more life will respond by opening doors that would have remained forever closed had you chosen to stay hidden. Most people go through life chasing approval without even realizing it. They shape their choices around what will please others. They filter their words so they won't offend, and they measure their worth through the eyes of family, friends, co-workers, or even strangers online. This hunger for validation is subtle but dangerous, because it places your happiness and self-worth in someone else's hands. And the moment you give someone else the power to define you, you lose control over your own life. Openness to life means freeing yourself from the prison of approval seeking. You cannot step into your full potential while you are weighed down by the constant need for others to agree with or applaud you. The truth is simple. No matter what you do, someone will criticize you. No matter how carefully you try to please, someone will disapprove. If you let that stop you, you will never move forward. If you let their voices drown out your own, you will never discover who you really are. Consider the people who changed the world. They were rarely the most liked, the most agreeable, or the ones who blended in. They were often rejected, criticized, even ridiculed, yet they continued anyway. They understood that the need for approval was a trap. They knew that greatness is not born from conformity but from courage. The courage to walk your own path regardless of who understands or supports you. When you live for approval, you live small. You say yes when you want to say no. You suppress your dreams because they don't fit the mold. You edit yourself to fit into boxes that were never built for you. And every time you do, you close another door, not because the world is against you, but because you are against yourself. Think of someone you admire. Chances are, they do not beg for approval. They do not chase validation. Instead, they radiate an energy that says, I know who I am, and I don't need your permission to exist. That kind of confidence is magnetic. People are drawn to it, not because it seeks attention, but because it does. The paradox of approval is that when you stop chasing it, people respect you more. But how do you release the need for approval? You begin by turning inward. Instead of asking, what will they think of me? You ask, what do I think of myself? Instead of waiting for someone else to validate your worth, you practice validating yourself. You acknowledge your own progress, celebrate your own victories, and respect your own decisions. You stop outsourcing your identity. You stop needing others to clap before you believe you are enough. There will always be people who misunderstand you, who criticize you, who doubt you, but their opinions are not the truth. They are reflections of their own fears, their own limitations, their own biases. When you realize this, their power over you you stop taking their words as law and start seeing them as noise. Some criticism may hold wisdom, but most of it does not. The key is to filter, to take what helps and discard the rest. Imagine walking into a room full of doors. Each door represents a possibility, an opportunity, a new chapter. But before you can open any of them, you pause, turning back to ask the crowd behind you, is it okay if I go through this one? Some say yes, some say no, others laugh, others shrug. Confused and insecure, you end up frozen, unable to move through any door at all. This is what happens when you live for approval. But if you walk in and trust your own instincts, you begin opening doors without asking for permission, and that is when life starts to open itself to you. Approval seeking is rooted in fear, the fear of rejection, of being judged, of being alone. But here is the truth. Rejection will happen anyway. Judgment is inevitable. Not everyone will like you, and not everyone is meant to. When you accept this, you free yourself. You stop wasting energy on what you cannot control. You stop bending to please people who were never going to walk your path with you anyway. This does not mean arrogance or selfishness. It does not mean shutting out feedback or refusing to listen. It means knowing the difference between wisdom and noise, between constructive guidance and empty criticism. It means respecting others without depending on their approval. It means living in alignment with your own values, not bending them to fit into someone else's expectation. Ask yourself, how much of your life has been shaped by the opinions of others? How many choices have you avoided because you feared judgment? How many times have you silenced your truth because you didn't want to upset someone? And what has it cost you? Every time you do this, you trade authenticity for acceptance, but it is a trade that always leaves you empty. Life rewards authenticity. The doors that truly belong to you will only open when you walk in your own truth. If you keep chasing approval, you will forever knock on doors that were never meant for you. But the moment you release the need for validation, you start moving toward the ones that align with your soul. This is the fourth lesson. Stop seeking approval. Stop waiting for permission. Stop silencing yourself for the comfort of others. The doors of life will not open to those who beg for validation. They will open to those who trust themselves enough to walk forward without it. When you choose authenticity over approval, you step into your real power. And when you live in that power, no door can stay closed to you.
Criticism is something that no one can escape. The moment you try to do anything meaningful, voices will rise around you. Some will question your choices, others will mock your efforts, and many will project their own fears onto your path. Most people crumble under this pressure. They take every comment to heart, replaying it in their minds until it weakens their resolve. They allow criticism to shape their identity, dictate their actions, and steal their courage. But the truth is this: criticism only has as much power as you give it. Life will always test you with the opinions of others. The difference between those who succeed and those who give up is not in whether they face criticism, but in how they respond to it. The weak react emotionally, they get defensive, they argue, they doubt themselves. The strong remain calm, filter what they hear, and decide whether it is useful. They treat criticism not as a threat, but as information, and in doing so, they keep their power. Imagine a sculptor chiseling away at a block of stone. As he works, people pass by. Some admire his progress, some offer advice, and others laugh, saying the stone will never become anything beautiful. If he listens to every voice, if he allows himself to be shaken by every comment, he will never finish the sculpture. But if he stays focused, filtering out the noise, continuing to carve with patience and vision, in time the masterpiece will emerge. This is how you must handle criticism. It is inevitable, but it is not defining. There are two kinds of criticism. The first is constructive. It comes from people who have knowledge, who care, who want to see you grow. This kind of feedback is valuable, and you should welcome it. The second is destructive. It comes from envy, ignorance, or insecurity. It is not meant to help, but to tear down. This kind of criticism is meaningless, unless you choose to internalize it. The mistake most people make is treating both types as equal. They absorb every word, letting the useful and the harmful weigh on them the same. The strong know better. They extract wisdom from what is constructive and discard the rest without a second thought. Think about how much energy is wasted on destructive criticism. People replay insults in their heads for days, weeks, even years. They let a stranger's careless words dictate how they feel about themselves. They allow a single negative opinion to overshadow 100 positive ones. This is the tragedy of giving your power away. The truth is, most critics have never done what you are trying to do. They speak from the sidelines, not from experience. Their voices are not authority, they are noise. The world's greatest thinkers, leaders, and creators all faced relentless criticism. Their ideas were ridiculed, their choices doubted, their visions dismissed. If they had allowed those voices to control them, nothing remarkable would have ever been built. The criticism did not stop coming, they simply stopped letting it control their inner world. They understood that criticism is often the price of progress. If no one is questioning you, it probably means you are not doing anything bold enough to matter. Handling criticism with strength is about detachment. When someone criticizes you, you pause. You do not react impulsively. You ask yourself, does this hold truth? Is there something useful here? If yes, you learn from it. If not, you let it go. No overthinking, no emotional spirals, no surrendering of peace. You move forward. The more you practice this, the lighter you feel. The world may throw its opinions at you, but they slide off because you no longer carry them. Consider what happens when you respond to criticism with silence instead of defensiveness. The critic expects a reaction, expects you to be shaken, but when you remain calm, when you refuse to be disturbed, the power shifts. Their words lose weight. They are left unsettled, while you continue stronger than before. This is how criticism becomes fuel instead of poison. Ask yourself, how many of your dreams have you abandoned because of criticism? How many times did you hesitate to act because you feared what others might say? How much of your life has been limited, not by your abilities, but by your sensitivity to opinions? These are the closed doors that criticism creates when you allow it to control you. But once you decide that your opinion of yourself matters more than anyone else's, those doors begin to open. You cannot control the voices of others, but you can always control your response. You can choose to be fragile, breaking under every comment, or you can choose to be unshakable, filtering criticism with clarity and continuing forward. This choice determines whether you live trapped by fear of judgment or free to pursue your path. The next time criticism comes, and it will, see it for what it is: words, just words. Take what helps you, ignore what doesn't, and never let it define you. The doors of life do not open for those who crumble under the opinions of others. They open for those who remain focused, steady, and undisturbed. The moment you stop fearing criticism is the moment you begin to live fully. This is the fifth lesson. Handle criticism, not with emotion, but with strength. Keep moving, and the doors ahead will not only open, they will stay open, because nothing and no one can shake you from your path. Pressure is the great revealer. It shows you who you really are when comfort is stripped away, when the plan falls apart, when the world feels like it is closing in on you. Some people break under it. They panic, they lash out, they freeze. Others remain steady, calm, and in control. What makes the difference is not luck or natural talent. It is preparation. The people who thrive under pressure are the ones who have trained their minds to expect challenge instead of fearing it. Most people treat pressure as a curse, something to avoid at all costs. They hope life will be smooth, predictable, free of stress, but this is an illusion. Pressure is not the exception, it is the rule. It will come in many forms: deadlines, conflicts, setbacks, disappointment. The question is never whether you will face pressure, but how you will respond when it arrives. If you resist it, if you demand that life be easy, you will always be thrown off balance. But if you embrace it, if you accept pressure as part of the journey, you will discover that it sharpens you. Think of a warrior stepping into battle. He does not expect an easy fight. He does not hope his opponent will be weak or unprepared. He enters knowing that resistance will come, that challenges will test him, that chaos is inevitable, and because he expects it, he does not waste energy panicking. He is ready. He focuses on execution. This is the mindset you must adopt. Pressure is not something to fear. It is something to prepare for,
something to use. When you crumble under pressure, it is usually because you are clinging to control. You wanted everything to go exactly as you imagined, and when it doesn't, you lose your composure. But control over external events is an illusion. You cannot dictate what others will do, how the world will move, or how perfectly your plans will unfold. The only control you will ever truly have is over yourself, your thoughts, your actions, your reactions. When you understand this, pressure loses its power to break you. Imagine a storm. Most people caught in it flail against the winds, burning themselves out in resistance. But the ones who remain calm, who bend without breaking, who move with the storm instead of against it, are the ones who survive and emerge stronger. Pressure works the same way. When you stop demanding that it disappear, you start adapt. You shift from panic to strategy, from reaction to response. Composure is a skill, and like any skill, it can be trained. You do not wait until you are under immense stress to practice it. You practice in the small moments, the unexpected traffic jam, the rude comment, the missed opportunity. Instead of reacting impulsively, you pause, you breathe, you ask yourself, does this deserve my energy? Is my reaction going to solve the problem, or make it worse? Each time you choose calmness over chaos, you are training your mind, and by the time real pressure comes, you are ready. Preparation is another element of composure. Those who fall apart under pressure are often those who never prepared themselves for difficulty. They hoped things would go smoothly, and when they didn't, they had no strategy. But those who train for adversity, who rehearse worst-case scenarios, who condition their minds to stay steady under stress, are unshakable. They are not surprised when things go wrong. They are ready. Their discipline has already built the resilience they need. Ask yourself, how do you respond when life presses on you? Do you react with panic, anger, or despair, or do you step back, steady yourself and respond with clarity? Every moment of pressure is a test, but it is also an opportunity, a chance to demonstrate control, to build trust in yourself, to refine your ability to remain calm in the storm. Think of the leaders you respect the most. They are not remembered because they thrived in times of ease. They are remembered because they stood tall in chaos, because they exuded calm when others collapsed. Their composure was their power. While others lost their focus, they became sharper. While others surrendered to fear, they leaned into clarity. And because of this, people followed them, people trusted them, people respected them. You have the same ability. It begins with a decision. I will not crumble under pressure. I will not waste energy wishing things were easier. I will prepare. I will adapt. And I will remain calm no matter what comes. Each time you affirm this, each time you practice it in small challenges, you build an inner strength that cannot be shaken. Life will always test you. The unexpected will always arrive. Pressure will never disappear. But if you train yourself to stay composed, it becomes your advantage. While others lose their footing, you will remain steady. While others react recklessly, you will respond with intention. And when the storm passes, you will still be standing, stronger than before. This is the sixth lesson. Composure under pressure is not about being emotionless. It is about mastery. It is about refusing to let external chaos dictate your inner state. When you remain calm, you see clearly. When you see clearly, you act wise. And when you act wisely, doors that seemed locked in panic suddenly open with ease. The world belongs to those who stay steady when everyone else falls apart.
Suffering often comes not from what happens to you, but from how tightly you cling to what you think should have happened. People grip outcomes, expectations, and desires so tightly that when reality does not align, they feel pain far greater than the situation itself. The truth is, much of human frustration is not caused by events but by resistance to them. When you refuse to let go of what you cannot control, you chain yourself to disappointment. But when you learn the art of release, you free yourself to move forward with strength. Imagine holding water in your fist. The tighter you squeeze, the less you can keep. Eventually it slips away no matter how desperately you try to hold it. Life works the same way. The more you demand that everything stay exactly as you want, the more suffering you create for yourself. But when you open your hand, when you allow water to flow freely, you are no longer fighting reality. You are moving with it. Letting go does not mean giving up. It does not mean apathy or weakness. It means choosing to focus on what you can influence while releasing what you cannot. It means accepting that life will not always match your expectations, and that peace is found not in control, but in adaptability. The strongest individuals are not those who force the world into their design, but those who remain steady when the world shifts around them. Think of the times you held on too tightly. Perhaps it was a relationship that had already ended, but you replayed every moment wishing it had turned out differently, or a lost opportunity, a job you didn't get, a door that closed. How much energy did you waste resisting what was already gone? That energy could have been used to move forward, to grow, to open new doors. Instead, it trapped you in the past. The pain was not in the loss itself, but in your refusal to release it. When you let go, you create space. Space for new opportunities, new people, new experiences. The problem is not that life withholds from you, it is that you are too full of what no longer serves you. You cannot open new doors if you are still clinging to ones that have already closed. Letting go clears the path, allowing what is meant for you to enter. Acceptance is the first step. When something doesn't go as planned, acknowledge it. Do not deny it. Do not fight against it. Accept that it has happened. Then ask yourself, is this within my control? If the answer is yes, act. If the answer is no, release it. This practice may feel unnatural at first because your mind will want to replay the story, to find meaning in the what-ifs. But the truth is, no amount of replaying will change what has already passed. Your power lies in how you choose to move forward. Picture a river flowing around rocks. The water does not demand that the rocks move. It does not resist them. It simply flows, adapting to the shape of the landscape. It may take a longer path, but it always finds its way forward. You must become like the river. Obstacles will appear, people will disappoint you, plans will fall apart. But if you flow, if you adapt, you will keep moving, and in the end you will find that nothing has truly stopped you. Detachment is another form of strength. It does not mean you stop caring. It means you stop being controlled by what you cannot change. It is the discipline of engaging fully with life while refusing to be ruled by outcomes. You give your best, you act with intention, but you accept that the result may not always match your vision. And when it doesn't, you adapt without losing yourself. This kind of detachment is freedom. Consider the people you admire for their resilience. They are not the ones who never face setbacks. They are the ones who face them, release them, and continue forward. They do not allow disappointment to linger in their minds for months or years. They feel the sting, they learn the lesson, and they let it go. This ability is what makes them unstoppable. Ask yourself, what are you holding on to that is keeping you stuck? Is it a mistake, a failure, a rejection, an expectation that life should have turned out differently? What would happen if you released it? What space would open in your life? How much energy would you free to focus on what actually matters? Strength is not found in clinging, it is found in releasing. The moment you decide to let go of what you cannot control, you step into a peace that others will not understand. While they are consumed by frustration, you remain steady. While they replay the past, you focus on the future. While they resist reality, you adapt to it. And because of this, you move forward faster, stronger, freer. This is the seventh lesson. To open up to life, you must learn the art of letting go. Release the need for everything to unfold as you imagined. Release the grip on outcomes you cannot change. Release the weight of past disappointments. When you do, you create space for new doors to open. You begin to live with a calmness that no setback can disturb. You walk through life like the river flowing, adapting, unstoppable. And in that flow, every door that truly belongs to you will reveal itself, not through force but through alignment. In a world obsessed with noise, silence has become a forgotten power. People rush to fill every gap in conversation, to explain themselves, to prove a point, to demand attention. They believe that the louder they are, the more control they hold. But real power does not come from constant talking. Real power comes from restraint, from presence, from silence that unsettles and commands respect without effort. Silence is not weakness. Silence is a weapon. Most people are uncomfortable with it. Put them in a room where no one speaks for a moment, and watch how quickly they scramble to fill the air. They chatter, they justify, they overshare, because the emptiness of silence exposes their insecurity. But the one who sits calmly, unshaken, who does not need to rush to speak, creates a tension that others cannot handle. That tension is influence. That stillness is control. Words reveal, but silence conceals. When you speak constantly, you hand others a map of your mind, your emotions, your fears, your intentions. But when you practice silence, you give them nothing to grasp. You remain a mystery. People lean in, curious, unsettled, trying to decipher what you are thinking, and in their attempts they expose themselves while you reveal nothing. Silence shifts the balance of power. Think of a negotiation. One person makes an offer, expecting a quick response. The other remains silent, calm, unreactive. Seconds stretch into what feels like an eternity. The first person begins to doubt themselves. They fill the space with better terms, with compromises, with concessions. The silence wins, not by aggression, not by force but by restraint. This same principle applies in everyday life. Imagine someone insults you, expecting anger, expecting you to defend yourself. If you argue back, they gain satisfaction. If you explain, they gain control. But if you stay silent, they lose their grip. They are left with their own words echoing back at them, and suddenly they feel foolish. Your silence robs them of power. It demonstrates composure so strong that no insult can shake it. Silence also sharpens awareness. When you stop speaking, you start noticing. You see the nervous shift in someone's posture, the hesitation in their voice, the contradiction between their words and their expression. Most people miss these signals because they are too busy talking, but silence turns you into an observer, a strategist. You gather information while giving away nothing. The most influential figures in history were not the loudest in the room. They were the ones who spoke less, but carried weight when they did. They understood that restraint amplifies impact. When they finally broke their silence, people listened, not because they demanded attention, but because their words were rare and deliberate. Silence gave their voices power. Practicing silence does not mean never speaking. It means speaking with intention. It means pausing before responding, resisting the impulse to fill every gap. It means allowing others to reveal themselves first. It means recognizing that silence itself can be a response. A pause can convey confidence. Stillness can shift an entire interaction. The next time you are in a heated situation, try holding back. Instead of reacting with words, let silence speak for you. Instead of explaining yourself endlessly, let your presence do the talking. Notice how the energy changes, how people lean into the quiet, how the control shifts toward you. Silence unsettles those who depend on reaction, and in that discomfort, you gain leverage. Silence also builds discipline. Most people speak out of emotion, anger, insecurity, the need to be validated. By practicing silence, you train yourself to detach from those impulses. You show yourself that you do not need to defend every opinion. You do not need to prove yourself in every conversation. You do not need to announce every plan. Your calmness becomes your strength. Ask yourself, how often do you talk just to be heard? How often do you explain yourself to people who will never understand? How often do you react with words when silence would have been more powerful? Each unnecessary word is energy wasted, power surrendered. But when you master silence, you conserve that energy. You redirect it into action, into strategy, into presence. Silence is not passive, it is deliberate. It is the pause before the move, the calm before the strike, the stillness that confuses and unsettles. It makes people reveal themselves. It makes them question themselves. It makes them respect you without you ever demanding it. This is the 8th lesson. In a world where everyone is desperate to be noticed, become the one who doesn't need to prove anything. While others shout to be heard, stay silent and observe. When you finally choose to speak, your words will carry weight, because they come from intention, not desperation. Silence opens doors that noise will always keep closed. Learn to wield it, and you will find that influence does not require volume, it requires presence.
Your mind is your true battlefield. Every doubt, every fear, every hesitation begins within you long before it appears in your actions. Most people lose this battle not because the world is too harsh, but because they have allowed their thoughts to control them instead of the other way around. They react impulsively, surrender to negativity, and let emotions dictate their choices. But those who learn to master their mind become unstoppable. They carry a calmness so deep that no external chaos can shake it. Strength of mind does not come in a single moment of triumph. It is built like a muscle through repeated resistance, through daily practice. Just as the body grows stronger by lifting weights, the mind grows tougher by facing challenge and refusing to collapse. Every time you pause before reacting, every time you choose discipline over impulse, every time you quiet your fears instead of feeding them, you train your mind to stand firm. Most people believe calmness is natural, that you either have it or you don't. But composure is not a gift. It is a skill. It is the result of training. The reason so many are easily rattled is because they have never practiced control. They have allowed their emotions to run freely, thinking that reacting to everything makes them alive, when in reality it makes them slaves. Freedom comes when you reverse this dynamic, when your emotions serve you instead of rule you. Think about how often you are pulled by fleeting feelings. You wake up tired and skip what you promised yourself you'd do. Someone offends you and you lash out without thought. Fear whispers in your ear, and you abandon the opportunity. Each of these moments seems small, but together they shape your life. They lock doors before you ever try to open them. If you cannot govern your thoughts, you cannot direct your destiny. The ones who master their minds do not avoid negative thoughts.
They refuse to be controlled by them. Doubt appears, but they do not feed it. Fear arises, but they do not bow to it. Anger flares, but they pause, choosing response over reaction. This does not mean they are emotionless. It means they recognize emotions as temporary sensations, not permanent truths. They observe without surrendering, and in that space of observation lies freedom. Imagine standing in the center of a storm. Winds whip around you, lightning cracks, the ground shakes. Most people get swept away, tossed wherever the storm decides. But the one with a trained mind stands rooted, letting the chaos move around them without being pulled into it. They conserve their energy, waiting for the storm to pass, and when it does, they are still standing. This is the strength you build when you train your mind daily. Training begins in the small moments. When frustration rises in traffic, you breathe instead of honk. When fear whispers before a new opportunity, you lean in instead of retreat. When laziness tempts you to quit early, you push through instead. These choices may seem insignificant, but they are the daily weights that build mental strength. The more you practice, the more natural it becomes, until composure is your default state. Discipline is the foundation. The mind always seeks comfort, the easy path, the excuse to quit, but discipline overrides that pull. Each time you keep your word to yourself, waking up early when you'd rather sleep, following through on commitments even when no one is watching, you reinforce control. You teach your mind that your higher self, not your impulses, is in charge. Over time, this discipline becomes unshakable confidence. You begin to trust yourself, and when you trust yourself, the opinions and chaos of the world lose their power over you. Ask yourself, how often do you let your emotions dictate your reality? How often do you give away your peace because of a single thought you chose to believe? What would change if you trained yourself to pause, to question, to redirect? How many doors would open if fear no longer controlled you, if doubt no longer paralyzed you, if anger no longer derailed you? This is not theory, it is practice. Each day presents opportunities to train your mind. Each frustration, each temptation, each fear is a test. If you approach them with awareness, you strengthen yourself. If you surrender without resistance, you weaken yourself. The choice belongs to you. Those who master their minds radiate a calmness that others cannot understand. While everyone else scrambles, they remain centered. While others are enslaved by fear, they move with clarity. And because of this, they stand out. People trust them, respect them, follow them, not because they demand it, but because their composure commands it. This is the 9th lesson. If you want the doors of life to open, you must first master the door of your own mind. Until you control what happens inside, you will always be at the mercy of what happens outside. But once you train your mind to stay calm no matter what, nothing external can hold you back. You will move through life with an unshakable presence, and every obstacle will transform into an opportunity. The storm will rage, but you will stand unmoved, and in that stillness, every door will begin to open before you. Real power does not announce itself. It does not need to broadcast plans, explain intentions, or seek validation. True strength moves quietly, without noise, without the desperate need to be seen. Most people believe success is about being noticed, about showing the world what they are doing, about proving themselves through constant words and declarations. But the truth is, the loudest people are rarely the strongest. The strongest move in silence. They build, they create, they execute. And by the time the world notices, it is already too late to stop them. Noise is a trap. When you talk too much about what you intend to do, you invite doubt, resistance, and unnecessary interference. You waste energy proving yourself instead of investing it into action. You open the door for critics, for distractions, for voices that will try to discourage you. Worse, you trick your own mind. Studies of human behavior show that when you announce your goals, you feel a false sense of accomplishment, as if saying it aloud is enough. But words are not results. Talking robs you of the hunger that action requires. The ones who move in silence understand this. They resist the urge to explain themselves. They resist the temptation to show off their progress before it is finished. They do not need applause to continue.
because their focus is not on being admired, it is on becoming excellent. They let the work speak, and when the results arrive, they speak louder than any words ever could. Imagine two individuals setting out to achieve something. One tells everyone about their plans, posting updates, explaining every detail, defending their choices. The other says nothing. They wake up early, they work late, they discipline themselves without fanfare. Months later, the first has excuses, the second has results. Silence was their shield, discipline was their voice, and results were their proof. This principle applies to every area of life. In relationships, silence shows restraint. Instead of over-explaining or begging for validation, you stand firm in who you are. In business, silence creates anticipation. You don't need to reveal every strategy. You let outcomes demonstrate your vision. In personal growth, silence keeps you focused. Instead of bragging about your habits, you live them consistently until they transform you. Moving in silence is not passivity, it is strategy. It is the art of withholding just enough that people cannot predict your next move. It creates mystery, and mystery creates power. When others cannot read you, they cannot manipulate you. When they do not know your plans, they cannot sabotage them. The less they know, the more control you hold. Think about chess. The strongest players do not announce their strategies. They do not explain what they will do next. They calculate quietly, they move deliberately, and they allow their opponent to reveal themselves first. In life, the same principle applies. Silence keeps you 3 steps ahead, while noise traps you in the same position as everyone else. The urge to announce is rooted in insecurity. People who are uncertain of themselves seek validation. They need others to confirm that they are on the right path. But those who trust themselves, who are grounded in their vision, do not need to explain. They move because they know, they act because their conviction is enough. And this quiet certainty is magnetic. People respect it because it cannot be faked. Ask yourself, how often do you announce your goals before achieving them? How much energy have you wasted proving yourself to those who never matter? How many times have you let outside voices interfere with what you should have kept private? Each of these moments weakened you, not because you lacked ability, but because you gave away power through noise. The path of silence requires discipline. You must resist the craving for recognition. You must learn to be satisfied with your own validation. You must train yourself to take joy in the work itself, not in the attention it brings. When you do, you create an inner strength that cannot be shaken. Your worth no longer depends on applause, and your progress no longer depends on approval. You become unstoppable because nothing external dictates your momentum. The world is full of people who talk about what they will do. Few actually do it. Be among the few. Let your results be your voice. Your consistency be your explanation. Your presence be your statement. While others waste energy broadcasting, conserve yours for building. While they seek recognition, seek mastery. While they move with noise, move with precision. This is the 10th lesson. Stop announcing. Stop explaining. Stop proving. Move quietly, strategically, and with focus. Success does not require an audience. It requires execution. And when you execute consistently, the world will eventually notice, not because you told them to, but because the evidence is undeniable. Real power moves in silence. The doors of life open not to those who shout about what they will do, but to those who quietly create results too strong to ignore. The journey of opening up to life reaches its peak when you realize that everything you have learned is not about gaining control over the world, but about mastering yourself. Each lesson, openness, embracing uncertainty, vulnerability, freedom from approval, strength against criticism, composure under pressure, letting go, silence, mental discipline, moving without noise, has been pointing to the same truth. Life responds to the state of your inner world. When you open up, the doors you thought were locked were never locked at all. They were waiting for you to align with them, waiting for you to become the kind of person who could walk through them with clarity and strength. The mistake most people make is believing that life is something happening to them. They think opportunity is random,
that luck chooses favorites, that the doors are opened or closed by forces outside their control. But the reality is different. Life mirrors you. If you are closed, life feels closed. If you are fearful, life gives you more to fear. If you are guarded, life keeps its treasures guarded. But if you are open, trusting, steady, disciplined, life opens in response. What you are inside determines what you see outside. Consider how many doors have already opened for you when you chose to live differently. The times you said yes instead of no. The times you trusted yourself despite the uncertainty. The times you were vulnerable and it led to deeper connection. The times you ignored the noise of critics and kept moving. Each of these choices expanded your world. Each of them revealed doors that would have remained hidden if you had chosen fear. The pattern is undeniable. Openness creates expansion, and expansion reveals paths that were always there waiting for you. Life is not waiting for the perfect person. It is waiting for the open person, the one willing to step forward without guarantees, the one willing to fail and try again, the one willing to walk with humility, but also with confidence, the one who is not trapped by the need for validation or the fear of criticism, the one who can stand steady under pressure and let go when things do not unfold as expected. That person discovers doors where others see walls. That person finds opportunities in places where others find only dead ends. The final shift you must make is to see openness not as something you practice occasionally, but as a way of being. It is not just a tool for certain situations. It is the posture of your life. To wake up each morning with the mindset, today, I will be open. Open to people, open to lessons, open to challenges, open to uncertainty, open to whatever life chooses to bring. With that posture, every day becomes rich with possibility. Even difficulties become valuable because you see them as doors disguised as obstacles. Think of someone who embodies this way of living. They walk into a room and opportunities seem to find them. They connect easily with others. They adapt to setbacks. They radiate a calm strength that makes people trust them. It is not luck, it is openness. They are not weighed down by fear or doubt. And because they are open, life opens to them. This is available to you the moment you choose it. Ask yourself, what doors are you still keeping shut because of fear? Where in your life are you clinging too tightly, demanding certainty, hiding behind walls? What would happen if you released? What if you stepped forward with openness in every area, refusing to let fear dictate your choices? The answer is simple. You would expand. You would discover possibilities you cannot yet imagine. You would live with a freedom that others admire but cannot understand. This is the final lesson. Opening up to life is not a single act, but a lifelong choice. It is the decision to live without walls, to embrace what comes, to trust that even the setbacks are stepping stones. It is the recognition that your inner openness is the key to outer doors. When you choose openness, you align with the flow of life instead of resisting it, and in that flow every door that matters will open. Do not wait for permission. Do not wait for certainty. Do not wait for the perfect moment. The moment is now. Life is already waiting for you, but it cannot meet you halfway if you are closed. Say yes more often. Trust yourself more deeply. Release what no longer serves you. Walk with calmness, with discipline, with silence where silence is power, and with courage where courage is required. When you live this way, the world transforms. What once felt like a series of locked doors becomes a corridor of endless possibilities. What once felt like resistance becomes alignment. What once felt like struggle becomes growth. The doors of life are not sealed shut. They are waiting for you to approach them with openness, with courage, with presence. So step forward. Open yourself fully to life. Do not fear the unknown. Do not hide behind walls. Do not waste energy seeking approval or fighting battles that do not matter. Focus on what you can control, release what you cannot, and trust that life will rise to meet you. The doors are already there, the keys are already in your hand, and the moment you choose to live openly, you will discover that every door you once feared was locked, was simply waiting for you to turn the handle and walk through. This is the conclusion. The path of openness is the path of freedom, the path of growth,
the path of true power. Open up to life, and life will open up to you. One by one, the doors will reveal themselves, and you will realize they were never closed at all. They were waiting for you to step forward and claim them.
You know the feeling, you share your dream, your vision, your goal, and instead of support, you're met with silence, doubt, or even laughter. They tell you it's impossible. They say you don't have what it takes, and slowly their voices start to echo in your own head. Maybe they're right, maybe I can't do this. Maybe I'm foolish for even trying. But here's the truth most people will never tell you. Greatness is almost always born in isolation. The world doesn't believe in you at the beginning. The world doesn't clap when you start. The applause only comes after you've finished, after you've proven what they said was impossible. And that is why the most important decision you will ever make is this. Keep going, even if nobody believes in you. Think about it. Every breakthrough in history, every innovation, every story of triumph started with one person facing a wall of disbelief. Thomas Edison's teachers told him he was too stupid to learn anything. Walt Disney was fired because he supposedly lacked imagination. Oprah Winfrey was told she wasn't fit for television. If they had listened, if they had allowed the disbelief of others to dictate their actions, we would never know their names. What separates them from the countless others who gave up isn't talent, it isn't luck, it is an unshakable decision to keep moving forward when the world doubted them. The truth is, no one will believe in you until you give them a reason to. People trust results, not dreams. They respect proof, not potential. That's why you can't wait for validation. If you're waiting for the world to cheer you on, you'll be waiting forever. The belief has to start inside you. When everyone else says no, you must whisper yes. When they laugh, you must keep building. When they walk away, you must keep walking, because in the end, their doubt is not your destiny. Your persistence is. A young man once dreamed of creating a business that would revolutionize the way people lived. He told his family, his friends, and his peers. They laughed at him. They told him to be realistic, to get a safe job, to stop dreaming, but he refused to listen. He worked quietly, in obscurity, with no recognition and no support. Years passed. The same people who once mocked him now point to him as a genius, a visionary. What changed? Not them, him. His decision to keep going when nobody believed. That is the law of perseverance. Mockery always comes before respect. Here's the reality you must understand. Most people won't believe in you, not because you can't achieve your dream, but because they could never achieve it themselves. Their disbelief is not a reflection of your potential, it's a projection of their own limitations. They measure your vision against their fears, not against your possibilities. And if you let their doubts take root in your mind, you will carry their failures as your own. Don't do it. Their story is not your story. Their limits are not your limits. You must build a shield of persistence so strong that their disbelief bounces off you like rain against stone. But persistence is not glamorous. It means showing up when nobody notices. It means working in silence, with no recognition, no applause, no reward. It means pouring your effort into something the world has already written off, and that is why most people quit. They crave validation. They want someone to tell them they're on the right track. But here's the truth, you don't need anyone's permission to succeed. You don't need a cheerleader, a round of applause, or even understanding. You need only one thing, the will to keep going. Picture a runner alone on a track. The stadium is empty. No crowd, no cameras, no cheering voice. The only sound is the rhythm of his breath, the pounding of his feet, the whisper of his own doubts. That is the reality of chasing a dream. Success is not built in the spotlight. It is forged in silence when no one is watching, when no one cares, when no one believes. The finish line is not one in front of the crowd. It is one in the lonely miles when you wanted to quit, but kept moving forward. Every person who ever made it faced this trial. Steve Jobs was removed from the very company he founded, branded as a failure, dismissed as irrelevant. Did he give up? No. He kept going, and years later, he returned to redefine the world of technology. Michael Jordan
was cut from his high school basketball team. He could have stopped right there, believed the voices that said he wasn't good enough, but he didn't. He kept going. Today, his name is synonymous with greatness. What do these stories teach us? That disbelief is not the end of your journey, it is the beginning. The truth is, disbelief is fuel if you choose to see it that way. Every "you can't" can become your reason to show that you can. Every laugh, every dismissal, every rejection can ignite your determination. The people who doubted you today will be the ones telling your story tomorrow, but only if you keep going. The path will not be easy. The nights will be long, the silence will feel heavy, the loneliness will sting, but the weight you carry in obscurity will become the crown you wear in victory. So what do you do when nobody believes in you? You believe anyway. You keep building. You keep climbing. You keep walking, one step at a time, one day at a time. You drown out the noise of their doubt with the drumbeat of your persistence, because in the end it is not their disbelief that defines your destiny. It is your refusal to stop. They won't understand you at first. They won't see what you see. They will question why you work late into the night, why you sacrifice comfort, why you keep pouring yourself into something that gives you no immediate reward. They'll call it foolishness. They'll call it a waste of time. But what they fail to realize is that every great achievement begins as invisible work. The roots grow underground before the tree ever touches the sky. What looks like nothing to them is actually everything. And if you stop now, if you let their disbelief convince you to quit, the roots will never break the surface, the tree will never be born, the world will never know what you were capable of. The harsh truth is this: nobody is coming to save you. Nobody is coming to hand you belief, encouragement, or validation. Waiting for others to believe in you is like waiting for the wind to blow in your favor. You may wait forever. The wind doesn't decide the direction of your life. If you let disbelief control you, you will drift aimlessly, anchored by their doubts. But if you take control, if you keep going, regardless of the storm around you, you will chart your own course. Success is not a gift from others, it is a declaration you make with your action. Consider the story of J.K. Rowling. She was rejected by 12 different publishers. 12 people told her the story in her heart was worthless, unpublishable, not good enough. Imagine if she had listened. Imagine if she had stopped after the 5th rejection, or the 10th, or the 12th. The world would never have known Harry Potter. Millions of lives would never have been touched. What was the difference between her and countless writers who gave up? She kept going, even when nobody believed. She refused to silence her own belief. That is the pattern you must follow. You may be rejected, dismissed, ridiculed, but none of it matters if you continue forward. Rejection is not a verdict, it is a test of how much you want it, a test of whether you are willing to endure isolation, to walk the lonely road while others mock or doubt. If you cannot endure being misunderstood, you will never reach greatness. The road to extraordinary is paved with misunderstanding. People will laugh until they are forced to applaud. People will doubt until they are forced to believe. But that shift only happens if you refuse to stop. The reason so many give up is because they crave proof before persistence. They want results before effort. They want applause before discipline. But that is not how the world works. First you work, then the world notices. First you persist, then they believe. First you endure, then they respect. The order cannot be reversed. The world never believes first. That is your burden to carry. You must believe when nobody else does. You must carry the torch through the dark, trusting that one day the light will break. Think about the Wright brothers, 2 bicycle mechanics with no formal education, no resources, no backing from respected institutions. Experts dismissed them, scientists mocked them, even the newspapers ridiculed their vision of flight, but they kept going. They tested, they failed, they tried again, they endured scorn and laughter until the day their machine lifted into the air. Suddenly the same world that doubted them called them pioneers. What changed? Nothing but persistence. They held their belief when nobody else would. That is why we remember their names. You will face the same trial. There will be days when your progress is invisible, when your effort feels wasted, when the silence of disbelief around you is deafening.
In those moments, your mind will tempt you to quit. It will whisper, maybe they're right, maybe I'm not good enough. But this is the precise moment you must rise, because quitting now does not prove them right. It only ensures they are never proven wrong. Every step you take, even unseen, even unrecognized, is building something greater than you can imagine. Keep walking. Understand this. Belief is not a gift you wait for. It is a responsibility you cultivate. You are the guardian of your dream. You cannot hand it over to the opinions of others. If you let them decide whether you continue, you have already surrendered. The dream will die not because you lacked ability, but because you lacked persistence. And persistence is the one thing nobody can take from you. They can doubt you, mock you, reject you, but they cannot force you to stop. That choice is yours alone. So when nobody believes in you, treat it as fuel. Let their disbelief sharpen your resolve. Let their silence remind you to work in silence. Let their laughter echo in your mind until it transforms into your drive. One day, the very people who doubted you will tell others they knew you all along. They will rewrite history in their minds, pretending they saw your greatness from the beginning, and you will smile, because you will know the truth that the only reason you are standing in victory is because you refused to stop when nobody else could see it. The road is lonely, the nights are long, the weight of doubt is heavy, but the prize belongs to those who keep moving. Every legend you admire, every success story you repeat, every hero you look up to once stood exactly where you are now, in a place where nobody believed, and the reason their names live on is simple: they didn't stop, neither should you.
When nobody believes in you, it is easy to feel invisible. You put in the hours, you pour yourself into the work, yet the world moves on as if you don't exist. You see others being celebrated, supported, lifted up, while your efforts remain unnoticed. That silence can be suffocating. It makes you question whether your work matters at all. But here's the truth you must never forget. Silence does not mean failure. Silence is the soil where greatness takes root. Recognition comes last. The work comes first. If you are waiting to be seen before you act, you will never act. You must be willing to grind in obscurity, trusting that the day will come when the world can no longer ignore what you have built. Think of the artist who paints in a dimly lit studio for years with no gallery to showcase his work, or the athlete who trains in the shadows of empty gyms long before the spotlight finds them, or the writer who fills notebook after notebook without a single reader. These people all share one thing: the discipline to keep going when no one is watching. That is the crucible of greatness. What you do in the dark determines what the world will see in the light. If you abandon the process in silence, you will never experience the applause in the end. But if you endure, the silence becomes your advantage, your training ground, your secret weapon. The truth is, most people cannot handle being unseen. They crave validation so much that the lack of it breaks them. They post, they share, they shout for attention, hoping someone will notice, and when no one does, they stop. But understand this: greatness is not built on being noticed. It is built on being relentless. The people who eventually rise are the ones who kept showing up when no one cared. They didn't need permission to continue. They didn't need an audience to practice. They didn't need applause to persist. Their belief was enough. Take Vincent van Gogh. During his lifetime, he sold almost none of his paintings. To the world, he was a failure, a madman, a wasted talent. He died believing no one valued his work. Yet today, his art is priceless, his name immortal. What changed? Not his skill, not his dedication. The world changed. It caught up to what he had been creating all along. His tragedy is that he never saw the validation he deserved. But his legacy teaches us this: the world may not believe in you today, but that does not diminish the value of your work. Your responsibility is not to be validated. Your responsibility is to create, to persist, to endure. You must stop seeking proof before persistence. You cannot wait for the world to clap before you continue. Think of a seed buried in the ground for weeks, maybe months. It lies unseen. Above the soil, it looks like nothing is happening, but beneath, roots are spreading, strength is being built. If you dig it up because you see no progress, you kill the very thing that was growing. Your dream is the same. Just because the world cannot see it yet does not mean it isn't growing. Keep watering, keep tending, keep believing, because one day it will break through the surface, and then the same people who doubted you will marvel at what you've grown. Disbelief will always surround you in the beginning. It is human nature to doubt what is unproven. People don't believe in what they cannot see. They believe in results, and results only come after persistence. That is why your job is not to convince them with words. Your job is to convince them with results. Don't argue with doubt. Don't waste your energy defending your vision to those who cannot see it. Pour that energy into building it, when it's real, when it's undeniable, when it stands before them in flesh and form. They will have no choice but to believe. But until then, your silence is your shield, your persistence, your weapon. Consider Elon Musk in the early days of SpaceX. People laughed at the idea of a private company building rockets. They called it reckless, impossible, a billionaire's fantasy. He was mocked in the press, dismissed by experts, doubted by governments. Yet he kept going. He poured his resources, his energy, his belief into the project. 3 rockets exploded in failure. The world was certain he was finished, but he launched again, and this time it worked. Suddenly, the laughter stopped. The same voices that ridiculed him now call him a visionary. Did their opinions change first? No. The results changed first. That is the pattern. Keep going until the work speaks so loudly they cannot ignore it. The lonely road is not a punishment, it is preparation. Walking alone builds strength that applause can never give you. It teaches you resilience, focus, and conviction. When nobody believes in you, you are forced to decide whether your belief is strong enough to carry you, and if you endure that trial, nothing can shake you. Because when the world finally does notice, when the recognition comes, it will not define you. You will already know who you are. You will already have proven it to yourself. That is the unshakable foundation of true success. So embrace the silence, embrace the disbelief, use it to sharpen your resolve. Let them doubt, let them laugh, let them dismiss you. None of it matters, because you know the truth. Belief is not given, it is earned. Respect is not handed out, it is built, and the only way to build it is to keep going. Every step you take in obscurity is one step closer to inevitability. Every hour you invest unseen is a down payment on your future, and one day, when the world finally opens its eyes, you will not need to say a word. Your results will speak for you. Doubt has a strange power. It creeps into your mind disguised as logic, disguised as reason, disguised as the voice of people you love and trust. They'll say things like, "I just don't want to see you get hurt," or "Be realistic, maybe this isn't for you." And because those voices come from people close to you, they cut deeper than the criticism of strangers. You start to wonder if maybe they're right. Maybe you're chasing something impossible, but here's the reality. You cannot expect others to see a vision that was never given to them. Your dream was placed in you, not in them. Their lack of belief doesn't mean you're wrong. It means they weren't meant to see it yet. That is why you must keep going, even when the doubt comes from those you thought would support you. History is full of men and women who had to walk alone. Albert Einstein was dismissed as slow and incapable by his teachers. Nikola Tesla was mocked, ridiculed, and left in obscurity for much of his life. Rosa Parks was told her act of defiance was useless, that nothing would change. Yet each of them held on to their belief even when society, experts and family refused to understand. If they had yielded to those voices, the world would be poorer, dimmer, smaller. What they teach us is clear. The disbelief of others is not a prophecy, it is background noise. And the stronger your vision, the more noise you will face. The mistake most people make is trying to win everyone over. They explain, defend, argue, hoping to convince others to believe. But the more you try to convince, the more you drain yourself. Belief is not something you demand from others. It is something you demonstrate through results. Every second you spend trying to prove yourself with words is a second stolen from the work that will one day prove itself. Stop talking. Stop begging for validation. Let your results be your voice. Let your persistence be your proof. The truth is, no one owes you belief. Not your parents, not your friends, not your colleagues, not society. The only person who owes you belief is you. If you wait for external belief before you act,
you will never act. The path requires that you become your own source of encouragement. It requires you to say, I will keep going, even when no one claps, even when no one understands. This self-belief is not arrogance. It is survival. Without it, you will crumble under the weight of other people's doubt. With it, you will turn that weight into resistance training, building strength every time they push against you. Think of Abraham Lincoln. Before becoming one of the greatest leaders in history, he faced defeat after defeat, business failures, election losses, public criticism. People told him to give up on politics, that he wasn't cut out for leadership, yet he kept going, year after year, setback after setback. He persisted. Eventually, he rose to the presidency and led a nation through its darkest hour. What if he had listened? What if he had stopped? The lesson is clear. The disbelief of others is only final if you accept it as your own. But disbelief doesn't just come in words. It comes in silence, in indifference, in the absence of support. You share your progress and no one reacts. You talk about your dream, and they change the subject. That silence can sting worse than criticism, because it feels like you don't matter. But remember this, silence is not the absence of progress. It is the quiet before the breakthrough. The world is watching, even when it pretends not. And the day you succeed, the silence will turn into applause, so loud it will echo in the same voices that once ignored you. Don't give up in the silence. The silence is part of the process. You must accept that loneliness is the price of vision. Not everyone can walk with you. Not everyone can see what you see. That is why leaders are rare, why pioneers are few, why greatness belongs to the stubborn few who refuse to quit. The loneliness you feel now is proof you are on the right path. If everyone believed in you, you would not be doing something extraordinary. You would be doing something ordinary. The doubt surrounding you is confirmation that you are pursuing something beyond their imagination. Wear that doubt as a badge of honor. It means you are building what others cannot yet see. Imagine climbing a mountain alone. The air gets thinner, the path steeper, the rocks sharper. At the base, the crowd gathers, shouting that you'll never make it. Some laugh, some shake their heads, some turn away, but you climb anyway, step by step, breath by breath, mile by mile, you climb. And one day, you stand at the peak, looking down at the same crowd who doubted you. They see you now, they believe now, but the belief came too late to matter, because you already knew, long before they did, that you would make it. That is the picture you must hold in your mind every time doubt surrounds you. So what do? When no one believes in you, you become unstoppable. You stop seeking permission and start creating results. You let their doubt fuel you, not stop you. You accept the loneliness as a test of your strength. You embrace the silence as preparation for the roar of victory. And most importantly, you keep moving, step by step, even when the path is steep, even when the world is against you. Because in the end, their disbelief cannot stop you. Only your surrender can. And if you refuse to surrender, if you keep going, nothing can keep you from the summit.
Every time you decide to keep going, you separate yourself from the majority. Most people quit the moment resistance shows up. They set out with enthusiasm, but the first sign of struggle makes them retreat. They say, it's too hard, or maybe it's not meant for me. And in that moment, they hand their dreams over to fear. That's why persistence is rare. It's not that success is impossible. It's that most people lack the endurance to keep moving through disbelief, doubt, and difficulty. If you can endure what others cannot, you will achieve what others never will. The price of greatness is persistence when no one else believes. If you can pay that price, the reward is inevitable. Think about Henry Ford. Before the automobile became the standard of modern life, Ford faced ridicule for even suggesting that ordinary families could own a car. People mocked him, calling his ideas unrealistic. Investors pulled out. Experts dismissed him, but Ford's belief was greater than their doubt. He built, tested, failed, and rebuilt. He faced bankruptcy, criticism, and rejection. Yet he kept going. In time, he didn't just build a car. He built an industry, and the same world that mocked him now drives the machines he imagined. That is the power of persistence. Doubt may surround you in the present, but persistence ensures belief in the future. Most people think success comes from being talented or lucky, But talent without persistence burns out. Luck without persistence fades. The world is full of gifted people who never finished, who gave up when it got hard, who allowed disbelief to drown their vision. What separates the extraordinary from the forgotten is not brilliance, it is stamina. The willingness to keep showing up after failure, after rejection, after everyone else has stopped. Persistence turns ordinary men and women into legends, and that persistence begins with one decision: I will keep going, even if nobody believes in me. The problem is, doubt doesn't just come from others, it also comes from within. When you've worked for months or years without results, your own mind becomes your enemy. It whispers, maybe they're right, maybe I'm not cut out for this. That inner doubt is the most dangerous of all, because it comes in your own voice. But you must remember, the mind believes what you feed it. If you feed it discouragement, it will grow weak. If you feed it persistence, it will grow strong. That's why self-belief is a daily choice. Every morning you wake up, you must decide again to keep going. Not because it's easy, but because quitting guarantees failure, and persistence guarantees possibility. There's a story of a miner who dug for years searching for gold. He spent countless days, countless nights, breaking rocks, moving earth, sweating, and straining. After years with nothing to show, he quit. Another man came along, picked up where he left off, and within 3 feet struck one of the richest veins ever discovered. The first miner wasn't lacking effort. He wasn't lacking skill. He was lacking persistence. He quit just before the breakthrough. That is the tragedy of so many lives. They stop just short of success. Don't let that be your story. The gold you seek may be just a little further, but you'll never know if you stop digging. The world often teaches us to look for immediate rewards, quick success, instant recognition, but lasting achievement never comes instantly. It is forged in seasons of obscurity, of effort without applause. Think of bamboo. For years after planting, nothing appears above the soil. People walk past, seeing nothing, assuming nothing is happening, but underground, roots are spreading, growing deep and strong. Then, suddenly in a matter of weeks, bamboo shoots skyward, growing faster than almost any other plant. That's how dreams work. You grind in silence, unseen, until one day the growth explodes, and the same people who doubted you are left wondering how you rose so quickly. The truth is, you didn't rise suddenly, you were growing the whole time. You just refused to stop. When nobody believes in you, persistence becomes your weapon. Every day you move forward, you weaken the power of their doubt. Every action you take, no matter how small, proves them wrong in advance. They may not see it now, but you are building momentum. Momentum is invisible at first, but once it begins, it becomes unstoppable. Like a snowball rolling down a hill, your persistence gathers power until it cannot be denied. The world cannot argue with results, and results only come to those who refuse to stop. Ask yourself this: what would happen if you simply refused to quit? No matter the disbelief, no matter the setbacks, no matter the silence, what if you kept going until success had no choice but to appear? Most people fail, not because they lacked the ability, but because they surrendered too soon. Persistence guarantees that failure is never final. The only way you truly fail is by giving up. If you keep moving, keep adjusting, keep showing up, you will eventually break through. It may not be today, it may not be tomorrow, but persistence makes success inevitable. So when the voices of doubt rise around you, when the silence of indifference weighs heavy, when your own mind whispers that maybe you should stop, remember this: the world only believes in finished stories. Your story isn't finished yet. Keep going. Write the next page. Take the next step. Swing the pick one more time. Because persistence is not just a habit, it is the bridge between disbelief and destiny. And if you keep walking that bridge, sooner or later, you will arrive where others said you never could. There will come a point when the disbelief around you feels louder than your own voice. Every conversation reminds you of your isolation. Every look, every dismissive smile, every polite nod that hides doubt behind it becomes another weight pressing down on your spirit. And you will be tempted to lower your head, to shrink your dream, so it fits inside their expectations. That temptation is powerful,
but it is also deadly, because the moment you adjust your vision to make others comfortable, you kill the very thing that makes it worth chasing. You were not given your dream, so you could water it down. You were given your dream, so you could carry it full strength, even when no one else can handle it. To keep going when nobody believes, you must guard your vision like treasure. The truth is, people doubt what they cannot measure. If they can't see the blueprint, if they can't calculate the numbers, if they can't imagine the outcome, they will say it cannot be done. But remember this, the greatest achievements in history were all things that couldn't be measured at the start. Flight, electricity, communication across oceans, each of these began as ideas too large for ordinary minds to grasp. The dreamers who pursued them weren't relying on external belief, they were relying on their inner conviction. That conviction carried them through ridicule and rejection. That same conviction must carry you. Conviction is not a feeling, it is not the fleeting spark of motivation that comes and goes with your mood. Conviction is a decision, it is a line drawn in your soul that says, I will not stop until this is done. When nobody believes in you, conviction becomes the anchor that keeps you steady. Without it, every doubt will sway you, every rejection will break you. But with conviction, you become unshakable. Their disbelief may surround you like waves, but you stand like a rock in the storm, unmoved because you know who you are and what you are building. Think of Colonel Harland Sanders, the man who founded Kentucky Fried Chicken. At 65 years old, after losing his job, he decided to pursue his dream of selling his fried chicken recipe. He traveled across the country, pitching his idea to restaurants. Over 1,000 people rejected him. 1,000. They told him it wouldn't work, that nobody wanted it, that he was wasting his time, but he kept going. On the 1,001st attempt, someone finally said yes. That single yes built an empire. What if he had stopped at rejection number 50, or number 500, or 999? The world would never know his name. His story teaches us this. You don't need everyone to believe, you just need to keep going until the right one does. That is the danger of quitting too soon. You may be one step away from the opportunity that changes everything. You may be on the edge of the breakthrough you've been working for, but if you surrender to doubt, you will never see it. The disbelief of others is not proof of your failure, it is simply the resistance you must push through to reach your success. If the road feels heavy, if the world feels against you, you are not failing, you are progressing. Resistance means you are moving. Doubt means you are on the path to something greater than ordinary minds can comprehend. Sometimes, though, the hardest disbelief to face is your own. You can ignore strangers, you can endure critics, but when your own mind begins to whisper that you aren't good enough, that maybe you're wasting your time, that voice feels impossible to silence. Yet here is the truth. Your doubts are they are the echoes of other people's fears, absorbed and repeated in your own head. Your responsibility is not to obey them. Your responsibility is to challenge them. Every time doubt says, you can't, you answer with action, not words, not arguments. Action is the only language that silences doubt, and every step you take becomes evidence that your belief is stronger than your fear. Imagine a runner near the end of a marathon. Exhaustion has set in, his legs are heavy, his lungs are burning, his body is screaming to stop. Around him, some runners are quitting, stepping off the course, others slow to a walk. Spectators are yelling, you don't have to finish, it's okay. But deep inside, something tells him to keep going. One foot forward, then another, each painful step, a declaration, I will not stop. That is what persistence looks like. Not glamorous, not easy, but powerful beyond measure, because in that moment, it is no longer about winning the race, it is about proving to himself that nothing, not pain, not doubt, not disbelief can break him. That is the spirit you must carry in your own race. The reality is this. If you keep going long enough, belief will come. The same people who doubted you will look at your progress and say they always knew you'd succeed. They will rewrite history in their minds, erasing their disbelief. But by then, their belief won't matter, because you will already have built the life you envisioned. You will already have crossed the finish line. You will already have proven to yourself what you were capable of. The only belief you ever truly needed was your own. So keep going. Keep walking through the silence, through the rejection, through the laughter, through the nights when you wonder if it's worth it. Keep going when the weight feels unbearable, when the road feels endless, when the world refuses to see what you see. Keep going, because your persistence is the only guarantee that one day they will, and even if they never do, even if the world never applauds, you will know you refused to surrender, you will know you carried your vision to the very end, and that knowledge, that unbreakable proof of your own resilience, is worth more than every cheer combined.
Every person who has ever made history walked through the fire of disbelief. They were laughed at, rejected, and abandoned, yet they kept going. That is the thread that connects them all, an unshakable refusal to stop. And here's what you must realize. Disbelief is not a sign that you are on the wrong path. Disbelief is confirmation that you are building something uncommon, something rare, something greater than the minds around you can understand. If everyone agreed with you, if everyone supported you, you wouldn't be pursuing something extraordinary, you would be chasing something ordinary. The resistance you feel is proof that your vision is worth it. Most people fold under pressure because they mistake doubt for evidence. They hear you can't so many times, they start to believe it must be true, but repetition does not equal reality. 1,000 voices telling you that you can't still does not make it true. Only your actions decide that. If you take one more step, one more swing, one more shot, you've already proven them wrong in advance. Failure is only final if you quit. As long as you continue, the possibility of success remains alive. You carry that possibility with every action you take, no matter how small, no matter how unnoticed. Look at the story of Soichiro Honda. As a young man, he applied for a job at Toyota and was rejected. The company told him he wasn't good enough. Most would have taken that rejection as a final verdict, but Honda didn't. Instead, he started his own company. In the beginning, people mocked his small shop, his unconventional ideas, his impossible dream. He worked in obscurity, building piece by piece. Decades later, the Honda Motor Company became one of the most successful automobile manufacturers in the world. The very industry that once rejected him was reshaped by his persistence. His story isn't about luck, it's about keeping going when nobody else believes. The truth is, nobody sees the countless hours behind success. They don't see the empty rooms you worked in, the long nights, the sacrifices. They only see the finished product, and then act as if it appeared overnight. That is why you cannot live for their approval. They will never understand the process. They will only recognize the result. You must be willing to work in silence, to push forward without applause, to grind day after day, knowing that one day the results will speak so loudly no one can ignore them. Their disbelief doesn't matter in the process. It only matters that you endure long enough to prove it wrong. There is a hidden gift in being doubted. Doubt forces you to dig deeper, to build strength you didn't know you had. When no one supports you, you learn to support yourself. When no one pushes you, you learn to push yourself. When no one believes, you learn to create belief out of nothing but persistence. That is why the most resilient people often come from the harshest beginnings. They had no choice but to believe in themselves, and that belief became unbreakable, forged in the fire of disbelief. If you are doubted now, count it as training. You are becoming unshakable. Think of a blacksmith hammering steel. Each strike, each spark, each burn of heat is painful to endure, but it is necessary to create a blade strong enough to endure battle. Disbelief is the hammer, rejection is the fire, criticism is the spark, and you are the steel being forged. With each blow you are becoming sharper, stronger, more resilient. If you quit now, you remain unfinished metal, but if you endure the fire, if you withstand the hammer, you emerge as something indestructible. That is the gift hidden inside the doubt of others. It is shaping you into someone unstoppable. You must remind yourself daily that belief is not a requirement for progress. You do not need permission to succeed. You do not need approval to advance. Every step forward is yours to take, regardless of who sees it, who acknowledges it, who claps for it. Think of the pioneers who traveled west across uncharted land, guided by nothing but conviction. No maps, no guides, no guarantees, just a belief that something greater lay ahead. They faced hunger, storms, loneliness, and danger, but they kept going, and because they did,
The world expanded. Their persistence built opportunities for generations who came after them. That is the weight of your persistence too. You are not only building for yourself but for those who will follow in your footsteps. Understand this. Every time you push forward through disbelief, you are building credibility. The world may not see it yet, but you are stacking evidence brick by brick. And one day, those bricks will form a wall, so undeniable that even the loudest doubters will be silenced. You don't need to win them over now. You don't need to prove anything today. Your persistence is the proof. Every action is a testimony. Every step forward is another piece of evidence in the case for your greatness. One day, the verdict will be clear, but until then, keep laying bricks. So when the world tells you to quit, when the silence of disbelief grows heavy, when your own doubts begin to rise, remember this: you are not defined by their lack of belief, you are defined by your refusal to stop. Each moment you persist, you grow stronger. Each day you endure, you move closer. And though they may not see it, though they may laugh or dismiss or ignore, you are building something they will one day have no choice but to respect. Keep going, keep building, keep climbing, because disbelief cannot destroy you unless you let it. And if you refuse to let it, if you choose persistence over surrender, nothing, no voice, no silence, no rejection can stop what you are becoming. There will come a time when the disbelief turns into pressure, so heavy it feels like carrying the world on your back. You'll wake up exhausted, questioning whether another day of effort is worth it. The voices of doubt will echo louder, not quieter. As you make progress, people will point to your lack of visible results and say, "See, I told you it wouldn't work." That moment is critical, because that is the moment most people quit. They let the weight of disbelief crush their will, but not you, not if you've chosen to keep going, because that exact point, the breaking point, is where breakthroughs are born. The wall that stands before you is not a barrier, it is a threshold. Push through it, and everything changes. Stop there, and you'll never know what waited on the other side. Disbelief does not disappear quickly. It lingers. Even when you begin to achieve small victories, people will say they are accidents, flukes. They will minimize your progress, so they can maintain their sense of being right. Don't waste energy fighting them. Don't argue. Don't try to convince. Every ounce of energy spent defending yourself is energy stolen from your progress. Let them think what they want. While they talk, you move. While they doubt, you act. While they wait for proof, you create it. Action is the only argument you need. Consider the story of Sylvester Stallone. Before Rocky became an iconic film, Stallone was broke, rejected by countless studios, and even told he should give up acting altogether. People laughed at his dream. He was offered money for his script, but only if he agreed not to star in it. He refused, holding on to his vision even when no one believed. He kept pushing, kept fighting, until finally someone gave him the chance. Rocky went on to win Academy Awards and make Stallone a household name. The very people who told him he had no future in acting were forced to watch as the world celebrated him. Why? Because he kept going when disbelief surrounded him. He refused to sell out, refused to surrender, refused to let go of the dream that only he could see. That is the lesson you must be prepared to walk alone. Alone in your vision, alone in your fight, alone in your pursuit. But here's the paradox. The longer you walk alone, the stronger you become. Loneliness trains your spirit. It forces you to rely on your own conviction, instead of leaning on the validation of others. And once you've endured it, once you've proven to yourself that you can keep moving without applause, you become unstoppable. Because if you can walk without support, what could possibly hold you back once support arrives? The loneliness you feel today is the foundation of the strength you'll stand on tomorrow. You must also understand this. The world is built to doubt pioneers. Every system, every tradition, every habit of society resists change. And if your dream threatens to change something, disbelief is the natural response. People doubt not because you are wrong, but because they fear what you represent. Your persistence reminds them of their own complacency. Your courage highlights their own hesitation. Your progress exposes their own excuses. That's why they resist you. That's why they don't believe. It has nothing to do with your worth. It has everything to do with their fear. If you let their fear stop you, you will inherit their mediocrity. But if you push forward, you will inherit your destiny. Imagine a sculptor working with marble. At first, the stone looks like nothing, a rough, unshaped block. People walk by and scoff. What a waste of time. They say, it will never be beautiful. They cannot see what the sculptor sees. They do not believe, because they do not understand. But the sculptor does not argue. He does not waste time convincing them. He keeps chiseling, day after day, stroke after stroke. Slowly, a shape emerges. Slowly, beauty reveals itself. And one day, the same people who laughed stand in awe before the finished masterpiece. That is your journey. Right now, all they see is the rough stone, but inside you lies the masterpiece, and only persistence will reveal it. The secret is this: persistence outlasts disbelief. People doubt loudly at the beginning, but their voices fade as your results grow. First, they mock, then they ignore, then they watch, and finally, they applaud. But that cycle only completes if you endure long enough to reach the final stage. If you stop in the mocking stage, all you'll ever hear is laughter. If you quit in the ignoring stage, all you'll ever feel is silence. But if you persist, if you push forward, eventually disbelief transforms into belief, and those who doubted you will tell your story as proof of what persistence can achieve. You may be tired, you may feel beaten down, you may be carrying scars from every rejection, every dismissal, every failure. But remember this: those scars are not signs of defeat, they are signs of survival. They are proof that you endured what others could not, and each scar is preparing you for the day when the disbelief ends, when your results cannot be denied, when your name is spoken with respect. The scars you carry are your evidence that you kept going. Wear them proudly. They are medals earned in the battle of persistence. So keep chiseling, keep running, keep climbing. The disbelief will not vanish overnight, but it will vanish eventually. And when it does, when the world finally sees what you've built, when they finally recognize the masterpiece you've created, you will know it wasn't their belief that carried you there, it was yours. Their disbelief didn't matter. Their silence didn't stop you. Their laughter didn't break you, because you kept going. And that decision, that relentless, unshakable decision, is the reason you will stand where they said you never could.
Every great journey reaches a stage where persistence becomes the only thing holding you together. The early excitement has faded. The applause never came. The disbelief has grown louder, and the results you hoped for seem so far away you wonder if they'll ever appear. This is the valley, the place where most people quit. They stop not because they lack talent, not because they lack opportunity, but because they lack the strength to keep walking through the valley. But if you endure, if you push forward, when everything inside you screams to stop, you will discover that the valley is not the end, it is the passage. On the other side lies the very breakthrough you have been fighting for. The valley is where dreams are tested. Anyone can start when the path is clear and the crowd is cheering. But who can keep moving when the lights are gone and the road feels endless? Who can endure the silence, the loneliness, the doubt? That is the real measure of greatness. Because the valley weeds out the pretenders from the persistent. Those who quit in the valley will forever wonder what might have been. Those who keep going through it will look back one day and realize the valley was the very place where they became unbreakable. Think of Thomas Edison working on the electric light bulb. Failure after failure, thousands of attempts that led nowhere. The world doubted him, mocked him, called him a fool, wasting his life on an impossible dream. But Edison kept walking through his valley. Each failure was not an ending but a lesson. Each setback was a step forward. Eventually the light shone, and the world changed forever. But it wasn't the light bulb itself that defined Edison's greatness. It was his refusal to quit in the valley. Most people want success to come quickly. They want validation early. They want proof without persistence. But the reality is this: the valley exists to test your resolve. If you can be stopped, you will be stopped here. The disbelief of others is magnified in the valley. Your own doubts echo loud. The temptation to quit feels overwhelming. And yet, if you can keep going here, you can keep going anywhere. If you can take another step in the valley, you've already proven yourself stronger than 90% of the world. There's a story of a man who trained for years to become a boxer. His friends doubted him. His family told him to give up. He fought in small, forgotten gyms where no one clapped for him. He endured defeat after defeat, ridicule after ridicule, but he kept training. He kept showing up. Eventually he got his chance at a major fight, and against every odd, Against every voice that told him he couldn't, he won. That victory wasn't earned in the spotlight of the ring. It was earned in the valley of obscurity, in the lonely hours when nobody believed in him. His persistence carried him where doubt never could. That is the truth you must hold close. Success is not built in the spotlight. It is built in the shadows. It is built when you keep writing even though no one reads, when you keep training even though no one watches, when you keep building even though no one notices. That lonely persistence is the foundation of every victory. By the time the world finally sees you, you will already know who you are, because you proved it in the silence. Disbelief is loudest right before the breakthrough. That's why so many stop too soon. They misinterpret the intensity of resistance as a sign they should quit, when in reality it is proof they are closer than ever. Resistance grows as you near the summit, because the climb is steeper, the air thinner, the challenge greater. But that is not a signal it is a signal to dig deeper. If you can push through when it is hardest, you will soon find yourself standing where the world said you never would. Think of gold miners striking their richest finds just after years of futility. Think of entrepreneurs whose businesses finally succeed after countless failures. Think of athletes who finally win after years of loss. In each case, the disbelief was heaviest right before the victory, and in each case, persistence was the only difference between quitting in defeat and rising in triumph. So when you find yourself in your own valley, surrounded by silence and doubt, remind yourself this is the test. This is where the weak surrender and the strong are forward. Every step you take here is a declaration that you will not join the ranks of those who gave up. Every step is proof that you are different, that you are stronger, that you will endure until you reach the other side. One day you will look back on this valley with gratitude, not because it was easy, but because it shaped you. The disbelief you faced will become the very fuel that drove you. The silence you endured will become the foundation of your strength, and the victory you achieve will taste sweeter because you know how much it cost. So keep going, through the silence, through the rejection, through the pain, through the valley. Keep walking when nobody walks with you. Keep climbing when nobody believes you can reach the top. Because the valley is not your final destination, it is only the passage. And if you refuse to stop, the passage will lead you to the very summit others said you'd never see. ChatGPT said, "The day will come when your persistence begins to show itself in visible ways. At first it's small, barely noticeable to anyone but you. A result here, a breakthrough there, a sign that all the unseen effort wasn't wasted. To outsiders it looks insignificant. They shrug it off, dismiss it as luck, a coincidence, a temporary win. But you know better. You know what it cost. You know the years of rejection, the nights of doubt, the mornings where getting out of bed felt impossible. You know the loneliness, the silence, the disbelief, and because you endured all of it, you can see the truth. They may not recognize it yet, but this is the beginning of the shift. This is the moment when your persistence starts speaking louder than their doubt. The strange thing is, the world resists belief until it can no longer deny the evidence. People are conditioned to trust what they see, not what they hear. You may have told them 1,000 times what you were building, but until the results stand in front of them, your words mean nothing. That is why you cannot waste your life trying to persuade doubters with explanations. Their ears are deaf to vision, but their eyes will never be able to ignore results. Once the results show, belief follows like a shadow. Consider Jeff Bezos in the early days of Amazon. He left a secure career to sell books online, a laughable idea at the time. Friends and colleagues told him it would fail. Investors mocked him. Even years into building, Amazon was called a money-losing joke. But Bezos didn't stop. He kept building, kept moving forward, kept enduring the disbelief. And then the results came. Sales skyrocketed, expansion grew, and suddenly the same voices that ridiculed him called him a genius. What changed? Not him, not his vision. The only thing that changed was that the results became too big to ignore. That is the pattern you must accept. At first, you will be invisible. Then, you will be doubted. Then, you will be mocked. Then, you will be ignored. And if you persist long enough, you will finally be recognized. But you cannot skip the steps. Recognition is the reward for persistence,
not the prerequisite for it. The applause comes after the performance, never before, and the performance is your daily persistence. The work you do when nobody believes. The mistake many people make is stopping when the results don't come quickly enough. They plant seeds and expect a harvest the next day. But growth doesn't work like that. Just because you don't see progress doesn't mean nothing is happening. The roots are spreading, the foundation is being built, and then suddenly the harvest comes. But it only comes to those who kept watering long after others. If you give up before the harvest, you will never taste the reward. Persistence is not glamorous. It is slow, repetitive, often invisible, but it is the only way to make results inevitable. Every breakthrough looks impossible right before it happens. That's why the voices of doubt are always loudest near the finish line. People can sense that you are about to prove them wrong, and they will throw everything at you to stop it. That is when you must double down. When you feel the weight the heaviest, when disbelief surrounds you the tightest, remind yourself, it means you are close. Don't stop when you're tired. Don't stop when you're discouraged. Stop only when you are finished. Think of Nelson Mandela, imprisoned for 27 years, nearly 3 decades of silence, rejection, and disbelief. The world outside South Africa doubted he would ever see freedom. The government that held him believed he would die behind bars, but he endured, day after day, year after year. He persisted, and then one day, the prison doors opened. He walked out, not broken, not defeated, but stronger, prepared to lead a nation. The results of his persistence could no longer be ignored. The same world that doubted him now celebrated him, and the lesson is clear. No matter how long it takes, persistence always pays off. Your journey may not demand decades in a cell, but it will demand years in the shadows. It will demand effort no one sees, battles no one understands, sacrifices no one appreciates. And when you finally rise, people will marvel at how quickly it seemed to happen. They'll call you an overnight success, ignoring the years of persistence that made it possible. Smile at that. Let them believe what they want. You'll know the truth. You'll know the nights you nearly quit, the mornings you forced yourself forward, the days you worked in silence, and you'll know that the results they now celebrate were born in those very moments. So when you feel invisible, when you feel forgotten, when you feel crushed under the weight of disbelief, hold fast. Results don't come on your timeline. They come on persistence timeline, and persistence never fails. Every step you take builds pressure beneath the surface, until one day, it erupts in a way no one can deny. Keep walking, keep building, keep enduring, because the day is coming when your results will speak so loudly, the world will have no choice but to believe.
Momentum is a mysterious force. It begins in silence, unnoticed, hidden from the world. At first, it feels like nothing is happening. You work, you push, you sacrifice, and the results are small, almost invisible. But persistence has a way of multiplying itself. One action leads to another. One victory opens the door to the next. One breakthrough creates the conditions for more. Slowly, the tide begins to shift. What once felt impossible starts to feel inevitable. This is momentum, the reward for refusing to quit when nobody believed. The thing about momentum is that it doesn't ask for permission. It builds quietly, gathering strength beneath the surface until suddenly it explodes into view. That's why so many people call success overnight. They only see the eruption, not the years of pressure building beneath it. But you know the truth. You know every unseen hour, every lonely step, every day you chose to keep going when others doubted you. Momentum is not magic. It is persistence compounded over time. Look at the story of Serena Williams. Before she became a legend, she was just a girl from Compton with a racket and a dream. Few believed she could dominate a sport controlled by privilege and tradition. She faced doubt, criticism, and barriers at every turn, but she kept training, kept winning small matches, kept showing up. Slowly, the momentum built, victory after victory, breakthrough after breakthrough, until she was unstoppable. The same people who doubted her now speak her name with reverence. What changed? Nothing but persistence turning into momentum. Momentum is proof that belief is not required from others. You don't need them to cheer for you at the start.
You don't need them to clap when you're invisible. If you keep moving, momentum will carry you to a place where the results are undeniable, and once that happens, even the loudest doubters will have no choice but to change their tune. They will pretend they always believed, but you will remember the truth. You walked alone until the momentum carried you beyond their reach. The problem is that most people quit before momentum has a chance to build. They give up in the early stages, when progress feels slow, when disbelief is heavy, when results are scarce. But persistence is like pushing a heavy boulder up a hill. At first it barely moves. You strain, you sweat, you fight, and the boulder resists. But if you keep pushing, inch by inch, step by step, eventually it reaches the tipping point, and once it begins to roll, nothing can stop it. That's momentum. The hardest part is the beginning. The reward is the unstoppable force that comes later. Think of Elon Musk again. His early years at SpaceX and Tesla were filled with failure, ridicule, and doubt. People said his companies were doomed, but he kept pushing, rocket after rocket, test after test, attempt after attempt. The boulder resisted, but he did not quit, and then the momentum came. Successful launches, groundbreaking innovations, growing markets. Suddenly the companies once dismissed as foolish became the very symbols of the future. That's what momentum does. It silences disbelief and amplifies persistence until the world can't help but notice. Here's the secret. Momentum is not given, it is earned. You earn it through discipline, through consistency, through refusing to surrender when the progress feels too small to matter. You earn it by showing up on days when you don't feel like it, by moving forward when nobody claps, by believing when no one else does. Each action is like another push on the boulder. It may not seem significant in the moment, but every push matters. Every push builds pressure. Every push moves you closer to the tipping point. Momentum is also dangerous to those who doubt you, because once it begins, it grows beyond their control. They cannot stop it, cannot contain it, cannot deny it. They will be forced to watch as the very thing they dismissed takes over. That is why you must never stop in the early stages, because the moment you do, the boulder rolls back. But if you endure, if you persist long enough to reach momentum, your victory becomes inevitable. Think of your own journey. Imagine all the effort you've already poured in, all the nights you refused to quit, all the steps you've taken through doubt and disbelief. None of it is wasted. Every single one has been a push building pressure, preparing momentum. Even if you can't see it yet, it is growing beneath the surface, and the day will come when the weight shifts, when the boulder begins to roll, when the progress accelerates faster than you ever imagined. That day belongs only to those who refuse to quit. So keep pushing, keep walking, keep grinding. When nobody believes, when progress feels invisible, when the weight seems unbearable, remind yourself this is the stage before momentum, this is the proving ground. And if you keep going, if you endure a little longer, you will reach the point where your persistence ignites momentum, and from there, nothing, no doubt, no critic, no disbelief will be able to stop you. Because once momentum arrives, the same voices that doubted you will be drowned out by the sound of your progress, and you will know it wasn't their belief that carried you here. It was yours. It was your persistence, your endurance, your refusal to stop. And that, more than anything, is what makes you unstoppable. Recognition is a strange thing. It arrives late, long after the work has been done, long after the hours have been invested, long after the nights of doubt and the mornings of struggle. At first, nobody sees you, then they dismiss you, then they question why you even bother. And yet, if you keep going, if you endure, through the silence and the ridicule, a day comes when their tone changes. They begin to notice the results. They begin to whisper your name. They begin to realize that maybe, just maybe, you were right all along. Recognition does not come when you ask for it. It comes when you no longer need it. The irony of recognition is that it always feels sudden to the world, but never to you. They will say you came out of nowhere, that your success happened overnight. But you will know the truth, that there were no overnight victories, only years of invisible persistence. You will remember the nights you wanted to quit, the days when no one believed, the countless times you had to carry yourself with nothing but raw willpower. To them it looks easy. To you it feels like survival.
but that's the way it always is. People celebrate the harvest, but rarely acknowledge the years of planting. Think of Maya Angelou. Before the world celebrated her as one of the greatest poets and voices of her generation, she endured years of rejection and doubt. Publishers turned her down. Critics dismissed her. She was told her words would never matter, but she kept writing. She kept going, even when nobody believed, and eventually, the world could no longer ignore the power of her voice. Today, her work is studied, quoted, and remembered. Recognition came, but only because she refused to stop when disbelief surrounded her. Recognition is never the beginning, it is always the reward at the end of persistence. That is why you must stop craving it early. If you chase applause too soon, you will sabotage yourself. You will bend your dream to fit the approval of others. You will dilute your vision to make it palatable, and in doing so, you will lose the very strength that made it worth pursuing. True recognition comes only when you stand firm, when you refuse to shrink, when you keep building exactly as you see it, even when no one else does. Then, and only then, does the world recognize what you have created. The mistake many people make is quitting, because recognition doesn't arrive quickly. They post their work once, share their dream once, attempt their vision once, and when nobody claps, they retreat. But greatness does not respond to a single attempt, it responds to relentless pursuit. Recognition is reserved for those who show up day after day, who fight through silence, who endure through doubt. If you are willing to keep going without recognition, you are destined to receive it one day, but if you demand it too soon, you will never see it at all. Recognition also reveals the truth about disbelief. When success finally arrives, those who doubted you will suddenly change their story. They will say they always believed. They will claim they saw your potential from the start. They will rewrite history in their minds to protect their pride. Let them. Their story does not matter. What matters is that you remember the truth. Remember who doubted you. Remember who ignored you. Remember that you walked alone. And most importantly, remember that you did not need them to believe. The recognition is sweet, but the real reward is knowing you built it without their approval. Think of Oprah Winfrey, fired from her early television job, told she wasn't fit for broadcasting, dismissed as someone who would never succeed in the media world. If she had stopped there, the story would have ended in obscurity, but she kept going, she persisted, and when her breakthrough came, when recognition finally arrived, she didn't just succeed, she redefined an entire industry. The same people who once doubted her became the ones quoting her name as an example of vision and determination. Recognition turned their disbelief into silence. Recognition is powerful not because it validates you, but because it confirms what you already knew. You don't need the world to tell you that you were capable. You already proved it to yourself. Every time you kept going in the dark. You don't need their applause to feel worthy. You earned your worth on the days when you worked with nothing but your own belief. Recognition is not the source of your strength. It is the echo of it, and here is the truth. Once recognition comes, you will realize it was never about them, it was always about you. About proving to yourself that you could endure, that you could persist, that you could carry your dream, all the way to the end. Their recognition may bring applause, but your persistence brings transformation. That is the greater reward. That is the victory nobody can take away from you. So when recognition finally finds you, accept it humbly, but never forget the road that brought you here. Never forget the silence, the laughter, the disbelief. Never forget the nights when nobody believed in you, and you chose to keep going anyway. Because in the end, the recognition is not the prize is who you became. When nobody believed, the prize is the unshakable strength you forged in the fire of doubt. Recognition is simply the world's delayed applause for the performance you already gave.
There comes a moment when the recognition you fought so hard for transforms into something greater. Your persistence begins to inspire others. The same people who once doubted you, who whispered that you were wasting your time, now look at your journey differently. They start to wonder if maybe they too could endure, maybe they too could pursue their dreams, maybe they too could rise above disbelief. You become living proof that it is possible, and in that moment your story ceases to be just about you. It becomes a torch, a light for others still walking in the darkness you once knew so well. This is the quiet power of persistence. It doesn't just create results for you, it builds belief in those who had none. Your refusal to stop when nobody believed becomes the example someone else needs when nobody believes in them. They see your scars, your struggles, your victories, and they realize disbelief is not a wall, it's just an illusion. You've torn down the lie for them. You've shown them the path. And though they may not tell you, your journey has planted seeds of courage in their hearts. Think of Jackie Robinson. When he broke the color barrier in baseball, he endured hatred, insults, rejection, and disbelief on a scale most of us will never face. Yet he persisted. He kept showing up, kept playing, kept proving through his performance that no amount of prejudice or doubt could hold him back. In doing so, he didn't just succeed personally, he opened the door for generations after him. His persistence became inspiration, his courage became proof, and the disbelief that once tried to crush him became the very stage that displayed his greatness to the world. This is what happens when you keep going long enough. The people who doubted you begin to respect you. The people who laughed begin to listen. And beyond that, the people who are struggling begin to find hope in you. They see someone who walked through the same valley they're in, who faced the same disbelief they're facing, and they realize they are not alone. Your journey whispers to them, if I can keep going, so can you. And sometimes, that whisper is enough to keep them moving one more day. It's important to understand, though, that influence doesn't come from preaching. It doesn't come from lecturing others about persistence. It comes from living it. People don't follow words, they follow example. They don't trust speeches, they trust scars. Your influence is not in what you say, but in what you've endured and who you've become because of it. Every time you refused to quit, you were writing a chapter in a story that others can now read for strength. You don't have to force, you simply have to keep being relentless. The story will tell itself. Think of Malala Yousafzai. She faced disbelief, violence, and even attempts to silence her voice permanently. She could have given up. No one would have blamed her, but she kept going. And today, her story inspires millions, not because she told them to keep going, but because she lived it. Her persistence became the foundation of her influence. That is the truth you must hold close. If you keep going long enough, your persistence will echo beyond your own life. The beautiful irony is that the same voices that once told you it was impossible will begin to use your story as proof that nothing is impossible. The same people who laughed will now quote you. The same people who dismissed you will now tell others they always believed in you. Let them rewrite the story if they want, it doesn't matter. What matters is that you know the truth. They didn't believe, but you did, and because you believed, now they do. Influence is not about power, it's about presence. It's about the undeniable presence of someone who would not be broken, who would not stop, who would not surrender. That presence lingers, it changes people, it challenges them to face their own disbelief, to question their own excuses, to rise above their own limits. That is the gift of persistence. It multiplies. It begins with one person refusing to quit and ends with countless others finding the courage to keep going themselves. But influence also carries responsibility. Once you've proven that persistence works, once others look to you as an example, you cannot shrink back. You cannot forget the valley you walked through. You cannot pretend it was easy. You must tell the truth, that it was hard, that you doubted yourself, that you felt alone. Because in that honesty lies the real power to inspire. People don't need the illusion of perfection. They need the reality of persistence. They need to see that you were broken but kept moving, that you were doubted but kept building, that you were tired but kept walking. That truth is what gives them strength. So keep going, not just for you now but for the ones watching silently, hoping someone will prove to them that it can be done. Keep going for the ones who need to borrow your belief until they find their own. Keep going for the ones who will never tell you how much your story matters, but who will carry it with them as fuel for their own fight. Because your persistence is bigger than you. It is bigger than your dream, bigger than your success. It is a legacy of belief in the face of disbelief. And one day when you see someone else rise, when you see them endure, when you see them succeed against all odds, you'll recognize something in them. You'll see the same fire you carried. You'll see your own story reflected in there. And you'll know that because you kept going when nobody believed in you, you gave someone else the courage to do the same. That is the highest reward persistence can give. Not just your own victory, but the victories of those who come after you. The final stages of persistence feel different.
By now the world may have begun to acknowledge you, recognition may have arrived, and influence may have begun to spread. But even here the memory of those early days lingers. You remember the silence, the disbelief, the ridicule. And it's important that you do, because forgetting those days makes you arrogant, but remembering them makes you unstoppable. You didn't climb this far to let pride weaken you. You climbed this far because you never forgot what it felt like when nobody believed. That memory is fuel. It keeps you grounded, it keeps you hungry, and it ensures you never take your progress for granted. The temptation now is to relax, to stop pushing as hard because you've proven the doubters wrong, because you've gained recognition, because you've built momentum. But persistence is not something you switch on and off. It is a way of life. If you stop here, if you let comfort dull your hunger, you risk losing the very fire that carried you through disbelief. The world is filled with stories of people who rose to success only to fall back into mediocrity because they stopped doing the very thing that made them great. Do not make that mistake. Remember the valley, remember the silence, remember the disbelief. Let those memories keep you sharp. Greatness is not a single victory. It is persistence applied again and again, in every stage, in every season. The world will celebrate your achievements, but you must keep building as if no one is watching. You must keep going as if disbelief still surrounds you, because in truth, it always will. There will always be new doubters, new critics, new voices, saying it cannot be done. Each new level of success brings with it new levels of resistance, but you already know the secret. Resistance is proof of progress. Disbelief is proof you are pushing boundaries. And the same persistence that carried you through before will carry you through again. Think of Michael Jordan. Even after becoming one of the greatest athletes in history, he was doubted when he tried to return to basketball after retirement. Critics said his time was over, that his best days were behind him. But Jordan's persistence didn't end with success. He came back and once again proved the world wrong. His story shows us that persistence is not about reaching one peak. It's about climbing every peak that stands before you, no matter how many there are. Persistence must become your identity. When people think of you, they should think of someone who does not stop, someone who does not quit, someone who cannot be broken by disbelief. Because the truth is, disbelief never fully disappears. Even when the majority begins to applaud you, there will always be those who resist, those who criticize, those who hope to see you fail. That's why you must never tie your journey to their approval. You must walk with the same determination you had when no one believed in you. Their applause is temporary, your persistence is permanent. The higher you climb, the lonelier it becomes. At the top, the crowd thins out. Few understand the weight you carry, the sacrifices you make, the responsibility you shoulder. That loneliness can feel overwhelming. But remind yourself, you've been here before. You know how to walk alone. You know how to keep going when nobody believes. That same strength that carried you through obscurity will carry you through the height. In fact, the loneliness at the top is not much different from the loneliness at the bottom. The difference is, now you know how to endure it. And here lies the deeper truth. The persistence you've built has transformed you. You are no longer the same person who began this journey. Back then, disbelief shook you. Now disbelief fuels you. Back then, silence discouraged you. Now silence strengthens you. Back then, doubt felt like a wall. Now doubt feels like a door. Every step you've taken, every obstacle you've endured, every moment you chose to keep going, has not just brought you closer to your dream, it has reshaped who you are. You are no longer just chasing success. You are becoming unbreakable. The legacy of persistence is not the trophies, the applause, or even the influence. The true legacy is the person you become in the process. Someone who cannot be stopped by disbelief, who cannot be broken by rejection, who cannot be silenced by failure. Someone whose very existence is proof that persistence beats everything. That transformation is worth more than recognition, worth more than success, worth more than applause, because when you have become unbreakable, nothing in life can defeat you. And yet the story is not finished. There is still one step left, one decision that remains the most important of all. The decision you faced at the beginning is the same decision you will face at the end. Will you keep going, even when nobody believes, even now with recognition, influence and success? The answer must still be yes, Because persistence is not a single act, it is a lifetime commitment. And those who choose it, those who embrace it fully, leave behind a legacy that disbelief can never erase. So as you stand here, looking back on how far you've come, remember that the journey is not just about proving them wrong, it's about proving yourself right. It's about showing the world, and more importantly yourself, that no amount of doubt, no amount of silence, no amount of disbelief can stop a person who refuses to quit. That is your story, that is your power. And as long as you breathe, as long as you rise each day, as long as you take one more step, that story will never end.
This is where it all comes together. Every moment you wanted to quit, every time you questioned yourself, every day you kept going with no proof it would be worth it. This is the point where you finally see what it all meant. Because persistence was never just about reaching a goal, it was about becoming the kind of person who refuses to stop, no matter what. You have walked through doubt, through rejection, through failure, through silence, through disbelief. And you are still here. That is your victory. That is your proof. The world is full of people who started strong and gave up when it got hard. People who had dreams but let disbelief kill them. People who waited for permission, for applause, for perfect conditions, and never moved. But you were different. You chose to keep going, not because it was easy, not because you were sure, but because you decided that quitting was not an option. You kept showing up, you kept pushing, you kept building, and now everything has changed. Not because the world believed in you, but because you believed in yourself when no one else would. And even now, after everything you've overcome, the world may still doubt you. There will always be someone who doesn't believe, someone who questions your success, someone who says you got lucky. Let them talk, let them doubt, let them underestimate you, because you no longer need their belief. You never did. You've built something stronger than their approval. You've built unshakable persistence. And with that, you can do anything. Think about the long nights, the early mornings, the sacrifices no one saw. Think about the times you were exhausted, discouraged, and tempted to stop, but didn't. Those were the moments that built you, not the victories, not the applause. The struggle built you, the pain shaped you, the silence forged you. And now you stand here, not because you were the most talented, not because you had the most support, but because you refused to give up. That is what makes you unstoppable. You must understand that your story matters. It matters not just because of what you achieved, but because of what you endured. There are people right now who are on the edge of quitting. People who feel invisible, forgotten, and lost. People who are hearing the same doubts you once heard. They need to see someone who kept going. They need to know it's possible. And when they see you, your scars, your story, your strength, they will find the courage to keep going too. You become the proof they were waiting for. This is why persistence is bigger than your dream. It's bigger than your success. It's a message to the world that belief is not a requirement, that support is not a guarantee, that silence does not mean failure. It's a message that even when nobody believes in you, you can still win. And when you do, your victory echoes. It echoes in the hearts of those still fighting, still climbing, still believing in something no one else can see. Your story becomes their strength. You must never forget that the choice is always yours. No one can stop you unless you let them. No one can define you unless you accept their definition. No one can make you quit unless you hand them the pen and let them write your ending. But you haven't done that. You've held the pen the entire time. You've written every chapter, and you've proven that even when nobody believes in you, you can still create something extraordinary. So keep writing, keep building, keep showing up. Not because it's easy, but because it's worth it. Because somewhere out there someone is watching you, even if they don't say it. Someone is drawing strength from your persistence. Someone is deciding to keep going because they saw that you did. And one day, they will tell their story. They will say, I almost quit, but then I saw someone who didn't, and it changed everything. That is the legacy of persistence. It doesn't end with you, it begins with you. Now take a deep breath. Look at how far you've come. Look at what you've endured, and realize this.
The world didn't believe in you, and it didn't matter, because you believed, and that belief carried you through everything. You didn't wait for permission, you didn't wait for applause, you didn't wait for perfect timing. You acted, you persisted, you kept going, and now you are living proof that nothing can stop someone who refuses to quit. And if you ever find yourself facing a new challenge, a new doubt, a new wave of disbelief, remember what you've already survived. Remember that you are not starting from zero, you are starting from strength. You've already done the impossible, you've already proven them wrong. You've already walked through fire and made it out stronger, so whatever comes next, face it with the same persistence that got you here, because now you know the truth. You don't need them to believe, you just need to keep going. This is your story, this is your legacy, and it will echo long after the world forgets the names of those who doubted you, because persistence outlives disbelief, always, and as long as you keep going, you are unstoppable, you are unbreakable, you are proof. Now go, keep going, no matter who believes, no matter who doubts, no matter what stands in your way, because the world doesn't need another person who gave up. It needs you relentless, determined, and unshakably committed to the dream no one else could see. You are not done, you are just getting started. Keep going, always.
They say turning your yearly income into your monthly income is impossible, the dream of daydreamers and fools, but I am here to tell you that not only is it possible, it is necessary if you wish to command life rather than merely survive it. You must understand something most men never grasp. Wealth is not an accident. It is an architecture. It is not stumbled upon. It is constructed brick by brick, deal by deal, choice by choice. When I began, I was not a Rockefeller. I was a boy with little more than discipline, a ledger, and the hunger to rise. I worked for pennies, but I never thought in pennies. I thought in enterprises. While others counted coins in their pocket, I calculated streams that would one day flow into rivers, and when those rivers grew, they became oceans. Imagine this, while most men labor a full year for a modest sum, you design your life so that in 1 month you produce the same result. The secret is not in working harder, but in working with leverage. One man with a shovel may dig for decades, another man with machines and men at his command can move mountains in days. Which would you rather be? The laborer or the commander of systems? The first step is to shift the mind. Until you think beyond wages, you are trapped. A man who trades his time for money will never break free. Time is limited, leverage is not. You must learn to position capital, relationships, and systems to do the labor while you direct the orchestra, just as I built Standard Oil, not by lifting barrels but by designing an empire of efficiency. Most people laugh at visionaries. They say, be realistic, work hard, save a little, and perhaps one day you will retire. But let me ask you, what kind of victory is that? To wait until your body is weak, your passions faded, and only then to taste freedom? That is not living. That is dying in slow motion. Wealth is not meant to be chased at the end of life. It is to be commanded in the prime of it. Consider this. Every enterprise you see around you was built by someone who refused to be ordinary. Men who could have accepted a modest wage but instead sought ownership. Farmers sell crops. Magnates own the railroads that carry them. Laborers pump oil. I built the pipelines that transported it. Understand this distinction, and you will unlock the path to multiplying your income. If you wish to transform your yearly income into your monthly income, you must begin by thinking like a capitalist, not a laborer. Ask yourself, what can I own? What can I control? Where can I build a system that works while I rest? Wealth comes not from being everywhere at once, but from placing yourself where money never stops moving. Do not be deceived by the noise of the world. People will tell you to be content, to be grateful, to live modestly, and yes, gratitude is a virtue, but complacency is a prison. You can give thanks for what you have while still reaching for more. In fact, to stop reaching is to dishonor the very potential you were given. The strongest men I knew were not those with the widest shoulders, but those with the clearest vision. They endured criticism, skepticism, and ridicule, but they pressed forward, guided by a quiet certainty that one day the world would bow to their persistence, and it did.
So I ask you, are you ready to think differently? Are you ready to abandon the smallness of trading time for survival, and instead step into the largeness of commanding systems for wealth? If so, this is your beginning, the first brick in the foundation of turning your yearly income into your monthly income. Do not let the critics sway you. They laughed at me too. They always laugh until they can no longer deny the empire standing before them. This is where the journey begins. The mind must be lifted from the dust of wages to the air of ownership. Once you grasp this, the path reveals itself, because money is not the true wealth, control is. And when you control the flow of money, you will see what I saw, a life where 1 month surpasses what others bleed for in a year. ChatGPT said, most men believe that wealth is a matter of luck. They look at those who have risen and say, he was fortunate, he was in the right place at the right time. That is the language of the defeated. I tell you the truth. Fortune is nothing more than preparation meeting opportunity. Luck favors those who have constructed themselves into magnets for it, and the way you construct yourself is through discipline, foresight, and leverage. When I first began in business, I was not the strongest, nor the loudest. I was, however, the most disciplined. While other men squandered their wages on trivialities, I saved mine. Every cent had a purpose. Money, to me, was not for pleasure but for power. A dollar not invested was a dollar wasted, and because of this, when the opportunity of oil presented itself, I was ready. Most men saw only barrels. I saw an empire. That difference of vision is what separates the man who earns his yearly wage with sweat and the man who transforms that yearly wage into a monthly income without lifting a finger. Leverage begins with capital, but it does not end there. Capital itself is a tool. The true genius is to make every dollar work harder than a man ever could. A man can labor 10 hours a day. A dollar can labor 24 hours, 7 days a week if properly employed. Do you understand what this means? It means your money must never be idle. While you rest, it must work. While you dream, it must build. While you are silent, it must speak in the marketplace on your behalf. But money alone is not leverage. Systems are leverage. Think of the railroads. Before them, goods moved slowly, carried by wagons and horses. The man who sold his produce at market earned little, for the cost of transport was too high. But with railroads, a single shipment could cross states, cities, nations. That is leverage. The same produce, the same effort, multiplied in return because the system carrying it was greater. Ask yourself, what rails can you build in your life? What systems can carry your work farther than your own 2 hands ever could? Then there are men. People often speak of self-reliance as if it means doing everything alone. Nonsense. No empire is built by one man's hand. It is built by one man's vision, and the labor of thousands who believe in it or depend on it. I did not refine every barrel of oil myself. I did not hammer every nail into the pipelines. I directed, I orchestrated, I built a machine of men and methods that multiplied my reach. If you wish to earn in 1 month what others bleed for in 12, you must learn to lead men, to align them, to inspire or compel them toward the vision. Now let me speak of time. Time is the only true currency. Once spent, it is gone forever. The laborer trades his hours for coins and believes he has earned a living. But the truth is, he has sold the most precious thing he owns. I refused to make that trade. My hours I invested only in creating machines of wealth that would outlast me. Even in my absence, the oil flowed, the profits grew, the systems turned. That is why my income multiplied, while others dwindled with age. You must stop thinking of yourself as a worker of time, and begin seeing yourself as an architect of timeless systems. Most men fear risk. They cling to their wages as a drowning man clings to driftwood. But I tell you, security lies not in wages but in ownership. A wage can be taken away in an instant, but an enterprise once constructed outlives storms, recessions, even war. When I invested in refineries, people thought I was reckless. Oil was unstable, the markets uncertain, but I knew that while others feared, systems could be built. And when others hesitated, I advanced. The result was dominant. If you wish to grow beyond the yearly wage, you must accept that the price of greatness is risk, calculated and controlled, but risk nonetheless. Critics will mock you. They mocked me every step. They said I was too ambitious, too ruthless, too unrelenting. But notice this. The same critics bought my kerosene,
rode my rail lines, and depended on the very empire they condemned. The world always resists the man who rises, until they can no longer deny the necessity of his vision. Do not let the noise of the small-minded drag you down to their level. Let your success silence them. Remember this always: wealth is not about the money itself. It is about control. Control of your time, control of your choices, control of your destiny. A man who earns a yearly income must bow to circumstance, to employers, to the limits of his hours. A man who multiplies that income into a monthly flow bows to no one. His wealth bends the world to him. So how do you begin? You begin by asking yourself, where can I build leverage today? Where can I replace my hands with systems, my hours with capital, my limitations with networks of men and machines? Every great fortune began with a single decision to step out of the prison of wages. Most men never take that step. That is why most men remain small. But if you take it, if you dare to see as I saw, you will find the world bending under your command, and soon, what once seemed like a yearly dream will become a monthly reality. This is the way. The path is not easy. It demands vision, discipline, and resilience. But those who walk it discover what the timid never will, that wealth is not scarce. It is abundant for the man who knows how to harness it. And when you finally see your income multiplied, when 1 month surpasses the labor of 12, you will understand why I tell you this. The true power was never in money, but in the mastery of the mind that directs it.
When I was young, I kept a small ledger book. In it, I recorded every cent earned, every cent spent, every cent saved. Some laughed at me for being so meticulous, but I knew that the man who cannot manage a dollar will never manage a fortune. That little ledger was not about pennies, it was about principles. Principles that, when magnified, turned into millions. You cannot hope to turn your yearly income into your monthly income if you live without order, without discipline, without absolute clarity over the flow of money in and out of your hands. Most people live in chaos. They earn, they spend, they hope something is left. That is not wealth. That is gambling. The wealthy treat every cent as a soldier, and every soldier must have its marching orders. Some are sent to guard the fort, savings. Some are sent into battle, investments. Some are sent to expand territory, new ventures, and all of them are accounted for. I never allowed money to drift about aimlessly, and that is why my fortune grew while others squandered theirs. You must understand this. Wealth is mathematics multiplied by discipline. It is not magic. It is not mystery. If you wish to elevate your income from yearly to monthly, you must treat money as capital, not comfort. Ask yourself this: when a dollar enters your hand, does it remain to work for you, or does it vanish into indulgence? The poor man consumes, the rich man deploys, and over time, deployment conquers consumption. Now let us speak of compounding. Most people cannot see beyond the day, the week, the month, but the powerful see years, decades, lifetimes. A small sum, reinvested consistently, multiplies into mountains. This was the secret that built Standard Oil into a colossus. Every profit was not consumed, it was reinvested. Refineries built more refineries. Pipelines financed more pipelines. Profits generated new profits. It was a snowball that, once rolling, became unstoppable. That is the kind of mechanism you must construct if you wish to elevate your income to heights that seem impossible to ordinary men. There is another truth I must impress upon you. Details matter. The careless lose fortunes in small leagues. I negotiated ruthlessly, not because I was greedy, but because I understood that every wasted cent stolen from expansion. I watched expenses like a hawk, squeezed inefficiency from every corner, demanded order where others tolerated chaos. Some called me miserly, I called it mastery. And mastery is what you must develop if you wish to compress a year's worth of income into a single month. But do not mistake thrift for timidity. Many men save all their lives yet never grow rich. Why? Because they confuse hoarding with investing. They protect their pennies so tightly that they never allow them to multiply. I saved fiercely, but only to prepare for deployment. The soldier who never leaves the barracks will never conquer territory. You must know when to send your money into battle, when to risk it for greater gain. Without that boldness, your savings remain small, and small savings never built empires. Risk, of course, must be calculated.
never gamble, never speculate blindly. I studied markets. I analyzed opportunities. I moved with precision. The difference between a fool and a magnate is not that one risks and the other does not. It is that one risks with calculation and the other with impulse. If you wish to build wealth at a pace that seems unnatural, you must learn to think 3 moves ahead, as in each investment must serve a larger strategy, not just immediate gain. Consider the role of patience. Men are so desperate for quick victories that they sabotage themselves. They pluck the fruit before it ripens, sell the asset before it matures, abandon the plan before it compounds. Patience is a weapon. I endured years of criticism, years of slow building, years of relentless discipline, before the floodgates of wealth opened. Most men quit long before. That is why most men never see their yearly income grow into their monthly. The impatient are devoured by time. The patient command it. I also tell you this. Your environment matters. Surround yourself with men of small thinking and your own thinking will shrink. Surround yourself with visionaries, and your ambition will expand. I sought out men who were brilliant in their craft, chemists, engineers, financiers. I built teams of minds sharper than my own, and bound them to my vision. Alone I could have only been a wealthy man. With them I built a dynasty. If you wish to accelerate your income, you must accelerate your associations. Who you stand beside determines how high you will rise. Let us not forget reputation. Your name is currency. In business, trust is leverage. I was relentless in ensuring my word was honored, my contracts fulfilled, my debts paid. Men knew that dealing with Rockefeller meant certainty, and certainty attracts capital. Capital attracts opportunity. Opportunity attracts empire. If your word is weak, your empire will crumble. If your word is iron, doors open before you even knock. Remember this. Wealth is not sudden. It may appear sudden to outsiders, but beneath the surface lies years of invisible work, discipline, patience, reinvestment, strategy. By the time the fortune appears, the foundation has already been built, brick by brick, unseen by the world. Do not be deceived by appearances. The man who wishes to turn his yearly income into his monthly income must be willing to labor in silence until the structure is unshakable. So write it down, every cent, every expense, every plan. Do not let your money slip away like water through open fingers. Command it, multiply it, deploy it. And when the time comes when your systems are in motion, when compounding has taken root, you will look back on the days of wages and realize they were only the prologue. The true story begins when your wealth no longer comes from your hands, but from the empire you constructed to work in your place. There is a great misconception among men that wealth comes from chasing money. They run after opportunities like children chasing butterflies, never catching them, never understanding that butterflies land where the garden is prepared. I never chased money. I prepared myself, my businesses, my systems, so thoroughly that money had no choice but to flow in my direction. If you wish to elevate your income from yearly to monthly, you must cease being a pursuer and instead become a magnet. How does a man become a magnet for wealth? Through value. The world rewards not labor alone, but value delivered at scale. A laborer delivers value to one employee. A business owner delivers value to thousands, even millions. The scale is what transforms yearly wages into monthly streams. I did not become wealthy because I worked harder than others. I became wealthy because I provided light for entire cities, fuel for entire industry. The scale of value was immense, and therefore the scale of reward was immense. Look closely at your efforts. Are they confined to one set of hands, one set of hours, one narrow stream, or can they be multiplied, duplicated, expanded far beyond your present? If you bake a loaf of bread, you feed a family. If you own the ovens, the mills, and the distribution, you feed nations. And with each level of scale, your income multiplies. That is the difference between the man who earns modestly each year and the man who multiplies that sum each month. Another principle is efficiency. Many men attempt to grow by doing more, adding more, scattering their energy. That is not mastery. I mastered efficiency. I demanded that every process be examined, every waste eliminated, every improvement adopted. In my refineries, nothing was discarded. Even byproducts others threw away, we found uses for paraffin, lubricants, even gasoline eventually found its place. Waste became wealth. Understand this: the careless man loses half his fortune in inefficiency, while the disciplined man doubles his fortune by extracting value others overlook. Do not overlook the power of integration. Most businesses are fragile because they depend on others for critical links. They buy their materials from one ship through another, sell through a third. At any point, the chain can break. I refused to depend on the whims of others. I integrate. I owned the wells, the refineries, the pipelines, the rail cars, even the marketing. From the ground to the lamp in your home, Standard Oil controlled the entire journey. This gave me leverage beyond measure. My income could multiply not because I controlled a fragment, but because I commanded the whole. If you seek to elevate your income, you must think the same. Where in your enterprise can you capture the entire chain? Where can you eliminate dependency and build dominant? Power also comes from positioning. Most men fight in crowded markets, competing on scraps. I sought positions where I could dominate. I avoided battles that drained resources, and instead secured ground that no one else could easily take. This is not mere business, it is war strategy. The general does not march blindly into combat. He studies terrain, secures supply lines, flanks his enemy. In wealth, the battlefield is markets, and the victors are those who position themselves before the masses even realize where the battle will be fought. If you wish to multiply income, you must not merely participate, you must position. Now I will speak of reputation again, but in another sense. Authority. Authority makes men follow you, invest in you, and partner with you without hesitation. My authority did not come from boasting, but from results. People saw my discipline, my consistency, my command of detail. They respected it, even feared it. When you build authority, opportunities seek you out, investors trust you, partners align with you, competitors hesitate before crossing you. Authority compresses time. For what would take others years to gain, authority secures in months. This is one of the invisible ways a man transforms yearly income into monthly income. Yet understand this: all the systems, all the strategies, all the efficiency mean little if the mind is weak. A man must be unshakable. Pressure will test you, setbacks will come, critics will howl. I remained composed because I trained my mind to expect resistance. Every disappointment was data, every failure a lesson. While others despaired, I adapted. That is why my growth was relentless. The man who panics at obstacles will never compress his income, for he will abandon the path at the first sign of difficulty. But the man who remains calm in chaos controls the game. You must also learn the art of silence. I revealed little, spoke less, and let my actions thunder where my words whispered. Men who announce their plans invite resistance. Men who move quietly strike before others can react. That is why secrecy, patience, and quiet execution are so powerful. They shorten the distance to victory. While others argue and posture, you are already winning. If you wish to multiply your income, learn to work in silence, and let the results speak so loudly that no one can deny them. Finally, I remind you that wealth is not simply money. It is independence, it is power, it is freedom from the chains that bind most men. The need to ask permission, the need to bow to employers, the need to live within ceilings set by others. Turning your yearly income into your monthly income is not about extravagance. It is about liberation. It is about taking control of your destiny, so that no man can dictate the terms of your life. I built such freedom not by luck, not by chance, but by desire. You too can build it, if you are willing to discipline your mind, command your money, build systems, scale value, master efficiency, and position yourself for dominance. Few will walk this path, but those who do will live as few ever can. And when your monthly income surpasses the yearly wages of others, you will finally understand the real wealth is not the money itself, it is the mastery of the principles that produced it.
Criticism follows success like a shadow follows the body. When I began to rise, I discovered quickly that men do not hate failure. They hate the sight of another man succeeding where they could not. They whisper, they slander, they invent stories. But you must not let the words of small men dictate the course of a great destiny. If you wish to lift your income from yearly to monthly, you must learn to master criticism as I did, by using it as fuel rather than chains. Most people crumble at the first sign of disapproval. A friend doubts them, a family member mocks them, a competitor laughs at them, and they retreat. Their confidence evaporates, their ambition folds. But what is criticism truly? It is nothing more than noise. Words, sounds produced by those who do not walk your path and cannot see your vision. Why would you allow such sounds to dictate your future? When others spoke against me, I smiled. Their words were powerless unless I granted them power, and by denying them, I remained untouched. There are two kinds of criticism, the kind that is useful and the kind that is worthless. The useful kind comes from those who know more than you, who wish to sharpen you, who have built what you are trying to build. Their words may sting, but their truth can refine you. That kind you must welcome, for it saves you from mistakes and accelerates your path. The worthless kind, however, comes from the uninformed, the envious, the idle. They criticize not from wisdom, but from weakness. That kind you must discard without a second thought. To give it your attention is to drain your energy into a bottomless pit. When I was building my empire, newspapers attacked me, rivals cursed me, politicians scrutinized me. If I had spent my time answering each insult, I would have built nothing. Instead, I let my work stand as my answer. While they wasted ink, I refined oil. While they argued, I expanded pipelines. While they spoke of fairness, I secured dominance. When wealth multiplied, their criticism sounded hollow even to themselves. Remember this: silence in the face of worthless criticism is the loudest response. Do not mistake composure for weakness. To remain calm while others attack is not submission, it is strength. The man who reacts in anger shows that he is rattled, that he can be controlled by another's words. The man who remains still, unshaken, demonstrates power. People respect what they cannot disturb. When you rise high enough, every insult becomes a compliment in disguise, proof that your success has drawn attention. Let me give you a picture. Imagine a sculptor carving a statue. Passers-by comment, some praising, some ridiculing. Does the sculptor stop his work to argue? No, he continues chiseling, for he knows that when the figure is revealed, the same mouths that mocked will stand in awe. You must be the sculptor of your fortune. Let the critics chatter while you shape your empire. In the end, the results will silence them all. Another danger of criticism is that it breeds self-doubt. The voices outside begin to echo within. A man starts asking himself, what if they are right? What if I fail? This is poison. Doubt is the assassin of destiny. I banished it by anchoring myself to vision. I knew what I wanted. I saw it so clearly that no words could obscure it. When you are rooted in a strong vision, criticism cannot uproot you. Build that vision so firmly in your mind that it becomes more real than the noise around you. Understand this too: if you are not criticized, you are not doing anything remarkable. The man who remains invisible, unambitious, unnoticed, he escapes criticism, but he also escapes greatness. Criticism is proof of movement. The louder it becomes, the higher you are climbing. Do not resent it, wear it as a badge. When they speak against you, know you are on the right track. The world has never cheered unanimously for progress. Every innovator was ridiculed before he was revered. There is also opportunity in criticism. Sometimes your enemy reveals your weakness more clearly than your ally. I often learned from the attacks against me. A rival would point out an inefficiency, thinking to harm me, and I would quietly correct it, strengthening my position. This is the art: to listen without absorbing, to analyze without internalizing. Take what is useful, discard the rest, and move on stronger than before. But above all, never let the fear of criticism prevent action. Most men live in cages built not of iron but of opinion. They crave approval so much that they do nothing daring, nothing bold, nothing that might provoke judgment. In seeking to be liked, they guarantee they will remain small. I chose instead to be respected, and respect does not come from pleasing, it comes from achieving. Those who wish to multiply their income must abandon the childish need for universal approval. Think of this carefully. You want to turn a yearly income into a monthly one. Do you imagine you will accomplish that by following the path of the timid, by avoiding offense, by seeking applause? No, you will achieve it by pursuing greatness, so boldly that resistance is inevitable. Do not fear that resistance. Embrace it.
It is the crucible that will forge your strength. When the voices rise against you, and they will remember that you are building something they cannot see, something greater than their imaginations can comprehend. Hold your composure, hold your focus, and let your work thunder where their words whisper. Critics fade, empires endure, and when your monthly income eclipses what they struggle for in a year, their criticism will seem like nothing more than the faint noise of insects in the night. Pressure is the great revealer. It strips away pretense and exposes the core of a man. Some collapse beneath it, others panic, many retreat, but a rare few remain steady, their composure unbroken, their minds clear while chaos rages. If you wish to transform your yearly income into your monthly income, you must learn to be among the rare few who thrive under pressure rather than break from it. You cannot avoid pressure. Growth invites it. Opportunity demands. Every time you stretch beyond the ordinary, you will encounter resistance, uncertainty, setbacks. The laborer believes he can escape this by staying small, by clinging to security, yet even he is tested. He fears dismissal, illness, changing markets. Pressure is universal. The difference lies in whether you face it prepared or unprepared. I chose preparation, and because of that, while others panicked, I advanced. Consider war. A seasoned general does not expect peace on the battlefield. He anticipates ambushes, supply shortages, losses. He rehearses them in his mind before they occur so that when they arrive, he is calm, deliberate, decisive. Business is no different. I expected obstacles, expected rivals, expected downturns. Because I prepared for them, they never surprised me. And a man who cannot be surprised cannot be shaken. That is how I endured storms that broke other empires. Calmness under pressure is not the absence of emotion, it is the mastery of it. The man who rages, who despairs, who lashes out, wastes his energy where it serves no purpose. I saved my strength for decision. Every moment of composure gave me an advantage, for while my rivals drowned in fear, I studied the field and moved with precision. It is in moments of crisis that the gap between men widens most. The timid retreat, the rash stumble, the calm ascend. Think of the oil market. Prices rose and fell like tides. Fortunes were made and lost overnight. Men cried out in despair when the market collapsed. I did not. I expanded. While others sold assets in fear, I bought them at a fraction of their worth. I welcomed the storm because I had trained myself not to fear it. That is why my empire grew when others dwindled. The man who can remain calm when wealth contracts will soon hold more wealth than anyone else. To train this composure, you must practice detachment. When events unfold, pause before reacting. Ask yourself, does this truly endanger me, or is it only a test of my patience? In most cases, the panic others feel is unnecessary. A delay, a setback, a harsh word, none of these can destroy you unless you allow them to. By withholding your immediate reaction, you give yourself the power of choice. You choose strategy over impulse, logic over chaos. Another practice is rehearsal. Imagine the worst before it comes. Picture failure, betrayal, market collapse. Feel the discomfort now in your mind, so that when it arrives in reality, it is no stranger to you. This is not pessimism. It is preparation. I often imagined losing everything, and because I rehearsed that loss, I never feared it. The man who fears nothing cannot be manipulated. He cannot be cornered. He always has room to maneuver. Pressure will test not only your patience but your stamina. It will ask, how long can you endure? Most men quit too soon. They misjudge time. They imagine challenges will vanish quickly, and when they persist, they surrender. But the man who endures longer gains the field by default. When others have exhausted themselves, he remains. That persistence is often the true difference between success and failure. My empire did not emerge in a day. It emerged because I refused to collapse in the long nights when others surrendered. There is also strategy in embracing pressure rather than resisting it. A river does not shatter rocks by force. It flows around them, persistent, unbothered, until the rocks themselves wear down. Pressure is the same. If you resist it, you grow exhausted. If you flow with it, you outlast it. Do not demand that life remove obstacles. Expect them, adapt to them, and move forward regardless. That is the discipline of the unshakable mind. When you master composure under pressure, People notice, in meetings, in negotiations, in crises, the man who remains calm becomes the anchor others cling to. His voice carries more weight because it is not rattled. His decisions are trusted because they are not clouded by fear. That authority multiplies influence, and influence multiplies opportunity. This is one of the unseen ways composure transforms income. While others lose months in panic, you move forward steadily, compressing years of progress into weeks. Do not think this is merely philosophy. It is a weapon. Imagine a negotiation where your opponent is desperate, emotional, demanding. You remain silent, measured, patient. With every outburst, he weakens his position. With every moment of your calm, your leverage increases. Eventually, he concedes, not because you argued louder, but because you refused to be moved. That is power. That is how calmness translates directly into wealth. So when you feel pressure building, when circumstances tighten, when critics attack, when opportunities tremble on the edge of collapse, remind yourself, this is the proving ground. This is the test that separates those who earn a modest wage once a year from those who command fortunes every month. Pressure is not your enemy, it is your forge. It will burn away weakness and leave only strength, if you allow it. I endured pressure greater than most men can imagine, and because I endured it calmly, it became my ally. It revealed my rival's weakness. It amplified my own strength. It multiplied my wealth. Do not curse the pressure you face. Welcome it. For every ounce of composure you gain under strain, your capacity to build, to command, to multiply your fortune increases. And soon, you will discover what I discovered. Pressure is not the barrier to greatness. It is the
Suffering comes most often not from what happens to a man, but from his refusal to accept it. We cling to outcomes, to expectations, to the belief that life must bend to our desires, and when it does not, we feel pain. Yet the truth is simple. Control is an illusion. You cannot dictate the tides. You cannot command the winds. What you can command is yourself. If you wish to lift your yearly income into your monthly income, you must master the art of letting go, detachment from what cannot be controlled, focus on what can. I learnt early that markets rise and fall, that men break promises, that governments change laws, that accidents appear without warning. Most men rail against such things, cursing fortune, wasting energy on resistance. I did not. I accepted reality as it came. When oil prices collapsed, I did not weep. I asked, what can be done with this? When a rival undercut me, I did not rage. I studied him, adapted, positioned myself anew. Detachment freed me to move forward when others were paralyzed. Imagine a river. It does not demand that rocks move aside for its passage. It flows around them, over them, patient, persistent, unstoppable. That is how you must live. You cannot command every obstacle to vanish, but you can decide not to be halted by them. The man who insists life obey his every wish becomes fragile. The man who flows with reality becomes indestructible. That is why I tell you, if you wish to compress a year's worth of wealth into a month, stop wasting time resisting what cannot be changed. Adapt, redirect, continue. Letting go is not weakness. It is strength. Weakness is clinging, begging the world to bend to you. Strength is saying, do as you will, world, I will find another way. When you release the need for control, you gain control over yourself, and that is the only control that matters. The calm man sees clearly, the detached man acts wisely. The world cannot shake a man who no longer insists it behave a certain way. But let us speak of how this relates to wealth. Many men attach their happiness to specific results. A deal closing, a client agreeing, an investment performing. When those outcomes falter, they collapse emotionally. In their collapse, they make poor decisions. They sell at the bottom, they abandon good ventures, they panic. I never allowed myself such fragility. My joy, my composure were never tied to a single outcome. If one door closed, another was found. If one deal failed, a greater one was pursued. That is why my growth was relentless. Detachment kept me moving when others stalled. You must train yourself in this discipline. When you face a disappointment, pause, ask, Is this within my control? If yes, act with strategy. If no, release it instantly. Do not rehearse the loss in your mind. Do not replay the insult. Do not gnaw on the closed door. That is wasted energy, and wasted energy is wasted wealth. Redirect every drop of it toward what lies within your grasp. You will discover that progress accelerates when you are no longer chained to the uncontrollable. Letting go also frees you from the prison of other people's opinions. Most men are ruled not by their own goals but by the imagined judgments of others. They seek approval. They fear rejection. They cling to validation. This is slavery. I never sought to be liked. I sought to be effective. Some admired me, others despised me. Both groups were irrelevant to my progress. The only voice that mattered was the vision within. When you let go of the need for approval, your decisions sharpen. You no longer dilute your path to satisfy the crowd. You move with clarity, and clarity multiplies results. Another dimension of letting go is releasing attachment to the past. Many men carry failures like stones on their back, replaying them endlessly, suffocating their future with yesterday's mistakes. I carried nothing. When something ended, I recorded the lesson, and I moved on untouched. My ledger was clear. That is why I could seize opportunities others overlooked. They were too busy staring backward. You cannot build tomorrow if your eyes are locked on yesterday. Let go, and the road ahead becomes visible. Do not mistake detachment for apathy. I cared deeply about my enterprises, my people, my goals, but I did not suffer when circumstances changed, because my identity was not chained to them. I could act with passion while holding outcomes loosely. This is balance, to engage fully, without being destroyed by disappointment. That balance is rare, and it is what allows wealth to grow without being consumed by the turbulence of emotion. Think of the greatest builders, the greatest leaders. Did they demand that life give them ease? No, they accepted storms as part of the journey, and they advanced regardless. That is why their names endure. The man who resists reality breaks himself against it. The man who adapts flows beyond it. The second man will always outlast the first. So when a setback comes, and it will ask yourself, am I clinging, or am I flowing? Every moment you cling, you lose time. Every moment you flow, you gain ground. Wealth loves speed, and speed is only possible when you are not shackled to what you cannot change. That is how detachment multiplies fortune. Let go of the uncontrollable. Let go of the need for approval. Let go of yesterday. In the silence of that release, you will find a strength most men never touch. And in that strength, you will discover the secret to compressing years into months. The freedom to act without fear, to move without hesitation, to advance without being trapped by illusion. Detachment is not escape, it is mastery. And mastery is the foundation of empires. Noise is the language of the ordinary. Men chatter endlessly, boasting of their plans, defending their choices, filling the air with words that mean little and achieve nothing. I learned early that silence is not emptiness. It is strategy. Silence unsettles. Silence conceals. Silence shifts power into your hands. If you wish to elevate your income so that what others labor a year to earn becomes your monthly flow, you must master the art of silence. When I entered negotiations, I rarely spoke first. I listened. I observed. I let others reveal themselves, their anxieties, their weaknesses, their desperation. Most men cannot endure silence. It burns them. They rush to fill it with concessions, explanations, bargains. I let them talk until their own words betrayed them. Then when I finally spoke, it was deliberate, precise and final. This is how silence multiplies power. It forces others to spend themselves while you can. In business, reputation is built not only by what you do, but by what you choose not to say. I never announced my strategies. Rivals speculated, competitors scrambled, reporters guessed. While they wasted time trying to predict me, I was already executed. By the time they discovered my move, it was too late. That is the advantage of silence. It makes you unpredictable, and unpredictability is a fortress. The man who reveals everything invites attack. The man who reveals nothing
strikes from the shadows. Even in conflict, silence is a weapon. When accused, I rarely defended myself publicly. I let critics exhaust themselves shouting into the wind, while I remained unmoved. Their voices lost power, because they were never answered. In time, the results spoke louder than any argument could. Critics fade, achievements endure. Silence starves your enemies. When you do not feed them with reaction, they wither. Consider too the personal discipline silence demands: to remain quiet when your pride urges you to speak, to withhold when your ego demands recognition. This is mastery. Most men sabotage themselves, not because they lack opportunity, but because they cannot restrain their tongue. They reveal their weaknesses, their fears, their plans, without realizing they are arming their rivals. I learned that every unnecessary word was a liability. My silence protected me, more than arguments ever could. Let us connect this to wealth. Imagine two men. One spends his energy boasting of his ambitions, arguing with critics, announcing every step. He is drained before the true work begins. The other keeps silent, conserving strength, building quietly, striking without warning. Which man do you think multiplies his income faster? The second. Always. Wealth grows in shadows, nourished by patience and secrecy. By the time it is visible, it is already too strong to be opposed. Silence also sharpens perception. When you are not busy speaking, you notice, you see the flicker of doubt in a rival's eye, the hesitation in a partner's voice, the eagerness in a buyer's tone. These details are invisible to the talker, but obvious to the listener, and in those details lies advantage. I won battles before they began simply because I noticed what others did not, and I noticed because I was silent. Do not think silence means passivity. On the contrary, it is active strategy. It is patience weaponized. When others reveal, you can see. When others rush, you wait. When others demand, you observe. Then when the moment is right, your words or your actions strike with precision. This rhythm of silence and sudden execution is how empires are built. Most men fear silence because it exposes them to themselves. Alone with quiet, they feel their doubts, their insecurities, their restless need for validation. I did not fear it. I embraced it. Silence gave me clarity. It allowed me to think deeply, to see connections invisible in the noise of chatter. That clarity was worth more than any applause. If you wish to ascend, you must learn to be comfortable in silence, to let it sharpen your mind until your thoughts cut sharper than any sword. There is a saying, the loudest in the room is the weakest. I found it true. Loudness is often a mask for insecurity, a desperate attempt to convince others or oneself of strength. Real power is quiet. Real confidence does not announce itself. It simply is. When I walked into a room, I did not need to shout. My composure, my silence spoke louder than any declaration, and men responded to it, often without realizing why. So I tell you this: stop explaining yourself, stop announcing your moves, stop wasting energy on noise. Every word should serve a purpose, and if it does not, it should not be spoken. In your restraint lies your power, in your silence lies your leverage, and in your discipline lies the speed with which you can compress what takes others a year into what takes you a month. Build quietly, move silently, let the results arrive without warning, and watch as the world scrambles to understand how you did it. They will wonder, they will speculate, but they will never truly know, and that mystery will guard your power better than any fortress. Silence is not emptiness. It is the deepest form of strength. Master it, and you master not only your fortune, but your...
The mind is the true battlefield. Before a man can build wealth, before he can multiply his income, he must first conquer himself. I have seen strong bodies crumble, clever men fail, talented men squander their gifts, all because their minds were undisciplined. If you wish to elevate your yearly income into your monthly income, you must train your mind as a warrior trains his sword, daily, deliberately, until it becomes unbreakable. Most people are slaves to their thoughts. A moment of doubt enters, and they retreat. A whisper of fear arises, and they freeze. A spark of anger ignites, and they lash out foolishly. They do not realize that thoughts are not commands. They are visitors. You decide whether to let them rule,
I learned to treat my mind like a fortress. No fear could storm its gates without my permission. No doubt could linger unless I allowed it. That control gave me an advantage greater than capital, greater than connections, greater than luck. How do you train such control? Through discipline. Discipline is the foundation of every fortune. I rose not because I was the loudest or the most gifted, but because I was disciplined in small things. I woke early, I worked consistently, I kept my word, I tracked every cent in my ledger. These habits hardened my mind. They told me that no matter the storm, I could rely on myself. That reliability became confidence. And confidence, when multiplied by discipline, becomes power. Gratitude was another weapon. When doubt whispered that I was not yet where I wanted to be, gratitude reminded me of how far I had come. When fear warned me of loss, gratitude pointed to what was still in my hand. Gratitude steadies the mind. It shifts focus from scarcity to abundance, and abundance attracts more abundance. Most men complain of what they lack and wonder why wealth avoids them. I gave thanks, and more was given. Train your mind to see what is present, not only what is absent. Detachment also strengthened me. I reminded myself daily, outcomes are uncertain. Setbacks inevitable. This is no cause for despair. It is simply the nature of life. By detaching, I freed myself from being ruled by success or failure. If I succeeded, I pressed forward. If I failed, I learned and pressed forward. The pace of progress quickens when the mind is not paralyzed by either victory or defeat. Detachment keeps you moving. Movement builds momentum. Momentum compounds wealth. Another practice, rehearsal. I rehearsed difficulties before they came. I imagined crises, betrayals, collapses. I asked, what will I do if this happens? And I prepared my response. So when it did happen, I did not waste time in shock. My mind was ready. This habit gave me calm when others panicked. Calmness is not natural, it is trained. Train yourself, and while others drown in fear, you will breathe deeply and act. Reading also fortified me. I consumed knowledge, histories, philosophies. I studied markets, studied men, studied the past. Knowledge expands vision. The ignorant man is bound by what he sees. The knowledgeable man sees beyond the horizon. And when you can see farther, you can move sooner. This too is how you multiply income, by positioning before the masses arrive. Your mind must be filled, not with noise but with wisdom. Understand this clearly. The mind is like a muscle. It grows not in comfort but in resistance. Each time you resist fear, you strengthen courage. Each time you resist anger, you strengthen composure. Each time you resist laziness, you strengthen discipline. Most men avoid resistance. I sought it, I welcomed it, for I knew that each act of mental resistance forged an unshakable core, and with that core, no storm could topple me. You must also master self-talk. What do you tell yourself in silence? Do you repeat doubts, or do you affirm strength? Do you feed fear, or do you remind yourself of victories past? I reminded myself daily, I am disciplined, I am steady, I am capable. These words were not vanity, they were commands to my mind. And over time, the mind obeys the words you give it. Feed it weakness, and it becomes weak. Feed it strength, and it becomes strong. The greatest wealth is inner calm. Without it, money destroys men. With it, money multiplies. You cannot hope to handle fortunes if you panic at setbacks, if you despair at criticism, if you collapse under stress. But if your mind is trained, grateful, disciplined, detached, fortified, you can handle rivers of wealth with the same composure as drops of it. That is why I tell you, before you command money, command your mind. So begin now. Rise earlier than you wish. Hold your silence when you wish to speak. Push forward when you wish to quit. Write down your goals daily. Thank the world for what you already have. Visualize yourself calm in storms. Study relentlessly. Resist comfort. Each small act seems insignificant, but together they forge steel. And when the mind is steel, fortune bends to it. One day, others will marvel at your calm, your confidence, your composure. They will ask how you remain unbothered when storms rage. You will know the answer.
because you trained for this, because you built your mind before you built your fortune, and because of that, you now live what others thought impossible. A life where 1 month brings what once took a year. The unshakable mind makes the impossible inevitable.
Real power does not march through the streets with banners and noise. Real power does not beg for recognition, does not cry out for applause, does not explain itself to the world. Real power moves quietly, strategically, and only reveals itself when the results are undeniable. If you wish to multiply your income until 1 month surpasses what others strain for in a year, you must learn this final lesson. Mastery lies in moving in silence. I never announced my plans. Rivals speculated endlessly. Journalists tried to pry. Competitors watched every move, but they saw only fragments, never the whole design. By the time they understood what I had built, it was already too late. Standard Oil was not declared into existence. It was constructed, piece by piece, silently, relentlessly, until its presence was unavoidable. That is how you must build your fortune. Without noise, without fanfare, without the vanity of showing the world what you are about to do. Consider what happens when a man announces his intentions. He invites doubt, he invites resistance, he gives his rivals time to prepare. Worse still, he begins to feel satisfied with the applause of promises rather than the substance of results. Many men waste their ambition on talk. They gain a moment's admiration, but never create lasting achievement. Talk exhausts energy. Execution creates empires. That is why I withheld my words and focused my strength on action. Silence is not inaction. It is the mask beneath which your work grows. While others are busy seeking attention, you are busy laying foundations. While they postulate, you acquire. While they explain, you execute. And when the time comes, when the structure has risen, the markets have shifted, the income has multiplied, your silence will break not with noise but with undeniable dominance. That is the language of power, results. Ask yourself this: why do you feel the urge to announce your plans? It is vanity, the hunger for recognition, the fear of being unseen. Strip yourself of that weakness. You need no recognition, you need no permission, you need only results. When I withheld my intentions, men underestimated me. They thought me quiet, timid, perhaps even unremarkable. But in my silence I gained the greatest advantage of all: time. Time to move unseen, time to position, time to prepare, and when my strike came, it was overwhelming. This principle applies to wealth as much as to war. The man who boasts of his investments invites scrutiny and envy. The man who quietly compounds his capital grows unnoticed until his position is unassailable. The man who brags of future success rarely achieves it. The man who builds quietly achieves beyond the imagination of those who mocked his silence. Silence multiplies effectiveness because it removes distraction. When you do not explain yourself, you waste nothing. All of your energy flows into execution. Understand too the psychological force of silence. It creates mystery. Men fear what they cannot read. Rivals stumble trying to predict what they cannot see. Partners respect what they cannot easily define. Silence makes you an enigma, and in that enigma lies power. When others are busy reacting to appearances, you are busy directing reality. When they try to guess your next move, you are already 3 steps ahead. I tell you again, the loudest men are rarely the most powerful. They are performers, seeking validation. The truly powerful are often invisible until the moment of triumph. Do not confuse attention with strength. Attention is fleeting. Strength endures. Build strength and attention will follow without your effort, and when it does, it will be the right kind of attention, the kind that bows before results it cannot deny. Think of the tree. It grows quietly beneath the soil, unseen, its roots spreading deep, no one notices. But one day it towers above all, unmovable, undeniable. Did it need to announce its growth? No, it simply grew. So it must be with your fortune. Build beneath the surface, quietly, steadily, until what you have created cannot be ignored. By then it will be too late for anyone to oppose you. When I walked into rooms, I did not speak much. But when I did, men listened. Why? Because silence gave weight to my words. If you speak constantly, your words become cheap. If you reserve them, each sentence carries force. This is another form of moving in silence, not only in action, but in speech. Choose your words with precision. Let your silence speak until the moment arrives when your voice is needed. Then let it strike like iron. In your pursuit of wealth, discipline your tongue, discipline your pride. Build your empire with your hands, not your voice. Let your results stand as your argument, your defense, your announcement. The world will always chatter. Let it You must be above it, moving quietly, moving deliberately, until your success overshadows their noise, and when at last your income multiplies, when your monthly gain surpasses what once seemed the labor of a year, you will understand why I teach this. It was not talk that brought me here, it was silence. Silence filled with planning, with work, with execution, and now you too know the truth. The most powerful move is often no move at all until the perfect moment arrives. Then when you act, the world cannot resist. So do not boast, do not announce, do not waste your strength proving yourself to those unworthy of your vision. Move quietly, build relentlessly, strike decisively, and let your empire speak for you. For in the end words fade, critics vanish, applause dies, but results remain. That is true power. That is how you turn a yearly income into a monthly one, and that is how you master, not only wealth, but life itself. Every great transformation begins with a single decision, a shift so profound that it alters the course of your entire life. For John D. Rockefeller, the man who rose from humble beginnings to become the wealthiest individual of his era, that shift was not luck, not circumstance, not even talent. It was mindset. The way he thought, the way he approached obstacles, and the way he interpreted setbacks shaped a destiny that seemed impossible for someone born into scarcity. His story is not just about wealth, it's about the mental frameworks that allowed him to dominate in a world of uncertainty. And when you understand this mindset, you realize that success is not about resources, but about resourcefulness. Not about conditions, but about control. The secret is in how you think. Most people live as if life is happening to them. They react to setbacks, they complain about lack of opportunity, they crumble when circumstances don't go their way. Rockefeller thought differently. He believed that every challenge concealed within it an advantage, that every downturn was simply the soil in which fortune was planted. Imagine a world where instead of being rattled by problems, you are energized by them, where obstacles don't signal defeat, but direction. This is the shift that changes everything. The ordinary mind sees problems. The extraordinary mind sees possibilities. Rockefeller trained himself to be extraordinary. Picture a boy not born into wealth but into hardship, his father absent, his mother stretched thin, money scarce. By all appearances, he was destined for an average life, maybe worse. But here's the difference. While others around him accepted limitation as fate, Rockefeller asked himself a different question. How do I turn limitation into leverage? While others saw scarcity as a prison, he saw it as training. Every difficulty became a lesson, every responsibility an opportunity to grow sharper, stronger, more disciplined. This mindset did not wait for perfect conditions, it created them. Think about your own life. How often do you wait for the right time, the right opportunity, the right circumstances before you move forward? Rockefeller didn't wait. He began with what he had, where he was, and most importantly, with the mind he chose to cultivate. When you realize that the world doesn't owe you ease, that obstacles are not roadblocks but stepping stones, you step into the same mental arena that the greatest achievers in history occupied. The truth is, life will test you. It will hand you setbacks, disappointments, and losses. But those tests are not punishments. They are invitations to develop the one thing that matters most, resilience. And resilience, when paired with vision, becomes unstoppable. What made Rockefeller different was not that he avoided chaos, but that he thrived in it. At a time when the American economy was uncertain, When industries rose and collapsed overnight, he trained his mind not to panic, but to calculate. Where others saw disaster, he saw patterns. Where others lost everything, he built an empire. Why? Because he had mastered the shift from emotional reaction to strategic response. Imagine being the calmest person in the storm, the one who doesn't fold when the world shakes, the one who can look at the same disaster as everyone else and find the seed of opportunity hidden in plain sight. That is not luck, that is mindset. You see, the world will always give you reasons to doubt yourself. People will criticize you, circumstances will scare you, failures will tempt you to quit. But the strongest individuals, the Rockefellers, the leaders, the visionaries, don't crumble under those pressures. They expect them, they prepare for them, and they train their minds to turn every negative into fuel. This is the first step toward the mindset shift that changes everything. Stop letting problems define you and start letting them refine you. Don't ask, why me? Ask, what is this teaching me? Where is the advantage hidden inside this challenge? The ordinary person spends their life trying to avoid discomfort. Rockefeller leaned into it. He saw discomfort as proof that he was on the path of growth. He embraced responsibility at a young age, mastered the discipline of keeping records, built habits of precision and order. These habits weren't glamorous, but they laid the foundation for a mind that could handle enormous complexity without breaking. If you want to transform your life, start with this truth. The small disciplines you adopt today shape the massive opportunities you can seize tomorrow. The seed of greatness is planted in the soil of consistency. Now imagine this. Two people face the same setback. One collapses, gives up, convinces themselves the world is unfair. The other, like Rockefeller, analyzes, adapts, and keeps moving forward. Both encounter the same reality, but their interpretations create entirely different futures. That is the power of mindset. You cannot always control what happens to you, but you can control the meaning you assign to it, and meaning determines destiny. Rockefeller did not have better luck than others. He had a better interpretation of reality, and because of that, he built a reality others could not even imagine. So ask yourself, what mindset are you carrying into your challenge? Do you see obstacles as confirmation that you're not enough, or do you see them as training for the strength you'll need later? Do you treat setbacks as losses, or do you treat them as lessons? Rockefeller chose the latter, and that choice, repeated over and over, turned him from a boy of scarcity into a man of abundance. This is the shift that changes everything. ChatGPT said, every great mind that ever reshaped history carried within it an unwavering belief that how you think is more important than what you face. Rockefeller embodied this at every stage of his journey. Most men of his era were tossed back and forth by the waves of uncertainty, the fluctuations of the market, the shifting tides of politics, the fears of scarcity. But Rockefeller was different. He trained himself to remain still while others panicked, to stay disciplined when others lost focus. He realized early that emotions cloud judgment, and judgment is everything when decisions determine fortune. Imagine standing in the midst of financial chaos, newspapers screaming about collapse, men shouting in panic as fortunes disappear, and yet remaining calm, quiet, calculating, seeing what others miss. That was Rockefeller. He believed that composure was not just a personal trait, but a weapon. There is a lesson here most people ignore. Opportunities are not seen by the frantic, they are seen by the steady. When fear grips the masses, vision belongs to the few who do not allow fear to dictate their success. Rockefeller once said that he always tried to turn every disaster into an opportunity. Think about the depth of that mindset. While others mourned their losses, he asked, where is the hidden advantage? Where is the opening? And he found it. Again and again, crisis became the soil for his empire. It was not the absence of fear that set him apart, but his ability to master it, to convert it into clarity. The same storm that destroyed others became the wind that carried him forward. Now ask yourself, how do you respond to chaos? Do you shrink, complain, wait for the storm to pass? Or do you step into it with the confidence that you can navigate through it? Rockefeller's genius was not that he avoided storms, but that he expected them. He understood that life is not built on certainties, but on uncertainties, and he trained his mind to adapt faster than events unfolded.
That is what resilience truly means. Not wishing life to be easy, but preparing yourself to remain unshaken when it is not. This is the shift. Stop resisting difficulty and start anticipating it. Those who are prepared for hardship never break when it arrives. Think of the boy Rockefeller was taught by a mother who drilled into him discipline, thrift, responsibility. While others his age were careless, spending freely and playing recklessly, he saved every cent, recorded every transaction, built the habit of accounting for his life. These small acts of order became the foundation of massive stability. Most people dismiss small disciplines because they do not produce instant results. Rockefeller knew better. He understood that the man who cannot master pennies will never master millions. The seed of greatness is planted long before the fruit appears, and only those with patience and discipline will harvest it. When Rockefeller entered the business world, he carried this mindset, like armor. He was not the loudest, not the most flamboyant, not the most charming. He was steady, reliable, and utterly unshaken. In a world where most tried to impress, he built trust by being precise. In a world where others gambled, he calculated. His partners and competitors noticed something unusual about him. He did not react to pressure the way others did. While others raged, panicked, or overextended themselves, he remained calm, composed, deliberate. That is why opportunities gravitated toward him. People trust stability. They follow those who don't collapse under weight. And this is true in your own life. If you want to be valued, if you want to command respect, don't be the one who reacts impulsively. Be the one who stays unshaken. Imagine for a moment a negotiation. Two men sit across from each other. One is nervous, desperate, quick to speak, quick to reveal his intentions. The other, calm, quiet, patient. Which one has the advantage? Always the one who waits. Always the one who lets the other man reveal himself. Rockefeller mastered this principle. He used silence as power, patience as leverage. He could outwait anyone, because he was not ruled by restlessness. This is another dimension of the mindset shift. Stop being in a hurry. Desperation makes you weak. Calm makes you strong. The man who can wait, who can endure the silence, will always control the room. But beyond composure and patience, there was something even deeper. Rockefeller believed that control begins with the mind, and the mind must be trained like a muscle. He practiced restraint. He did not spend impulsively. He did not speak recklessly. He did not allow anger or pride to dictate his decisions. He lived as if every action was a test of discipline, and over time that discipline gave him unmatched strength. Most people seek comfort. He sought control. Most chase pleasure. He pursued power of the mind. That is why his results were unlike anyone else's. You cannot live like the masses and expect the results of the extraordinary. Think of the times in your own life when you reacted too quickly. An insult that made you lash out, a fear that made you retreat, an opportunity missed because you panicked. Every one of those moments proves the same truth. Reactions cost you. They drain your energy. They cloud your judgment. They make you weaker. But when you train yourself to pause, to detach, to remain composed, you begin to move through life differently. You stop being controlled by events and start controlling your responses. And when you control your responses, you control your destiny. Rockefeller's life was proof of this. He was not merely a businessman. He was a master of his own mind. The beauty of this shift is that it does not require wealth, education, or privilege. It requires choice. The choice to remain calm when others panic. The choice to save when others spend. The choice to prepare when others procrastinate. The choice to stay silent when others shout. These choices, repeated daily, transform ordinary men into extraordinary forces. Rockefeller chose them, and the world bent around his discipline. You can choose them too. That is the true legacy of his mindset. It is not locked in history. It is available to anyone willing to train their mind as he did. The question is, will you continue living at the mercy of your emotions, or will you master them and step into the calm power that commands respect, builds empires, and shapes history? The decision, as it always was, is yours.
In a world filled with noise, Rockefeller discovered that silence was his greatest weapon. Most men of his era were desperate to be heard. They filled the air with boasts, promises, arguments, and justifications, trying to prove themselves in boardrooms and on trading floors. But Rockefeller rarely wasted words. He understood a timeless truth. The one who speaks the least often holds the most control. His silence was not absence, it was presence. It forced others to reveal themselves, to wonder what he was thinking, to question their own assumptions, and in that gap of uncertainty, Rockefeller gained leverage. Silence turned him into a mystery, and mystery turned into power. Think of how people react when you remain quiet in a conversation. They begin to fill the space, to explain more than they intended, to expose their insecurities, their true motives, their weaknesses. This was Rockefeller's advantage. He listened while others spoke themselves into weakness. He observed while others revealed their strategies. He rarely gave away more than necessary. And when he finally spoke, his words carried weight because they were so rare. The world learned that if Rockefeller said something, it mattered. That restraint gave him authority. No loudness could ever create. Most people are uncomfortable with silence. They rush to fill it with chatter, explanations, excuses. This weakness exposes them. Rockefeller embraced silence. He could sit in a negotiation, calm and composed, while the other side, unraveled under the weight of their own impatience. They would speak more, offer more, compromise more, simply to escape the discomfort of his stillness. He didn't need to argue to win. His silence won for him. Imagine the power of being able to hold silence without fear. It makes you immovable. It makes others bend toward you. Rockefeller mastered this art, and it gave him dominance in every room. But silence was more than a tactic for him. It was a discipline. By choosing silence, he conserved his energy. He did not waste it on meaningless debates, on defending himself from petty accusations, on chasing validation through words. He reserved his speech for action, for strategy, for decisions that mattered. This made him efficient, focused, unstoppable. Words are energy, and those who scatter them recklessly weaken themselves. Rockefeller hoarded his words like he hoarded his resources, strategically, deliberately, only spending when it multiplied his power. Ask yourself, how often do you speak just to be heard? How often do you defend yourself unnecessarily, argue over trivialities, explain your plans to people who neither support nor understand them? Every word spent on proving yourself is energy wasted. Rockefeller did not need to prove, he needed only to execute. His silence kept him focused on the goal, instead of distracted by noise. That is a principle you can apply immediately. Stop announcing your every move. Stop explaining your vision to those who won't see it. Build quietly, move silently. Let results make the noise. Silence also gave Rockefeller something even more valuable: clarity. While others were busy speaking, he was listening. He was observing the smallest details: tone, hesitation, contradiction. He noticed what others missed because he wasn't trying to dominate the room with noise. He learned far more by staying quiet than others ever learned by speaking loudly. This is the overlooked advantage of silence. It turns you into a strategist. You gain information without revealing your own, and in any arena, business, relationships, life itself, information is power. Imagine sitting across from someone in conflict. They expect you to lash out, to defend yourself, to argue. Instead, you remain silent, calm, composed. Their words echo in the air unanswered. Soon doubt creeps into their mind. Did they go too far? Do you know something they don't? Silence unsettles because it cannot be controlled. Rockefeller knew this. He let others reveal their insecurities, while he kept his hidden. He turned silence into a shield that no criticism could pierce. He turned it into a sword that cut through the defenses of others without ever lifting his voice. But silence is not just about withholding words. It is about mastering the urge to react. The insult that demands retaliation, the criticism that provokes anger, the pressure that begs for a quick response. All of these moments test your discipline. Most people fail. They react instantly, giving away their power. Rockefeller didn't. He held his tongue, held his posture, held his calm. By refusing to react, he maintained control. This is why his enemies found him so difficult to defeat. They could not provoke him. They could not pull him into emotional traps. His silence disarmed them before the battle even began. There is another layer to this truth. Silence creates mystery, and mystery creates influence. People are drawn to what they cannot easily understand. Rockefeller's restraint made him enigmatic. Others projected power onto him,
because they could not see his full hand. They filled the silence with their own fears, assumptions, and doubts. This is the paradox of silence. By saying less, people think you know more. By revealing less, people imagine you are greater. Rockefeller used this to his advantage again and again. He did not need to shout about his strength. His silence made others assume it. So how do you practice this? Begin with restraint. Resist the urge to speak first, to fill the void, to respond impulsively. In conversations, pause. In conflicts, hold your ground. In negotiations, wait. Let others reveal themselves while you remain unreadable. Next, guard your plans. Do not announce every intention, every dream, every step. Work quietly, build steadily, and let results speak when the time is right. Finally, master your reactions. When provoked, do not give them your energy. When insulted, remain calm. When pressured, hold silence. Each time you do this, you build discipline. Each time you do this, you build power. Rockefeller's silence was not weakness, it was control, it was presence, it was the quiet dominance that comes from knowing you do not need to prove yourself. That is the mindset you must cultivate if you want to command respect, without asking for it. In a world that cannot stop talking, silence becomes the loudest statement, and when you master it, you, like Rockefeller, will discover that the less you say, the more power you hold. The battlefield is never outside first, it is inside. Rockefeller knew this better than anyone. His wealth, his empire, his influence, none of it could have existed if he had not first mastered his mind. The untrained mind is restless, fragile, and reactive. It spins in fear, it clings to doubt, it surrenders to impulse. But the trained mind is calm, steady, and unshakable. Rockefeller trained his mind like a warrior trains his body. He understood that success is not a matter of chance, but of discipline, and that discipline begins with the thoughts you allow and the emotions you command. He refused to be a prisoner of his own impulses. Instead, he built an inner fortress that no external storm could break. Most people lose not because of circumstances, but because of themselves. Their fear stops them before failure does. Their anger ruins relationships before enemies do. Their doubt cripples them before obstacles even matter. Rockefeller refused to let his own mind become his enemy. He replaced fear with faith in his ability to adapt. He replaced anger with deliberate calculation. He replaced doubt with discipline. This training of the mind gave him resilience in moments when others broke apart. He was not immune to stress, but he was immune to letting stress control him. That is the difference between ordinary and extraordinary. Think about the last time you let emotion dictate your actions. Maybe you lashed out in anger, made a choice from fear, quit too early, because doubt convinced you it was hopeless. Each of those moments is proof of how fragile the untrained mind is. Rockefeller would not allow himself such weakness. He paused before reacting. He breathed before responding. He assessed before acting. This gave him a calmness that seemed almost unnatural to others. But it was not a gift. It was training. He rehearsed self-control every day, until it became his default state. The lesson is simple but powerful. If you do not train your mind will betray you. Training begins in small habits. Rockefeller built discipline by living with order and precision. He accounted for every cent, every detail, every decision. To some this seemed obsessive, but he knew that discipline in small matters strengthens you for large ones. If you can master yourself in the minor trials, you will not collapse in the major ones. This is the secret to calm under fire. It is not built in crisis. It is built in routine. The man who trains himself daily is unshaken when the storm arrives. The man who drifts daily is destroyed when the storm arrives. Discipline decides which one you are. Gratitude was another weapon Rockefeller used to train his mind. He chose to focus on opportunity rather than scarcity, on what could be done rather than what could not. Most people are consumed by what they lack. Their minds spiral in complaints and comparisons, leaving no space for action. Rockefeller refused that trap. By practicing gratitude, he cultivated clarity. Gratitude clears away bitterness and sharpens vision. It keeps you calm because it shifts your attention from what you cannot control to what you already have and can use. Gratitude is not sentimental, it is strategic. It builds resilience because it starves fear and feeds focus. Detachment was his other discipline. He separated himself from the noise of emotion,
from the temporary rush of feelings, joy, sadness, anger, fear. He experienced them, but they never dictated him. He understood that emotions are fleeting, and if you build your life on them, you build on sand. He built on stone. He trained himself to feel deeply, yet act deliberately. This gave him control in moments that destroyed others. Imagine being able to stand in chaos, feel fear rising in your chest, yet still act with calm precision. That was Rockefeller, and that can be you, if you learn to detach, not by denying emotions, but by mastering them. The mind, like the body, grows stronger through resistance. Every setback, every insult, every failure is resistance training for the mind. Rockefeller treated them that way. He did not collapse under difficulty. He used difficulty to become tougher. This is why crises elevated him, instead of destroying him. He trained himself to see every challenge as practice, and because he treated every challenge as practice, he became invincible in the real battle. The truth is, life will test you whether you are ready or not. The question is, will you use the test to grow, or will you let it break you? Rockefeller chose growth, again and again. Imagine a storm raging. Most people are tossed by the winds, dragged by the current, broken by the force. But a few stand still, grounded, steady. They do not fight the storm, they let it pass around them. That was Rockefeller. He did not waste energy resisting the inevitable. He stood firm, knowing his roots were deep. That steadiness made him unshakable. And this is the mindset you must cultivate. Stop demanding life to be calm, and instead train yourself to remain calm no matter what life brings. The storm is not the problem, your reaction is. Train your mind, and the storm loses its power. So how do you train? Begin small. Wake up earlier than you want. Do the task you are tempted to avoid. Stay silent when you want to argue. Save when you want to spend. Follow through when you want to quit. Each small act of discipline rewires your mind. Each time you refuse to be ruled by impulse, you strengthen control. Over time, this builds into unshakable mental toughness. Then, when real pressure arrives, you are not shaken, you are prepared. Calmness becomes your natural state, not your forced one. This was Rockefeller's hidden advantage. His wealth was not his true treasure, his unshakable mind was. Because once you master your mind, no setback can destroy you, no insult can weaken you, no chaos can bend you. You walk through life with quiet power, with calm confidence, with a presence that others cannot explain. They wonder how nothing seems to rattle you, why you move steadily while they panic. The answer is training. The answer is discipline. The answer is the shift from being controlled by your mind to controlling it. That is the shift Rockefeller made, and that is the shift that can change everything for you.
Pressure is the crucible where strength is revealed. Many dream of greatness until the moment life presses down on them, until chaos strips away the comfort they rely on. Then, most fold. They panic, they complain, they freeze. John D. Rockefeller built his empire in one of the most volatile periods of American history, yet his defining trait was composure. When markets collapsed, when industries crumbled, when competitors panicked, Rockefeller remained unshaken. He carried himself with the calm certainty of a man who had already rehearsed the storm in his mind. Pressure did not surprise him because he expected it. This was his advantage. Where others resisted reality, he prepared for it, and when reality struck, he stood tall while the rest scattered. Think of what happens when pressure arrives in your own life. The bills pile up, deadlines loom, people disappoint you, plans unravel. Most people approach life as if it should run smoothly, and when it doesn't, they collapse under the weight of unmet expectation. But pressure is not the exception, it is the rule. Rockefeller understood this. He anticipated resistance, setbacks, chaos. He conditioned his mind to remain steady when the ground shook beneath his feet. That conditioning gave him dominance. The man who does not panic under pressure becomes the one others look to for leadership, for direction, for strength. Calmness in chaos is power, and Rockefeller wielded it flawlessly. Picture a battlefield where soldiers are scrambling, shouting, losing control. In the center stands one commander, silent, composed, issuing clear instructions. Who holds the power in that moment? Not the loudest, not the most frantic, but the one who remains calm. Rockefeller was that commander in the battlefield of business. His silence in chaos unnerved competitors and inspired confidence in allies. His refusal to be rattled made him unbreakable. This is a principle you must adopt if you want influence, if you want respect. Train yourself to stay calm when others lose themselves. Pressure does not create weakness, it reveals it, and when you respond with calm, you reveal strength few can match. Why do most crumble under pressure? Because they resist it. They expect life to follow their plan, and when it doesn't, they fight reality itself. But Rockefeller accepted reality. He knew control over events was limited, but control over his response was absolute. That shift in perspective made him unstoppable. When competitors lost everything in downturns, he used those downturns to expand. While others froze in fear, he acted strategically. He was not stronger than them physically, he was stronger mentally. He had trained himself to detach from panic, to separate emotion from action, and in doing so he turned pressure into fuel. Ask yourself, when life tests you, do you see it as punishment or as preparation? The untrained mind panics, but the disciplined mind calculates. The storm is the same for everyone, but the response determines the outcome. Rockefeller's empire grew in storms because he trained himself to remain steady when others broke. That is the lesson. Train for adversity before it arrives. Expect resistance. Anticipate setbacks. Prepare your mind for uncertainty, so when it comes you are not surprised, you are ready. Composure under pressure begins in small moments. Rockefeller did not wake up one day immune to chaos. He built that resilience through daily discipline. Every cent he saved, every record he kept, every decision he analyzed, sharpened his ability to think clearly under stress. Discipline in small things builds strength for big things. If you want to remain calm in major crises, start by mastering yourself in minor inconvenience. The long line at the store, the delayed response, the unexpected change in plans. These are opportunities to train composure. Most waste them by reacting emotionally. Rockefeller used every moment as practice, and when true storms came, he was unmovable. Consider this: people follow strength they cannot explain. When everyone else is panicking and one man remains calm, he becomes magnetic. His presence commands trust. That was Rockefeller. His calmness under pressure gave him authority without words. The same can be true for you. If you learn to control yourself when others cannot, you become the anchor in every room, the one people rely on, the one people respect. Calm is not weakness, it is dominance. The ability to remain unmoved while others collapse is a signal of mastery. The world is not going to hand you peace, it is going to hand you problems. Rockefeller did not build peace by escaping problems, he built peace by mastering himself within them. He treated pressure as inevitable, not optional, and because of that, he was never surprised by it. Imagine if you adopted that same mindset. No more panic when things go wrong. No more complaining when life gets hard. Instead, calm acceptance, strategic response, and steady execution. The storms would no longer break you, they would elevate you. This is the shift you must embrace. Stop wishing for ease. Start training for difficulty. Life will test you, and when it does, your reaction will reveal whether you are ordinary or extraordinary. Rockefeller proved that composure under pressure is not just survival, it is leverage. It turns chaos into opportunity, fear into clarity, crisis into growth. Most people panic and lose. A few remain calm and win. Which will you be? The one who crumbles under the weight of pressure, or the one who stands unshaken and uses that pressure to rise higher? The choice, as always, belongs to you. One of the most liberating truths Rockefeller lived by was this: suffering comes not from what happens to you, but from clinging to what you cannot control. The man who insists that the world bend to his will always be broken by its resistance. The man who flows with reality, adjusting, adapting, and redirecting, becomes indestructible. Rockefeller learned early that the market, politics, competitors, even fate itself, could shift in ways he could never predict or control. Instead of wasting his energy fighting against these forces, he conserved it for what he could control: his mind, his discipline,
his decisions. This detachment from the illusion of control gave him a calmness and strength few ever achieved. He understood that peace is not found in domination of circumstances, but in mastery of self. Think about how most people live. They fixate on outcomes, cling to expectations, demand that life deliver according to their plans, and when it doesn't, they crumble. Their emotions spiral, their confidence collapses, their energy is drained. Rockefeller did the opposite. He built his life around the principle of control and release. Control what you can, release what you can't. By refusing to waste energy on the uncontrollable, he always had energy left to act on the controllable. This is why he thrived where others faltered. While competitors cursed the market, he strategized. While others dwelled on losses, he prepared for gain. His detachment from outcomes gave him freedom to move without fear. Imagine holding sand tightly in your fist. The harder you squeeze, the more it slips through your finger. That is how most people treat life. They grip tightly, desperate to control every detail, and in doing so, lose everything. Now imagine holding that same sand with an open hand. It rests with you naturally, effortlessly. That was Rockefeller's mindset. He did not grip with desperation. He held life with calm openness. He knew things would come and go. People would rise and fall. Markets would crash and recover. His focus was never on controlling the tides, but on mastering his ability to navigate them. That is why nothing broke him. He flowed like water, steady, relentless, unstoppable. This philosophy of letting go is not weakness, it is strength. Weakness is needing the world to obey you. Strength is moving forward, regardless of what the world throws at you. Rockefeller's empire was not the result of perfect conditions. It was built precisely because he could keep building when conditions were imperfect. He never demanded the path to be smooth. He trained himself to walk even when it was jagged. He never demanded people to always be fair. He prepared himself to move forward, even when they were. This is what letting go really means. Refusing to tie your peace to external forces, and anchoring it instead in your internal control. Ask yourself, how much energy have you wasted stressing about what you cannot change? The past you replay in your head, the criticism you obsess over, the disappointments you relive. None of it is within your control, yet it consumes you, and because it consumes you, it weakens you. Rockefeller refused to be consumed. He redirected his focus to the present, to the actions still within his grasp. He knew that what mattered was not what had happened, but what he chose to do next. That is the secret. Power is always in the next move, never in the last one. When you let go of what is gone, you reclaim the energy to act decisively in what is still possible. There is a deep freedom in this mindset. When you no longer cling to rigid expectations, life loses its power to shatter you. If things go your way, you move forward. If they don't, you still move forward. You are no longer fragile, because your peace is not built on conditions, it is built on discipline. This is why Rockefeller could face losses without despair, setbacks without paralysis. He did not confuse temporary outcomes with permanent defeat. He saw every event as information, as a signal for adjustment, and because he did not cling, he was always free to adapt. Adaptability is power, and detachment is its source. Consider the river. It does not demand that the rocks move aside. It does not resist the mountains in its path. It flows, it bends. It carves its way with patience and persistence. Over time it shapes the landscape itself. That was Rockefeller. He did not waste energy raging at obstacles. He flowed around them until they no longer mattered. His strength was not in brute force, but in unshakable persistence, born of detachment. He trusted that as long as he kept moving, as long as he refused to break, the path would form beneath him. Detachment does not mean apathy. Rockefeller cared deeply about his work, his purpose, his legacy, but he refused to let his identity be bound to things outside his control. He could suffer temporary loss without losing himself. He could endure setbacks without being defined by them. That is what true strength looks like. Not coldness, not indifference, but composure rooted in clarity. He understood the line between what belongs to you and what doesn't, and he stayed on his side of it. The world could rage, collapse, or resist, but within himself he remained steady, and that steadiness is what built everything. So how do you practice this in your own life?
Begin with awareness. The next time you find yourself angry, anxious, or stressed, pause and ask, is this within my control? If the answer is no, release it. Stop pouring energy into what you cannot change. Redirect it toward what you can. Start small. The traffic you can't move, the delay you can't prevent, the words someone else speaks. Instead of reacting, observe and release. Over time, this practice builds resilience, and with resilience, you gain freedom. Freedom from being tossed around by every circumstance. Freedom to remain focused on what actually matters. Freedom to keep moving forward, no matter what. This was Rockefeller's secret power. He did not fight the world to make it perfect. He mastered himself to move through it, regardless of its imperfections. That is the mindset shift you must embrace. Stop clinging. Stop resisting. Start flowing. Let go of what you cannot control, and you will discover a strength that nothing can break. You will move with peace, with power, with persistence, and in that unshakable calm, you will find what Rockefeller found: the freedom to build something greater than circumstance, greater than opinion, greater than
Real power never announces itself. It does not seek applause. It does not beg for recognition. It does not advertise its every move. It simply acts, strategically, decisively, and lets results speak louder than words ever could. Rockefeller lived by this law, while competitors boasted, exaggerated, and flaunted their intentions. He moved quietly. While others announced plans that never materialized, Rockefeller built in silence until his results were undeniable. His restraint made him dangerous. His quiet made him unpredictable. By the time others realized what he was doing, it was already too late. He had positioned himself so far ahead that they could not catch him. This discipline of moving in silence was one of his greatest advantages, and it is a discipline you can cultivate too. Think of how most people live. They crave validation at every step. They tell friends, family, strangers on social media about their goals, their projects, their dreams. They seek praise for intentions rather than results. But this constant exposure weakens them. It invites doubt, resistance, criticism. It creates pressure that distracts from execution. Rockefeller avoided this trap entirely. He understood that the more you announce, the more vulnerable you become. Words alert rivals, feed critics, and drain focus. Silence keeps you sharp. Silence keeps you protected. Silence lets your energy flow into work instead of into explanation. That is why Rockefeller built empires while others wasted themselves on appearances. Imagine a chess player revealing his next move before he makes it. Foolish, predictable, easy to count. Yet this is how most people operate in life. They reveal too much, too early. Rockefeller was the opposite. He concealed his strategy until it was complete. His rivals never knew exactly what he was planning, and that uncertainty gave him leverage. Silence forces others to guess, to doubt, to miscalculate. While they speculated, he executed. While they wasted time on rumors, he secured realities. This is the principle you must adopt. Stop telling everyone what you are going to do. Start doing it quietly. Let them find out only when it is too late to stop you. But moving in silence was not only about strategy, it was also about humility and focus. Rockefeller did not need constant recognition. He did not need to prove himself through noise. He was too busy building. He let success be the proof. He let results be the announcement. There is a profound freedom in this. When you stop needing external applause, you liberate yourself to focus on the only thing that matters: execution. Talk feeds ego. Work builds legacy. Rockefeller chose legacy. Ask yourself, how much of your energy has been wasted trying to convince people, trying to be seen, trying to prove your worth before the results are ready? Every time you explain instead of act, you lose momentum. Every time you announce instead of build, you expose yourself unnecessarily. Moving in silence does not mean isolation. It means prioritization. It means channeling your energy into what creates change rather than what creates attention. Attention fades, results remain. Rockefeller understood this, and it made him unstoppable. Silence also creates intrigue. When you do not reveal your moves, people begin to wonder. They speculate. They invent stories. They imagine possibilities. The less they know, the more they assume, and often
They assume you are greater than you are. This perception works in your favor. People fear what they cannot see, respect what they cannot fully understand. Rockefeller's quietness amplified his aura of control. His mystery magnified his influence. He did not need to demand respect. His silence commanded it. Now imagine applying this to your own life. Instead of telling everyone about your goals, you work in silence. Instead of defending yourself against criticism, you stay silent and let your results answer. Instead of boasting about your potential, you let your progress reveal it piece by piece. Over time, people will notice. They will wonder how you move so calmly, how you achieve without noise, how you rise without announcing it, and in that mystery, you will find power, not the shallow power of attention, but the deep power of control. Rockefeller knew that the loudest are rarely the strongest. The ones who boast the most are often hiding the least. Real strength does not need to shout. It moves quietly, strategically, efficiently. This is why he could outmaneuver men who were louder, more flamboyant, more aggressive. Their noise blinded them, his silence sharpened him. This is the difference between those who talk about doing great things and those who actually do them. Rockefeller belonged to the second category, and so can you if you embrace the discipline of silence. So how do you cultivate this? Begin by resisting the urge to announce. When you have a goal, keep it to yourself. When you have a plan, execute it quietly. When you feel the need to prove yourself with words, hold back and prove yourself with results. Instead, next, stop over-explaining. You do not owe everyone an explanation for your decisions, your path, your vision. The less you justify, the more powerful you appear. Finally, redirect your energy. Every moment you spend speaking about what you will do is a moment you could spend doing it. Trade noise for action. Trade exposure for progress. Trade validation for execution. Rockefeller's silence was not emptiness, it was strategy, it was focus, it was humility, and above all, it was power. He let others talk, argue, and expose themselves while he worked. Then, when his work was complete, it spoke so loudly that no argument could drown it. This is the lesson you must carry. Stop talking about the life you plan to build. Build it quietly, build it relentlessly, build it until the results speak for you. Because in the end, true power moves in silence, and by the time the world notices, you are already too far ahead. Every journey of mastery must end where it began, with the mind. Rockefeller's story is not just about wealth or empire, it is about the inner transformation that made those things possible. The mindset shift that changes everything is not complicated, but it is the decision to master yourself before you try to master the world, to control your thoughts, your emotions, your reactions, your focus. Most people spend their lives trying to bend circumstances to their will. Rockefeller bent himself first. He became unshakable on the inside, and the outside bent to him as a result. That is the ultimate lesson. That is the inheritance you can take from his life. Think back on the principles that shaped him: composure under pressure, detachment from what cannot be controlled, silence as a weapon, discipline in the small things, a refusal to seek approval. Each one of these was not just a tactic, but a reflection of his central belief that power begins within. While others wasted themselves chasing validation, fighting criticism, or drowning in emotion, Rockefeller kept his energy contained, directed, and precise. He conserved it for building. He refused to scatter it on trivialities, and because of this, he could endure what others could not. His wealth was not born of fortune, it was born of a mindset that few are willing to cultivate. Now imagine if you applied this mindset to your own life. Imagine walking through each day, unaffected by insults, unbroken by setbacks, unmoved by chaos. Imagine no longer being a prisoner to anger, fear, or doubt. Imagine carrying yourself with a calm presence, so strong that people can feel it without you saying a word. That is not fantasy. It is discipline. It is the result of training your mind the way Rockefeller trained him. And when you do, you will discover what he discovered, that the true game is not external success, but internal control. Master the first, and the second follows naturally. The world respects those who cannot be shaken. People are drawn to stability because it is so rare. In every crisis, most crumble, and the few who remain calm stand out. In every crowd, most talk, and the few who remain silent gain attention without asking for it. In every industry, most seek shortcuts, and the few who practice discipline rise up. This is why Rockefeller became not just wealthy, but influential. His presence commanded respect before his words were spoken. His calm unsettled rivals before deals began. His silence carried more authority than their noise ever could. He embodied the truth that strength does not always roar. It often whispers, and that whisper is enough to move empires. But here is what you must understand. This mindset is not reserved for history's giants. It is not reserved for Rockefeller alone. It is available to you if you are willing to do the work, if you are willing to discipline your mind when no one is watching, if you are willing to choose restraint when you want to react, if you are willing to keep building when criticism tempts you to stop. Most will not do. Most will remain fragile, reactive, desperate for validation, but the few who do, the few who adopt this mindset, will rise above the rest, not because the world is easier for them, but because they are stronger within it. Think of your own story. The insults, the failures, the pressures, the disappointments, they will not stop coming. The illusion is that one day, life will become smooth. It won't. Rockefeller never expected it to. Instead, he trained himself to walk steadily, no matter how rough the ground became. That is the shift. Stop waiting for life to be easy, and start preparing yourself to be strong. Stop praying for calm waters, and start building a mind that sails through storms. When you do this, nothing outside of you can take away your peace, your clarity, your strength. And when nothing can take it away, you become untouchable. The ultimate power is not in wealth or status. It is in presence, a presence so firm, so disciplined, so calm, that it cannot be rattled. A presence that commands respect without asking, that inspires without speaking, that influences without effort. Rockefeller understood this. His fortune may have been measured in dollars, but his true wealth was his unshakable state of mind. It was this that allowed him to rise from nothing, to endure endless criticism, to outlast every rival. His empire was a reflection of his mind, organized, disciplined, stable, unbreakable, and that same empire-building mind is available to you. So the question is not whether you can achieve it. The question is whether you will train for it. Will you practice restraint when insulted? Will you remain calm when pressured? Will you let silence guard your power instead of wasting it in noise? Will you detach from what you cannot control and pour yourself into what you can? Each choice is small, but repeated, it becomes the fortress of your mind. And once that fortress is built, nothing outside can bring it down. That is the mindset shift. That is the transformation. That is the difference between living as a puppet of circumstance or as the master of your own destiny. In the end, Rockefeller's life proves one truth. The world bends to those who first bend themselves. Control your mind, and you control your life. Train your discipline, and you build your empire. Stay silent, stay calm, stay unshaken, and nothing can touch you. The storms will come, but you will walk through them untouched. The critics will speak, but your results will silence them. The pressure will rise, but you will remain steady. And in that steadiness lies the secret that changes everything. The same secret that transformed Rockefeller from a boy of scarcity into a man of unshakable power. The same secret that can transform you.
There comes a point in every journey where persistence is tested, where the noise of the world grows so loud that most people surrender to it. Rockefeller's life was a series of such moments. He was not handed certainty, he was handed volatility. The oil industry of his time was chaotic, full of speculation, instability, ruthless competition. Fortunes were made and lost overnight. Yet instead of being swallowed by that chaos, he transformed it into order, by cultivating a mindset that thrived not on what others thought of him, but on the clarity of his own purpose. While men around him were consumed by approval, by fear of judgment, by the need to prove themselves, Rockefeller anchored himself in one truth: validation from others is worthless compared to conviction within yourself. This is the shift that separates the powerful from the powerless. Most people live as slaves to opinion. They measure their worth by the reactions of others, bending and reshaping themselves to fit expectations. But Rockefeller never begged for approval. He was often criticized, sometimes vilified for the decisions he made, the empire he built, the scale of his ambition. Yet he never wavered. Why? Because he understood that progress invites criticism, that greatness always creates noise. Imagine trying to do something extraordinary while demanding universal applause. It is impossible. Those who wait for approval before they move will never move at all. Rockefeller moved without it. He realized early that no one's opinion could build his future for him, so he stopped giving their opinions the power to stop him. Consider this: when you seek approval, you place your happiness in someone else's hands. You allow their words to determine your worth. You become dependent, fragile, easily broken. But when you choose to validate yourself, you become untouchable. Rockefeller's confidence was not arrogance. It was self-reliance. He built his identity on discipline, on results, on vision, not on applause. That is why he could endure criticism without flinching, endure doubt without retreating, endure misunderstanding without feeling the need to defend himself. He understood a timeless principle: the world is slow to understand those who move ahead of it. The same voices that doubt you today will be the ones praising you tomorrow. But you must have the strength to walk through the doubt without needing their approval. Think about your own life. How often do you hesitate because you fear what others will say? How often do you dilute your vision because you want to be liked? This is the silent trap that kills greatness. The need for approval chains you to mediocrity. Rockefeller broke that chain by embracing the reality that not everyone will understand you, not everyone will support you, not everyone will like you, and that is not a problem. The goal is not to be liked. The goal is to be unshakable. The ones who matter will respect you not because you seek their validation, but because you don't need it. True strength is magnetic. It commands attention not by asking for it, but by embodying it. Imagine a man working tirelessly, building, planning, executing his vision. Around him, whispers spread. Critics speak loudly. Rivals mock his methods. Does he stop? Does he defend himself? No. He continues forward as if the noise does not exist. That was Rockefeller, and in time the same critics who laughed could not deny the results standing before them. This is the lesson. Results silence doubt more effectively than arguments ever could. Do not waste your energy trying to convince people. Use that energy to build something undeniable. Let your success do the talking. That is how power operates. Approval is a currency of the weak. Self-belief is the currency of the strong. Rockefeller lived by this. He was not reckless. He listened, he evaluated, but he did not allow unqualified voices to steer his direction. He filtered noise through logic. If feedback was constructive, he took it. If it was meaningless criticism, he discarded it without hesitation. This is the discipline you must master. Not all voices deserve your attention. Not all opinions deserve weight. The loudest critics are often the least qualified to judge. When you learn to separate signal from noise, you conserve your energy for what truly matters, and energy focused on the right things is unstoppable. The irony is this: the less you seek approval, the more respect you gain. People admire those who cannot be easily swayed, those who stand firm in their own values, those who walk a path with clarity, even when it is unpopular. We live in a world where most are desperate to fit in, desperate to be liked, desperate to conform. That desperation bleeds weakness. But when you refuse to bow to it, when you carry yourself with conviction, you stand apart, and that separation is where influence is born. Rockefeller didn't become a giant because everyone cheered for him. He became a giant because he kept moving forward when no one understood him. So ask yourself, are you building your life on borrowed opinions, or on your own conviction? Every time you seek approval, you surrender a piece of your power. Every time you pause to worry about what others think, you delay your progress. The mindset shift is simple, but not easy. Stop asking for permission, and start granting it to yourself. Stop needing to be understood and start being undeniable. Approval fades, but conviction endures. Rockefeller's empire was not built on applause. It was built on the discipline of a man who refused to let the noise of the world drown out his inner vision. That is the lesson you must carry. When you stop seeking approval, you start living freely. And when you live freely, you unlock the strength that changes everything. Criticism is the price of progress. Anyone who chooses to rise above mediocrity will inevitably attract it. John D. Rockefeller understood this truth more deeply than most. From the moment he began consolidating the oil industry, he was met with accusations, suspicion,
and relentless judgment. Journalists attacked him, competitors despised him, even politicians sought to undermine him. Yet what made him powerful was not the absence of criticism, but the way he handled it. He never let other people's voices dictate his direction. He never gave their anger more power than his vision. Instead, he filtered criticism through logic, kept what was useful, and discarded the rest. He knew that if he tried to please everyone, he would achieve nothing, and so he chose the path of progress over popularity. This is where most people fail. The moment they hear disapproval, they retreat. A single insult is enough to shake their confidence. A harsh word can derail their momentum. They interpret criticism as truth instead of opinion. But Rockefeller knew better. He recognized that most criticism says more about the critic than about the target. Jealousy, insecurity, fear, these are the roots of destructive judgment. Why surrender your peace to voices that do not understand your path? Why allow strangers to shape your identity? Rockefeller didn't. He asked a simple question: does this criticism serve my growth, or does it serve their weakness? If it helped him improve, he listened. If it didn't, he ignored it entirely. Imagine a sculptor chiseling a block of stone. Passers-by stop to watch. Some admire, some offer suggestions, some mock. The sculptor does not abandon his work because of their work. He keeps shaping, guided by the vision in his mind, not the noise outside of it. Rockefeller lived this way. He let the noise swirl around him, but his focus remained on the masterpiece he was building. This is the mindset you must adopt. If you allow critics to break your rhythm, you hand them control. But when you detach, when you keep moving regardless of what is said, you retain your power. Silence becomes your shield. Progress becomes your response. The truth is, there are two types of criticism: constructive and destructive. Constructive criticism comes from those who understand, who want you to grow, who see flaws you can correct. This you should welcome. Destructive criticism comes from envy, ignorance, or malice. This you must ignore. Rockefeller mastered the art of distinguishing between the two. He didn't waste energy fighting every accusation. He understood that responding to every critic is like pouring water into a sieve. It drains you endlessly with no result. Instead, he saved his energy for building, for creating, for executing his vision. And that is why his empire grew while his critics faded into irrelevance. Think about how you react when someone criticizes you. Do you immediately get defensive? Do you argue over explain, or feel the need to prove yourself? That is exactly what weakens you. Every defensive word is proof that their judgment has power over you. But imagine responding like Rockefeller, not with anger, not with panic, but with calm indifference. Imagine pausing, analyzing, asking, is this useful? If yes, learn from it. If not, discard it and move on. The moment you stop reacting emotionally, criticism loses its teeth. It becomes background noise, powerless to derail your focus. This is how you build unshakable confidence. Rockefeller faced relentless attacks in newspapers, painting him as a villain. He did not chase reporters to explain himself. He did not write rebuttals to every accusation. He simply kept building. He understood something profound. Results are louder than rebuttals. When you argue with critics, you elevate them. When you ignore them and succeed anyway, you silence. Your results will always speak louder than your words. This is why detachment from criticism is one of the most powerful traits you can cultivate. You do not need to win the argument. You need to win the outcome. Consider this. Every great visionary has faced resistance. Innovators, leaders, creators, all of them were doubted, mocked, or attacked. But history does not remember the critics. It remembers those who pressed forward despite the noise. Rockefeller's empire still stands as a symbol of power and organization. His critics, forgotten. Footnote: this is the reality you must embrace. Criticism is not a signal to stop. It is evidence that you are moving. If no one criticizes you, it likely means you are blending into mediocrity. But if people resist you, doubt you, or question you, it means you are ahead of them. That is the cost of progress. Do not run from it. Wear it as proof that you are on the right path. So how do you cultivate Rockefeller's composure in the face of criticism? It begins with detachment. When the words sting, pause, ask yourself, who is speaking? Do they understand my path? Do they live the life I aspire to? If not, their opinion has no weight. Next, practice silence. Not every attack deserves an answer. In fact, most do not. The less you respond, the more control you display. Finally, build self-conviction. The stronger your inner belief, the weaker the grip of outer voices. Confidence built on self-reliance is unshakable. When you know who you are, no one can tell you otherwise. Rockefeller never feared criticism, because he never gave it power. He saw it as inevitable, as natural as the wind. He let it blow past him while he stayed rooted. That is the mindset shift you must embrace. Stop trying to escape criticism. Stop craving universal approval. Start building so decisively that criticism becomes irrelevant. The world will always talk. Let them. You keep moving, because in the end, history remembers builders, not critics. And when your results stand tall, the voices that once tried to tear you down will fade into silence.
You've heard it before, maybe in whispers, maybe in books or videos that promised a life beyond what you know today. The idea sounds almost mystical, almost too good to be true, that your thoughts, your beliefs, your inner focus can shape the reality around you, that by altering what you expect, you alter what you receive. Most dismiss it as wishful thinking, a fantasy for dreamers. But what if I told you it is not fantasy? What if I told you it is a law as real and powerful as gravity, waiting for you to use it? The truth is, you've been using it your entire life, whether you realized it or not. Every success you've had, every setback you've endured, every moment that felt like fate behind it all, the law of attraction has been at work, responding to the energy you project into the world. Think about this. How many times have you woken up in a bad mood, and the entire day seemed to conspire against you? Traffic jams, rude encounters, spilled coffee, one frustration after another. On the other hand, recall the days you felt unstoppable, the mornings when you woke up grateful, optimistic, alive. Suddenly opportunities appeared, people smiled at you, everything seemed to flow in your favor. Was that coincidence, or was that the law of attraction in motion, responding to the frequency of your mindset? The energy you put out is the energy that returns. Like a mirror, the universe reflects back what you focus upon most intensely. The problem is, most people focus unconsciously. They dwell on fear, on lack, on limitations, and then wonder why their lives seem like endless repetitions of disappointment. You don't need to believe blindly in this law. You can test it, observe it, prove it for yourself. The evidence is all around you. Look at those who radiate joy and confidence. Life seems to bend toward them. They attract friendships, opportunities, even wealth, not because they are lucky, but because their inner vibration calls those things forth. Meanwhile, those who constantly complain, who expect the worst, who live in resentment, they too attract exactly what they focus on: struggle, betrayal, scarcity. Life is not punishing them. It is only responding faithfully to their dominant thought. The law of attraction does not discriminate. It does not choose favorites. It simply responds. You are the one giving the command, whether knowingly or unknowingly. Consider a magnet. It does not chase metal. It does not plead. It does not struggle. It simply attracts what resonates with its field. You are the same. Your thoughts, feelings, and expectations form a magnetic field around your life. Right now, in this very moment, that field is pulling people, situations, and experiences toward you. The question is, are you attracting what you want or what you fear? This is why awareness is everything. Until you wake up to the truth of what you're broadcasting, you'll continue to live by default, mistaking the results of your own vibration for fate or bad luck. But once you understand, once you take conscious control, your entire world can transform. Let me give you a simple story. There was a woman who spent years longing for love. She repeated to her friends endlessly, "I'll never find someone. All the good ones are taken. I'm destined to be alone." Her heart ached for connection, but her mind continuously declared lack. She didn't realize that her focus on loneliness was amplifying that very experience. The law of attraction was not ignoring her. It was faithfully delivering more evidence to match her belief. Then one day, exhausted by despair, she tried something different. Instead of affirming her loneliness, she began to affirm her worth. Each morning she stood before the mirror and whispered, "I am deserving of love. Love is all around me. Love flows toward me easily and abundantly." At first it felt like a lie, but as she persisted, something shifted. She began to feel lighter, to smile more often, to carry herself with quiet confidence, and as if by magic, she met someone who mirrored her new energy back to her. It wasn't magic, it was alignment. The law of attraction had simply responded to the new broadcast she was sending out. Skeptics may scoff, but history itself is filled with testimonies of this principle. Look at the great innovators, the entrepreneurs, the artists. They held a vision in their minds long before it existed in reality. Edison saw the light before the bulb lit the world. The Wright brothers saw flight before the first plane left the ground. These were not random accidents. They attracted ideas, resources, and breakthroughs by focusing relentlessly on what they desired rather than on the impossibility of it. The law of attraction works most powerfully when desire is fused with belief, when the vision within feels more real than the evidence without. But here lies the challenge. Most people sabotage themselves not because they don't desire, but because they don't believe. They dream of abundance while secretly expecting scarcity. They hope for health while constantly fearing illness. They long for success while endlessly affirming their unworthiness. And so their attraction field is scrambled, pulling in contradictions, reinforcing the very circumstances they wish to escape. The law of attraction cannot be fooled by words alone. It responds to your dominant feeling, your emotional core. If your words say, "I am wealthy," but your feelings scream, "I am broke," the law will always follow the vibration, not the vocabulary. This is why so many fail when they first attempt to use it. They affirm on the surface, but doubt in the depths, and the universe always listens to the depths. So how do you change it? How do you shift from being a victim of unconscious attraction to being a master of deliberate creation? It begins with awareness. Notice your thoughts. Notice the stories you repeat to yourself about who you are, what you deserve, what's possible. These stories are not harmless. They are instructions to the universe, scripts for your future. Every complaint, every doubt, every casual phrase of defeat is a seed being planted. If you don't want it to grow, stop planting it. Instead, begin to cultivate thoughts that align with the life you want to live, not just once, not just when it's easy, but daily, deliberately, persistently, because every time you shift your focus, you shift your attraction. The law of attraction is not reserved for the chosen few. It is for anyone willing to claim responsibility for their inner world. It does not require mystical rituals or secret codes. It requires clarity, focus, and belief. And the moment you begin to practice it consciously, you'll notice something remarkable. Small shifts at first, little synchronicities, chance encounters, opportunities that seem to appear out of nowhere, but they are not out of nowhere. They are the natural result of the vibration you've chosen to hold. Over time, those small shifts become monumental. Entire chapters of your life rewrite themselves. Possibilities you once thought impossible become ordinary. That is the power waiting for you when you understand this law. Most people misunderstand the law of attraction because they believe it's simply about wishing for something and waiting for it to appear. They think it means closing your eyes, repeating a desire, and hoping the universe delivers it like a package at the door. But that is not how this law works. The universe does not respond to idle wishes. It responds to belief fused with action, to thought charged with feeling, to energy that is consistent and unwavering. The law of attraction is not about passivity, it is about alignment. When your inner state aligns with what you want, your actions naturally follow, and those actions magnetize results. Without that alignment, your actions are hollow, and your desires dissolve into frustration. Picture a farmer. He cannot simply sit in his field and wish for crops to appear. He must plant the seeds, tend the soil, and care for the land. But here is the difference between the farmer who succeeds and the one who fails. The successful farmer plants his seeds with expectation. He does not doubt that the harvest will come. He does not plant one day and dig them up the next to check if they're growing. He trusts the process. He aligns his belief with his actions, and nature does the rest. You are the same. Every thought, every affirmation, every visualization is a seed. But it is only when you water those seeds with faith and patience that they grow into reality. Think of how many times you have sabotaged yourself by planting doubt instead of belief. You wanted wealth, but then you whispered, "This will never happen." You longed for love, but deep down you told yourself, "I'm not worthy." You desired success, but you repeated, "I'll probably fail." These are seeds too, but they grow into weeds that choke the life out of your vision. The law of attraction is always on. It cannot be turned off, which means that even in your moments of doubt, you are attracting more doubt. Even in your complaints, you are summoning more reasons to complain. Once you understand this, you realize why awareness is everything. You cannot control every event in life, but you can control the energy you project, and that energy determines what the law of attraction mirrors back to you. Let me give you a story. A man once dreamed of building his own business. He worked a job he hated, waking up every day in resentment, believing he was trapped. His dream was clear, but every time he thought of pursuing it, he drowned in fear. What if I fail? What if I lose everything? What if I'm not good enough? These thoughts became his dominant vibration, and for years nothing changed. One day, exhausted by his own excuses, he decided to test something. Instead of focusing on the fear of failure, he began to focus on the vision of success. He spent time each morning imagining his business thriving, feeling the joy of freedom, hearing the gratitude of his clients. He didn't just think it, he felt it. And as he persisted, his energy changed. His actions shifted too. He began reaching out to contacts, creating small offers, and slowly momentum built. Opportunities appeared where before there were none. Was this coincidence, or was it the law of attraction, aligning his world with his dominant belief? His success was not born from luck, it was born from alignment. This is the difference between those who create consciously and those who drift unconsciously. The unconscious person says, "I'll believe it when I see it." The conscious creator says, "I'll see it because I believe it." That shift in perspective changes everything. Belief is not waiting for proof. It is the generator of proof. When you hold belief long enough, the universe rearranges itself to confirm it. When you hold disbelief, the universe does the same. It never fails. The only question is which reality you are choosing to call forth. But belief alone is not enough. You must feel. The law of attraction responds to emotion, because emotion is energy in motion. It is the language the universe understands. You can say 1,000 affirmations with no power if they are empty words, but a single thought charged with deep feeling can move mountains. Think about the moments in your life when you were consumed with passion, when you wanted something so badly that nothing could stop you. Didn't life conspire to bring you opportunities, allies, and breakthroughs? That was the law of attraction, responding to the intensity of your emotion. The stronger the feeling, the stronger the magnetic pull. This is why gratitude is so powerful. Gratitude elevates your vibration instantly. When you feel grateful for what you already have, you signal to the universe that you are abundant, and abundance flows to meet that signal. Skeptics often say, if the law of attraction is real, why do bad things happen to good people? The answer is not simple, but here is the truth. The law is not a tool for blame. It is a mirror of energy. People attract not what they consciously want, but what they unconsciously focus on. Often it is fear, worry, guilt, or unresolved patterns buried deep within them. The law is impartial. It delivers whatever frequency dominates, whether positive or negative. But here lies the gift. Once you realize this, you have the power to change your frequency at will. You can release fear, shift focus, cultivate gratitude, and realign your energy. When you do, your world must follow, because the law of attraction cannot resist a consistent vibration. Imagine your mind as a radio. If you want to hear classical music, you cannot tune into a rock station and hope the songs will change. You must adjust the dial to the right frequency. Life is no different. If you want wealth, you cannot stay tuned to poverty. If you want love, you cannot stay tuned to loneliness. If you want health, you cannot stay tuned to sickness. You must shift your frequency before the results appear. Most people make the mistake of waiting for external proof before changing their inner state. But the law works in reverse. Change the inner state first,
and the external proof will follow. The universe is always listening. Every thought is a request, every emotion a command, every expectation a prophecy. You are scripting your future moment by moment. If you realized how powerful your thoughts truly are, you would never think another negative one. You would guard your mind as if it were the gate to your destiny, because it is. And once you understand this truth, hesitation becomes impossible. You no longer wait for miracles, you create them.
There is a secret most never grasp, a truth so simple yet so often overlooked. You do not attract what you want, you attract what you are. Desire is not enough. You can want riches, health, or love with every fiber of your being, but if at your core you still identify with lack, sickness, or loneliness, then that is what will flow into your life. The universe is not fooled by words, it reads vibration, and your vibration is determined not by what you say, but by who you believe yourself to be. If you see yourself as broke, no affirmation of wealth will take root until you change that inner identity. If you see yourself as unworthy of love, no partner will arrive to fill the emptiness. The law of attraction always reflects your self-concept, and that reflection will never fail. Think of a mirror. When you stand before it, you cannot frown and expect a smile to appear in the reflection. You cannot slump your shoulders and expect to see strength staring back at you. The reflection only changes when you do. Life is that mirror. It cannot give you joy while you radiate sorrow. It cannot bring you abundance while you dwell on scarcity. It cannot deliver success while you secretly expect failure. The law of attraction is exact, impartial, and unwavering. The outer world bends only when the inner world bends first. This is why so many people fail when they attempt to use vision boards, affirmations, or visualization. They paste pictures of mansions on their walls, but still see themselves as renters struggling to pay bills. They repeat, "I am confident," while walking through the world, shrinking from every opportunity. They visualize love, but carry the energy of rejection. And then they declare that the law of attraction doesn't work. But the truth is, it always works. It is simply reflecting their truest vibration, not their surface-level wish. Until you shift your identity, your reality cannot shift. Let me share with you a story. There was a man who spent years declaring, "I will be wealthy one day." He read books, attended seminars, and even wrote down affirmations daily. But no matter how hard he tried, money slipped through his fingers. His business ventures collapsed, his investments failed, and debt followed him everywhere. He was convinced the law of attraction was a lie. But then one day, in a quiet moment of reflection, he realized the truth. Deep down, he still saw himself as poor. He had carried the identity of poverty since childhood. When his family struggled to make ends meet, every decision, every action was unconsciously filtered through that lens. He didn't need more affirmations. He needed a new identity. Slowly, he began to shift. He stopped calling himself broke in casual conversation. He began to affirm not just with words but with feeling, visualizing himself already abundant, already living in wealth, already free. He noticed the way wealthy people carried themselves and began to embody those traits. Within a few years, his life transformed completely. The opportunities were always there, but until he changed his identity, he could not see them. This is the power of alignment. When who you are matches what you want, the law of attraction has no choice but to deliver. It cannot resist harmony. It cannot withhold from someone who radiates congruence between desire and belief. Your outer world is always catching up to your inner world. So if you wish to change your circumstances, begin not by chasing things, but by changing the self who is doing the chasing. Identity is built through repetition. Every thought you repeat, every belief you reinforce, every feeling you allow becomes a brick in the structure of who you believe you are. That is why it is not enough to simply try the law of attraction once or twice and expect miracles. The universe responds to consistency. If every morning you visualize abundance but every afternoon you worry about bills, your vibration is inconsistent. If you meditate on love but spend the rest of the day affirming loneliness, you confuse the signal you are sending.
Imagine trying to tune into a radio station, but constantly switching the dial back and forth. You would hear nothing but static. That is what most people live with, static attraction. They mix signals and wonder why nothing changes. The solution is not complexity, it is persist. Pick the identity that matches the life you desire, and begin to embody it daily. If you want wealth, ask yourself, how would a wealthy person think? How would they act? How would they carry themselves? Then practice that identity, even before the evidence appears. If you want health, embody the vitality you seek. Feel it in your body now. Move as if energy and strength are already yours. If you want love, radiate love first. Give it freely. Embody it so fully that your vibration makes loneliness impossible. Do not wait for the outer proof. Become the inner proof, and the outer will mirror it. The law of attraction requires courage, because it demands that you believe before you see. It demands that you step into an identity that may feel unnatural at first, because you are conditioning a new self. But just as a muscle grows stronger with repeated use, your identity grows stronger with repeated belief. At first it may feel awkward, even false, but over time it becomes natural, and when it does, your outer world cannot resist. The universe always pays attention to who you are being more than what you are saying. Remember this: the greatest limitation is not in the world, it is in your self-concept. The person who says "I cannot" is giving the law of attraction instructions to confirm it. The person who says "I am capable" is giving equal instructions, and the universe obeys. Which script will you give it? Which identity will you choose? Because choice is the beginning of transformation. You cannot control every event, but you can control who you decide to be. And that decision, repeated daily, becomes the force that bends reality in your favor. The law of attraction is not about creating from nothing. It is about revealing what already exists in potential, waiting for you to align with. The wealth you want is already in circulation. The love you want is already in the hearts of others. The opportunities you desire are already unfolding. The question is not whether they exist. The question is whether you are tuned to the frequency that allows you to receive. And that frequency begins with identity. Become the version of yourself who already has what you seek, and watch as your world reshapes itself to match.
There comes a moment in every person's life when they must decide whether they will live as a reactor to circumstances or as a creator of them. Most live as reactors. They see what is in front of them, they judge it, they respond to it, and they repeat the cycle endlessly. If money is scarce, they speak of scarcity. If love is absent, they affirm loneliness. If opportunities seem limited, they declare the world unfair. They wait for external change before granting themselves permission to feel differently. But here is the truth. The law of attraction does not respond to what is, it responds to what you project. If you keep waiting for your environment to change before you shift your vibration, you will wait forever. Creation requires reversal. You must first feel it before you see it. You must step into the energy of the outcome before the outcome exists. This is not pretending, it is alignment. Pretending is saying "I'm fine" while carrying doubt in your heart. Alignment is embodying the belief so deeply that even in the absence of evidence, your energy remains consistent. The universe knows the difference. You cannot trick it with empty words. But when you genuinely feel abundance before the bank account shows it, when you feel love before the partner arrives, when you feel success before the world acknowledges it, you are broadcasting the signal that pulls those realities toward you. The universe mirrors the inner state, not the outer pretense. Think of an actor preparing for a role. The greatest actors do not just recite lines. They become the character. They walk, breathe, and feel as that person would. In doing so, the performance becomes real, and the audience believes it. You must treat your desired life in the same way. Step into the role of the person who already has what you want. Speak as they would, think as they would, carry yourself as they would. When you embody the role fully, reality has no choice but to adjust its script. The law of attraction is casting you in the play of life, and it will assign you the part that matches your performance. I once heard the story of a woman who lived her life in constant struggle with money. Every paycheck was gone before the month ended. She carried shame and stress everywhere she went. Then one day, she stumbled upon the concept of alignment.
Instead of drowning in bills, she began to imagine herself as a woman of wealth. She dressed as best as she could, carried herself with pride, and refused to speak of lack. She began a ritual of gratitude every morning, thanking the universe for the abundance already flowing to her. At first nothing seemed to change, but over time, her energy transformed. People treated her differently, opportunities came her way, and eventually she started her own business that flourished. Did her circumstances magically transform overnight? No, but her vibration shifted, and the law of attraction rearranged her outer world to match. Her wealth was born the moment she embodied it internally, and reality simply caught up. This is the essence of deliberate creation. When you decide to feel ahead of evidence, you accelerate manifestation. When you condition your body to feel gratitude, love, or abundance before circumstances validate it, you collapse the gap between desire and reality. Most people live in the delay, constantly waiting for the world to give them permission to feel good. But masters of the law of attraction give themselves that permission now, and as a result, the world bends faster to their will. But here lies a challenge you must face: persistence. Anyone can feel good for a moment. Anyone can visualize a dream once or twice. But the law of attraction responds to your dominant state, not to fleeting glimpses. If you spend 5 minutes a day in abundance and the rest of the day in worry, the signal is muddled, and the results will reflect that. The universe is exact. It reflects the majority of your vibration. This is why persistence matters. You must practice the state until it becomes second nature, until it is no longer something you force but something you are. Imagine a sculptor working with marble. With every strike of the chisel, the vision inside becomes clearer, but it is not revealed in a single blow. It is the accumulation of thousands of strikes that creates the masterpiece. Your vibration is the same. Every thought, every moment of alignment, every act of gratitude is a strike of the chisel, carving away the old self and revealing the masterpiece of your desired life. At first, progress feels invisible, but persistence ensures the form will emerge. Consider the great athletes, performers, and innovators. They did not simply dream once and then sit idle. They lived inside their vision daily. They practiced with conviction before the world believed in them. They held the vibration of victory long before the scoreboard confirmed it. That is why their triumphs appeared inevitable to outsiders. They had already created them internally. Their outer world was catching up to the reality they had long carried within. And so it must be with you. Decide who you are. Align with that identity daily. Persist long enough for the world to catch up. Do not measure your progress by immediate results. Measure it by the consistency of your vibration. If you can hold the state, despite temporary appearances, you are already victorious. The universe cannot deny alignment. It cannot withhold from someone who refuses to break their vibration. The only variable is time, and time bends faster for those who persist without doubt. You are not waiting for your dreams. Your dreams are waiting for you. They are already alive in potential, already existing in the field of possibility. The only barrier is the version of yourself that refuses to believe. When you drop that barrier, when you embody the state fully, reality will rush to meet you. That is the law. That is the promise. And once you know it, once you feel it, hesitation no longer makes sense. Creation becomes your natural way of being. There is a force within you that most people never learn to use, and yet it is the very engine that determines the speed of your manifestations. That force is emotion. Thoughts create direction, but emotions give power. A thought without feeling is like a spark with no fuel. It flickers for a moment and disappears. But a thought infused with strong emotion becomes a flame, and that flame ignites the attraction field around you. This is why when you think casually of something, little happens, but when you obsess, when you feel it in your bones, when you live inside the emotional reality of it, circumstances begin to rearrange with astonishing speed. The universe does not just respond to words or images, it responds to energy, and energy is carried through emotion. Think of moments in your life when you were consumed with fear. Didn't events seem to line up to confirm those fears? A simple worry became a series of coincidences that seemed to justify it. That is the law of attraction at work. Fueled by the emotion of fear,
But the opposite is just as true. Remember times when you were thrilled, grateful, or passionately focused. Opportunities appeared, people responded differently, events unfolded in your favor. Again, that was the law responding to the emotional frequency you broadcasted. The more intense the feeling, the faster the magnetism. This is why gratitude is often called the master emotion. Gratitude shifts you instantly into alignment with abundance. When you are grateful, you are affirming that you already have, and by affirming that, you attract more to match it. Gratitude is not something to practice only when things are going well. It is most powerful when you use it in the midst of challenge, because when you can generate gratitude even before the evidence, you are declaring trust in the law, and the universe cannot ignore that declaration. There was a man who lived his life in bitterness, always focusing on what he lacked. His health was poor, his finances unstable, his relationships strained. One day, after years of struggle, he was introduced to the practice of gratitude. Skeptical but desperate, he began writing down 3 things each day he was grateful for. At first, the list felt forced. He wrote small things: a warm meal, the roof over his head, the sunrise. But as weeks passed, something shifted. His focus expanded. He began noticing blessings everywhere. His energy softened, his heart lifted, and slowly opportunities began to appear. His health improved, his financial situation stabilized, and relationships blossomed. The law of attraction had always been working, but it was gratitude that tuned his signal.